Good morning, everyone. Oh, Good morning. Stretching. Stretching. Good morning, everyone. I am awake. I am fine. My chat isn't though. Why is it broken? Why is she broken? Every day. Every day she is broken. Don't even know why. Hold on. Is it working now? Why? Why does it freeze when I just want to see? Oh, nope. It's moving. Hopefully. Is it moving? Is she moving? Ohio dozaimasu! It's working! Yay! It just freezes sometimes for some reason. I don't know why. It hates me. I can see you now! It was working before I went Jimunin, and then I said Jimunin, and then it broke. Maybe because everyone was like, Jimunin! And then it broke. She broke. Hello. How is everyone doing? I don't know what's been going on. Google Calendar. Oh, I don't think anything has been going on. I have been sleeping so much. Yesterday, I was like awake for a couple hours at a time, and then whenever I got sleepy, I would just get in bed and take a nap. And I took so many naps. I think I spent more time asleep than I was awake. But I think I napped a lot, and I woke up at 5 today, but then I went back to bed because I was napping so much. I was just like cycling my naps. And then I woke up again at 10, and I've been awake since 10. So I think right now I try and stay awake until like a normal time of maybe 9 p.m. and then I can go to bed, and then maybe my sleep schedule will be okay. If I just stay awake until a normal time, it'll all be back to normal. Thanks to my crazy naps. I'm crossing my fingers. I need my sleep schedule to be fixed so bad. I can't stop. I can't keep sleeping, and I can't stop sleeping. I can't help it. Nervous of making it to the semifinals of the tennis tournament? I don't think I was. Here's my... Here, I'll talk about my tennis, since I didn't talk about it, since I just took a break after tennis. So the last time I talked about tennis was in my Grammarship stream, and I was telling you guys how much I freaking hated that game. And then I suck at the game so much. And I'm not lying to you. You saw how poorly I was doing when I streamed it the very first time. And I was playing it off stream afterwards, and I'm like, I hate this game. The entire time I was playing, I was like, damn, I wish I was... I wish I was playing literally anything else. I wish I wasn't playing this game right now. It was every time I played the game, I was like, oh man, I would get tilted so easily. It was like, oh, I freaking hate this game. So that was me. But I did spend like... the day leading up to it, since it was so freaking 5 a.m. for me, I did spend the night just playing the game. And I was grinding against the... I knew a lot of people were gonna play Rosalina because they are meta slaves! Every single person is a meta slave! So I played against the max rank AI of her. Against her. So I knew what... Like, I knew how to deal with her lobs, and I knew kind of how her balls moved. And I did read a little bit about it. I was just like, I didn't watch any videos because I was too lazy for videos. I'm like, I'm not watching a single video about this game. But I did read up on it. to see what people said about it. And then people are like, Koopa is actually a counter to Rosalina. And I'm like, no thanks. I don't know why I played Birdo. I just chose Birdo because I saw one person on the rankings who was ranked 20-something as Birdo. And I was going through them, and they were the only one that was Birdo in, like, the top 100. Just kidding. But there was very few Birdos, and I'm like, if they can get ranked 20 with Birdo, I can be okay with Birdo. And then when I was looking up tier lists, and people were like, yeah, Birdo's mid, and I'm like, oh, whatever. So I just picked Birdo just for fun. Just because I saw one person who was good with Birdo. One person in the sea of all the other meta picks, and I'm like, yeah, Birdo time. I practiced with the Golden Dash racket because all of the JP Senpai they're really good at the game. They're all S rank. And I didn't want to deal with area effects, ground effects, when the chance of them hitting it back onto my side was a possibility. So I know the Golden Dash racket was really, it is like a meta racket, but I was like, I should pick this one just because it's really good and that I can't grief myself. Yeah, I was not risking it at all. I'm like, I am not going to risk me killing myself. They have practiced way more than I have, and they are definitely going to try and hit it back at me, and I'm not going to do that. And I picked Ghost against Fubuki Senpai because I noticed she was using the magic racket, and that cancels. It's like a dash counter because you can't use your dash if that thing hits you. So I was like, she has practiced a lot against people with the Golden Dash racket, but she hasn't practiced against a noob with Ghost. Because I felt like a lot of their practice has been against, they have a lot of muscle memory and they have a lot of knowledge of the game just from playing it so much. And a lot of the knowledge is like, where is the ball going? Which side should I hit the ball at? But you can't really use that knowledge if you can't see the opponent. And I would move, I'm assuming because I'm a noob, I would move not the way that she expects me to move because I barely know what I'm doing too. So imagine Ghost Racket and you have an S rank player and they're like, okay, this person is gonna move like how I expect them to move, but then I don't move how she expects me to move because I suck at the game. So it just made sense. It made the most sense. Yeah. That's why I picked Ghost Racket when I saw that she was using the magic tennis racket. And then the reason why I had Crisp on is because I was playing off of my monitor because I didn't want OBS latency. And in my head, I tried troubleshooting it. I was trying to figure out how to turn it down, but I couldn't figure out how to turn it down. I'm like, whatever. I'm not going to be in a tournament that long. I don't think it's going to matter. I'm just going to put Crisp on, and I'm going to move on with my life, and I get on with my day. And it was either between I play OBS with a second latency, and I suck harder, or just play off my computer screen just to make up for the fact that it's going to be really difficult. So that's why I had Crisp on. Because it was kind of loud, and I was testing it to see how loud and how much it picked up, and I was like, whatever, Crisp will be on. But I felt a little sad, because at the third place match, I was moaning. Because Mari Senpai was moaning, and I'm like, oh, I should moan in solidarity. But Chris was cute. Chris was holding me back. Chris was like, no, only one person should be allowed to moan. Yeah, but I was like, I can't let her moan alone. So I too was moaning. You just can't hear it. What did it sound like? I was just hitting the ball bag. Chris might have saved Sakura Senpai's VOD. Imagine we get it taken down. I did not expect to get third place though. I was really expecting to get knocked out early. Especially after how poorly I played on my stream. But I think I got lucky with my matches. Then I said, I'm sorry. I get into call with her and she's like, I'm C-, and I'm like, I'm C+. And I played one practice match against her while we were waiting. I was like, what? No, I'm terrible. It went great. And then I got to have a pleasant conversation with Shu-chan. Gonna be honest, I didn't know she was streaming. I was just chatting. And I legit did not know she was streaming until I saw the clip. And we were talking about it. I'm like, what the heck? Whoa! We talking about how babies should read BL early? Oops! It just thought we were making conversation. That was wild. I didn't know what else to say. My vocabulary is very small. Very small vocabulary. Normal conversation. Total normal conversation. Goo goo gaga. The same thing I wouldn't have on stream? Maybe. Maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I would have. Well, I won't tell you what I wouldn't have said so you can guess and scrutinize everything I said. I think I would have said the baby BL on stream still. Just gotta get them in the minds early. Yeah. That totally normal conversation. Did say it in the clips? Which clips? In the past? Or that one specifically? I believe it if I said it before. Yowie mines. We back in the mines. Side to side. Yeah, and while I was mulling around, while I was toiling around against that AI, I saw Cece boot up the stream for the very first time, and she was also playing Rosalina. And I was like, you filthy meta pick slave! Shaking my head. Imagine opening that game and looking who's the top pick. She didn't have time. So what? She should have died with honor. I tried playing the other... I don't know. I did try learning Koopa, but Birdo was just really comfortable for me. And that, always go with your comfort picks. And that is how I got third place. Yay! Yippee! Third place. And today we're going to play a game that I've been wanting to play. Well, ever since I saw that it was coming out. I would have got first place if it was mud. I don't know. I played a few ranked games and I would send out my mud and then I would just get it hit back into my court. And I'm like, I'm not letting this happen to me. I played with a few hazard rackets and it would just somehow end back up on my court. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I think I do not want it on my side. An extra variable to deal with. That happened with my match against Bay. I hit her hazards back. Yeah, a few of them got on my side though. I couldn't see anything. But also, I managed to throw some back at her. And then we were both blind. Now what? I thought I was gonna lose against Bay. Got close to it. I was distracted. We were just playing tennis too hard. It was a really close game. It was really close. I was losing. I was going down. Then going down, and I'm Body Shot won it. They call me the... I won't say it. Anyways, today is PARANORMASIGHT. It's a visual novel game. I'm really looking forward to it. I played the first one when it came out. It was awesome. And then they just like dropped this out of nowhere. And they're like, by the way, a second one is coming out. I'm like, oh, I have to play this game. This is one of the visual novels I recommend. The first one. It's horror though. Don't be scared. Will this be a series? It'll be completed on stream. That's what it means. You do not need a recap of the first one. I bet they are only very vaguely linked together, but their stories, the characters are all different. But you should play the first one because it's really good. Just because it's really awesome. How high am I turning up the gamma? Actually, I looked it up and people said it's not as scary as the first one. Which is fine for me. Give you a recap? No! Spoilers. It will be spoilers for the first one. When everyone should play the first one. Because the first one's awesome. It is on PC! Please play it! I'm trying to get more Calliope to play it. I really, really wanted to play it. There's some scenes that jump scared me. And I get jump scared easily. That's saying a lot. Person who gets jump scared by anything. But everyone should play it. I think it does a really, really good job at atmosphere and spooky. And it's really awesome because the game is a little different. And you're like, oh, visual novel. But this visual novel is different. It lets you look around in a circle. Like you're watching one of those YouTube videos where you can look in a circle. And there is BL in the first one. It's old man Yaoi with the younger cop and the older cop, but the older cop's the bottom. Factual. Yeah. It's like Detroit Become Human. That's what the yaoi is. Yeah, not lying. I'm sure they kiss at some point. And you spin around and sometimes they're like, look behind you. And you're like, no, I don't want to look behind me. And then you're trying your best not to look behind you because you know the moment you look behind you, somebody's gonna jump scare you. It always works. Always gets you. Game's awesome. Everyone play that game. I am not looking behind me. Yeah, actually, I will not look behind me. I will not peer into the eyes of the thing that is haunting me behind me. And because it's a visual novel and you have to go in order. You can't progress unless you look behind you, so you know that it's inevitable and that it's coming, and you're like, no, no, please. Yeah, they're right behind me, aren't they? It's awesome. I'm excited. So today is a visual novel day. Tomorrow's a visual novel day. I don't think I'll be finishing it in 2 streams. We'll probably need 1 more day. Because when I looked at time to beat us at 15 hours. So we'll need 1 more stream next week. And then the super chat reading on Wednesday because I have a lot to catch up to and I'm far behind. And on Friday I wanted to play Fortnite because I had so much fun playing Fortnite last time. Bibbidi babbidi booah. Sometimes you just like, I want a mindless shooter to play. And thank God there's bibbidi babbidi booah. Bibbidi babbidi booah. Bibbidi babbidi booah. Yeah. And then there's an Advent versus Justice watch along of the comic, you know, the motion comics. That's happening on my channel, I believe. I think. I'm pretty sure it's on my channel. I think I was blessed with the task of hosting. So it should be on my channel. At a later time than GGST. How about League of Legends instead of Fortnite? I actually do have a League of Legends collab planned next week. Not next week, sorry. I'm lying to you. In a couple weeks. You will not believe with who I put myself in her calendar. I'm putting... It's not more Calliope. It's... Well, you will not believe with who. But it's not more Calliope. Yeah. I was given permission when I was looking at her calendar. And she's like, place yourself wherever. And I'm like, okay. It's not more Calliope. You will have to wait and see, though. It actually won't be for a while. Actually, no. It'll be soon enough. like at the end of the month. It'll be at the end of the month. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. I did this when I was in JST. But I think this day is actually on top of something. 1 second. Me when I suddenly have to reschedule it. What is on? I don't know. Just do not know. Yeah. Time zones. Time zone is over. And what is... No, I think it's fine. Oh no. Never mind. Figure it out later. My problem, not yours. Okay. Who's ready for gaming? I am! I'm ready for gaming. Where is it? Play? Hopefully it doesn't scare me right away. Ah! Ah! It's loud! Oh, the music is awesome. Hold on. I'm turning the brightness up a little bit though. Hold on, it's really loud. And I'm trying to get... Let me get this. And then... Let me get... Game? Then I'm turning this down because it's really loud. Here? Okay. To the gaming room! Saying if a mermaid looks like that, she can curse me. Where am I? Oh, appears. Wait, this is a good place? Me? Oh, kind of loud still. Okay. There we go. Okay. Please move your perfectly placed hair. Please, please, please. Please, mermaid, please move your hair. Please, 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 please. Let me see your breasts. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so excited. Hold on. Make sure that everything is ready. This. Close this. Close this. Close this. Everything closed. Close this. Okay. Wait. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine. Closed maybe one too many things. My apologies for the wait. Welcome, welcome. How wonderful it is to see you again. I am the storyteller, your guide to the world of PARANORMASIGHT. Now then, I understand you might be keen to dive into our story. Dive, get it? But there are some important matters I must address first, so please bear with me a while longer. First, this game uses autosave. The game will automatically save at regular intervals, so you may stop playing at any time. Next, please look at the upper right of the screen. This is the menu button. Hold on. What am I looking at? Okay. I'm looking. From here, you can check the text log, view files, and adjust your settings for auto mode. You can also adjust the volume and other game settings in the options menu. Change the language, text speed, audio, graphics, controls. Okay. Let's try to see if there's anything hidden over here. If you find that certain effects make the text difficult to read, you may turn them off. I recommend you check the brightness, controls, and other settings now before continuing. Oh, how to play. Fast 4 function, press and hold auto-saving gameplay guide. How to play. Ooh. Now let us go over the basic controls. When the game is in your control, you may drag the screen to look at your surroundings. You will once again become able to move after this, so try taking a look behind you before turning back to me. Hey! They're not gonna scare me in the tutorial, are they? Where'd he go? Ah! Wonderful, well done. You may also select the face of an individual in front of you to talk to them. Please go ahead and try with me. Okay. Bravo! A fine display! There are times when you will be presented with options such as these. He disappeared, so when I turned around again, he was there all of a sudden. It scared me. What is this place? Do not fear, you will come to know where we are eventually. Until you have seen everything an option has to offer, checkmark will appear next to it like so. So you forgot who you are, have you? But there is no need for concern. It is for that reason that I am here to guide you after all. You may be confused at first, but continuing through the story should allow you to remember your true objective. That is all for my explanation of the basic controls. I will explain other essential functions when the time is right. Ah yes, there is one more thing I wish to confirm before we continue. As you may know, I previously served as a guide to a different tale in the world of PARANORMASIGHT, one concerning the 7 mysteries of Honjo. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with the events of that tale, would you? I am. Is that so? So we have met before then. You looked quite different during our previous encounter, so I failed to recognize you at first. My apologies. Okay. What do you mean by that? In that case, there is nothing I need to warn you about. Wait. Should I say I do not? Warn me about what? Warn me about what? Well, I believe I have kept you waiting long enough. The tale you are about to experience concerns a number of legends passed down in Ise Bay, a stretch of sea bordering Mie Prefecture. Specifically, those legends involving mermaids. Yes, as the subtitle suggests, our subject this time is the widely familiar mermaid. Damn. Since ancient times, a great many legends about mermaids have been passed down in countries all around the world. In Japan, many of the legends famously include the idea that eating their flesh grants immortality. The tale of Yao Bikuni, which continues to be told in such places as Sakasa province, modern-day Fukui Prefecture, is perhaps the most well-known. These legends have spurred those with a yearning for immortality to seek out mermaids since ancient times. Are we gonna eat a mermaid? Oh, I'll be eating that mermaid, alright. Of course, as I just mentioned, these are only some of many legends concerning mermaids that exist across the globe. Indeed, many have sought out mermaids simply due to fascination with their status as rare and mystical beings. They have also served as an inspiration for countless creative and artistic works throughout the ages. It would seem that mermaids possess a mysterious charm that have captivated the human heart for myriad reasons, irrespective of era or culture. Oh man. Right off the bat. Mie Prefecture, right here, is located in the eastern part of the Ki Peninsula in central Honshu, the Japanese mainland, and falls within both the Chubu and Kinki regions. Measuring 170 kilometers from north to south and 80 kilometers from east to west, it has a narrow, elongated shape and is known for its rich natural diversity that differs greatly between its northern and southern regions. The varied and abundant nature of Mie Prefecture has led it to be known as a land of great beauty since ancient times. Even back when it was still known as Ise Province, it was also purported to be the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world, which led to the establishment of Ise Shrine as a place of enshrinement for the goddess Amaterasu. The eternal world is said to be a realm across the sea separate from the one in which we live, often described as an eternal paradise. Ise was seen as the land where the waves from this world continually broke, connecting the material world and the world beyond. Famous spots! Local specialties, pearls, lobsters, abalone, turban shells, oysters, other marine products, Ise udon, Matsusaka beef, and many more. It's in the bay. Also known by the name of the Sea of Ise, Ise Bay is an enclosed bay located in central Honshu. Although its exact range varies, in this game it refers to the area of sea surrounded by land up to the line drawn from Cape Irago in Aichi Prefecture to Cape Dayo in Mie Prefecture. Here? And then here, a flyer of a mermaid also known as Kaidai. This chromatic aberration right here is kind of difficult to read. But only the small text, and the big text I think is fine. Maybe we'll just leave it like this. The first recorded appearance in Japan of a creature believed to be a mermaid was more than 1,300 years ago in the Nihon Shoki, Chronicles of Japan. At the time, the term mermaid was not yet in use, and most records are anecdotal reports of sightings of creatures resembling both fish and humans in various places. In ancient Japan, as well as in other parts of East Asia, depictions of mermaids often blurred the line between human and fish, frequently portraying them as grotesque monsters. But I saw a mermaid in the title screen. Didn't everyone else see that beautiful mermaid? She was not a grotesque monster. You would want to be with her. Mermaid looking like a snack. Would you eat this mermaid? If you saw a fish with a human head swimming towards you, would you eat one? I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to eat one. I would think about it. You would run. If someone served you a gigantic fish with the head of a human, would you eat it? Like you just went over to someone's house and they're like, I caught something really awesome. I can't wait for you to try it. You are eating that fish? Does it count as cannibalism? I don't know. No? Just the fish part? The Middle Ages saw the spread of the legend of Yao Bikuni throughout Japan, which claimed that eating mermaid flesh could grant eternal youth and longevity. In the early modern period, the image of mermaids diversified, attracting wider public interest. Mermaid mummies were exhibited in sideshows, and illustrations and literature featuring mermaids became more common. Mermaid mummies? From where? Mermaid mommies? Is this how they viewed this mermaid? It was also during this time that the depiction of mermaids as having the upper body of a human woman and the lower body of a fish became more widely recognized. Although the details vary from country to country, the most common depiction of mermaids in the West likely stems from the sirens of Greek mythology, sea monsters that, over time, came to be represented as the familiar half-fish, half-human figures. These mermaids were thought to be more akin to spirits or fairies in nature, enchanting those who encountered them with their beautiful feminine appearance and singing voices. Many records of mermaid sightings by sailors during the Age of Discovery have been preserved, and some theories suggest that mermaid sightings and their associated legends may in fact have originated from a sea mammal called a dugong. But if a sailor saw a dugong, they don't go, "Ooh, beautiful woman," right? They're not thinking like, "Damn, if I could get into bed with that," you know? Ooh. Maybe this is awesome. Maybe we do need this. Okay. Who are we to judge? Depends how long they are at sea. I guess that is true. If you are stuck at sea for 3 years in the 1800s, imagine this. You are a sailor. There are no phones. It's the 1800s. You have been at sea for God knows how many days. A dugong runs into your ship. You pull it up onto board. Would you? Would you? Would you do it? Would? No laws again. I guess in the 1800s there's none. The files added just now should provide a general overview of the terms that came up in our conversation. You see me, I've already taken a look, but I do recommend reading them if you have the chance. They may allow you to enjoy the story even more. Words highlighted in pale blue usually indicate that there is a related entry in your files. Now then, allow me to introduce the primary setting of this tale. The majority of our story takes place on Kamishima, an isolated island in the waters of Ise Bay. Oh, lore. An island situated between the Azami and Shima peninsulas and the most distant of the 4 populated islands under the administration of Toba City and Mie Prefecture. It has an area of approximately 0.7 square kilometers and a population of about 900. Huh. Kind of small for a town? Kind of a small town? The island's name comes from the turtle-like shape, with kame meaning turtle in Japanese. Famous for its karst landscapes and other beautiful scenery, Kamishima is a popular location for tourists year-round. Recently, the island's youth organization has been leading a revitalization effort to boost the local economy and strengthen the community, creating an island logo and a mascot character, Kameshimaru, which are expected to bring more people to the area. 900 people living here. You'll experience events through the eyes of a young resident of the island, one Yuza Minakuchi. If nothing else, please remember that. Well, I believe this ends my initial explanation. Bon voyage, and do enjoy the tale. Hi! Why The story is a work of fiction. Based on existing locations and legends, please note that one of the locations that appears in this game, Kamishima, is a fictional island with no counterpart in reality. Okay. Bye! Or in this water. Did you come to me or did I go to you? I cannot recall whether it was a dream or reality. I cannot recall if I was asleep or awake. That was scary. Tales of Issei, Passage 69. Nice. Hari no Sky. August 7th, 1980X. Morning. Toba City, Mie Prefecture. Ooh, we're on a boat. Right, this should do it. All good to go, Yuza? Yep, ready as ready can be. I feel so light I bet I could even outswim a shark. Sure. No more than that. I was born for this moment. The legend of Kamishima's patron saint of diving begins today. Oh, thank you for the gifted grambers! Your tummy is so round. And full of grams. A apprentice amma diver, 18 years old, a young man born and raised on Kamishima. Although generally quiet and serious, he has an eccentric side that often sees him make jokes and wisecracks with a straight face, catching whoever he's talking to off guard. After losing his parents in a large-scale maritime accident 5 years ago, he was raised by his grandmother, veteran amma diver Tsuyu Minakuchi. He briefly found work at a seafood processing plant in Toba after graduating high school earlier in the year, but upon hearing that Tsuyu had injured her leg, forcing her to retire from diving and causing difficulties in her daily life, he quit his job after only 3 months and returned to Kamishima. At present, he is caring for Tsuyu while looking for work on Kamishima, and he has recently made the decision to follow in Tsuyu's footsteps and become an amma diver himself. Although he has been unable to bring himself to enter the sea since the disaster 5 years ago, he is hoping that his previous aptitude for swimming will lend itself to a natural talent for amma diving. His current diver rank is 1. Is that the lowest? Does it start at 1 and you go up? Or does it start at 10 and you go down? Is it rank 1 because it's awesome? Quite introverted as a child, he began to show a more animated side upon befriending Azami Kumoi, a boy his same age, and eventually became a common sight to see them getting up to mischief together. Although the maritime disaster 5 years ago saw a drastic shift in the way most of Kamishima's inhabitants treated Yuza, Azami alone continued to treat him the same. Even now, it is not uncommon for Azami to find himself caught up in Yuza's eccentric exploits, but he is always quick to laugh and follow his lead. What are they doing? Whoa, that sounds pretty impressive, but this is your first time diving out in the bay, so don't push yourself too hard, alright? Yeah, I know it's my first time, but somehow I'm brimming with confidence. I just know I can land a massive haul if I try. Well, I'm glad to see you're ready to go. Make sure you don't go too far from the boat at first. Best friend! Oh, this is your title. It's you. 19 years old. Fisherman. A young man born and raised on Kamishima, he has been friends with Yuza Minakuchi since childhood. He has a friendly and caring personality, and his willingness to help those around him has made him someone islanders of all ages rely on in times of need. His father was a fisherman, and he accompanied him out to sea on his boat from a very young age. As a result, he grew up never doubting that he too would one day become a fisherman. After his father died in a maritime disaster 5 years ago, his mother, an amma diver, took on the responsibility of raising Azami and his much younger brother on her own. During the closed season for diving, when his mother worked on the mainland, Azami was responsible for looking after his brother. After graduating middle school, he refused his mother's suggestion to attend high school and quickly obtained a 4th-class boat pilot license while helping with fishing around the island. He is now able to take his father's small fishing boat, the Sayun Maru, out on fishing trips on his own. He has a frank, easygoing relationship with Yuza, his childhood friend, and the two often get up to mischief together. Although he was happy for Yuza when he left to attend high school on the mainland and later found a job there, he also felt somewhat lonely. For this reason, he secretly welcomed the news that Yuza would be leaving his job and returning to Kamishima to take care of his grandmother. No need to worry, Azami. You just focus on getting the grill ready. We're having a feast tonight. I'll hold you to that. Whee! Diving mini-game? Ooh, something is scary to be under here? Oh my god. Follow the instructions to get used to controls and press dive when you're ready. Diving mini-game? Cute! Wait, that's so cute! Okay, Yuza, this is your first dive, so you don't want to stray too far from the boat. Remember to swim up when you want to come back to the boat. If you don't remember anything else, remember that. So cute! After Subnautica, I got this? You're right, I'm not afraid of sea creatures. Okay, guess... Why is our high score? Ew, I do not like... Oh, this is scarier than Subnautica. The available action will automatically switch between swim, harvest, and return to boat depending on the situation. Only 2 controls are needed. Look around and perform action. Areas where sea creatures are located will be marked with exclamation point. Begin by looking around to try to locate any potential catches. Ugh. Oh, this is terrifying. I need air! Air, please! Air, please! Oh, so scary. How many points? Whoa. I think we should swim faster. Replay tutorial? No, it's fine, I guess. Okay, looks like you're all warmed up. Let's go out a bit further so you can look for something bigger. The biggest catch you can get at this time of year is probably abalone. Snagging just one is something to be proud of. But remember that sea creatures are living things. They'll change places every time you dive, so be careful. What does he mean by that? Gather. I'm gonna skim through these because it's not lore. I'm gonna enter a boat. So don't be too late. Score will be calculated. Allows you to be new skill up to 5. Perfect harvest. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single action. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to achieve a perfect harvest. Each catch has individual variations. Okay. What about this? The term amma, most often written with characters meaning sea and woman, generally refers to women who free dive for shellfish, seaweed, and other marine products. It is said that they practice free diving both to prevent over-harvesting and to help protect the marine environment. Although amma divers operate in many regions of Japan, the Toba and Shima regions are known for having the highest number of amma divers. These regions also exhibit customs unique to the area, such as the practice of carrying objects with the seiman and dolman symbols to ward off misfortune. Even within Toba and Shima, rules and practices can vary greatly. For example, the practice of wearing white attire over the wetsuit is a common practice only in the Shima region. Despite the high population of amma divers in Ise Bay, there are none to be found north of Ise City. This can be explained by the difference in the sea floor composition between the two areas. While the sandy sea floor near Ise allowed for net fishing, the rocky seafloor in the Toba and Shima areas made net fishing difficult, leading to the adoption of free diving as an alternative. Abalone harvested by amma divers in Kozaki Town and Toba has traditionally been processed into ceremonial dried goods known as noshiawabi, which are then presented as an offering at Ise Shrine. This practice is said to have originated when Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the princess who enshrined Amaterasu at Ise Shrine, was searching for suitable food to offer to the gods. When presented with abalones by an amma diver named Oben, the princess found them exceptionally delicious and decided that abalone would be the primary offering for the region. As a result, the amma divers of Toba and Shima have a strong connection to the region's Shinto rituals, and there are some regions where they perform ritual dances as offerings during Shinto festivities. Although amma is sometimes written with characters meaning sea and man, when the diver is male, this game uses only the traditional characters of sea and woman when the language is set to Japanese. Wow, thanks for the tool text here. This looks like they added it just for us. Noble scallop. Why do this ominous purple color? Sea urchin prize is a delicacy throughout Japan, particularly known for its round shell and long spines. Peak season from June to August. Okay, I'm going back down. It's not like you to have to master everything all at once. We can take off whenever you're ready. Anything else to say to me? You seem pretty confident, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you bring in. I know you can do anything you put your mind to. He loves syrup. We get something different? I don't think I've gotten this before. Give me that. I need to be up in the boat! Quickly, quickly! I'm drowning! I'm gonna my diving. Okay, I'm going back down, okay? Okay, where should I go? Ooh, what's over here? Question mark? Ooh, I don't like that. What the hell? Oh my god. Hey, someone's drowning. Wait, that's a scary guy. Yeah! Get away from me! What the hell is that? No, no! Get away! No, get away from me! Hey, is that us? Why are we down there? Oh, scary. Hey, everyone's dying. Why there's somebody? Ah! I failed? I died? What? What just happened? Okay, wee! Fish. Back up. Yeah, that was the credits? I thought that was intentional. How did I die? Yay! My diving ring. Did you see that? I died. It's not there anymore. They're like, ooh, you're so curious what this question mark's about. Exclamation point. Why am I getting a phone call? What is that? Did I see something? You mama. Detect sea creatures from farther away. I don't think I want that. Let's just swim really fast. I think the more we can dive and the faster we swim, the better. Right? Can we just grind this to max? Am I supposed to stop diving at some point? I just love diving. Whee! Maybe this is the entire game. If I stay down here, then I can't be scared. My friend is gonna be so impressed. Oh my gosh, he's gonna want to stay with him forever. Trying to find an abalone. Where are they? Do I have to go further? I'm gonna die out here. Oh! What the hell? An abalone! Take me to the boat! Yay! Yay! I'm gathering a little bit. Looks like you got something interesting there. Huh? Never thought there'd be mockingbird stickers out here in Issei Bay and at the bottom of the sea to boot. Mockingbird? You mean this bird sticker? I did think it was pretty weird to find a sticker in a place like that, so I decided to hang on to it. They're real famous, and an unknown artist makes them and hides them all over the place. This is just... They had this in the first game, too. You just look around and you find these collectible stickers. Might as well pick up any you come across. Maybe they'll bring you good luck. I see, damn. I'm good. Maybe I should add treasure hunting to my list of talents. Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm freaking awesome. Can I go back down? If I swim back over here, do you think they'll get me again? Oh god! Oh god! Oh god, not again! Hey, it's dangerous over there! Who keeps going down there? Yeah, nobody said that there's that down there. Back up. Why did they put something so dangerous in the ocean? Must be a magma block down there. It's the base to someone's underwater, you know, the elevator. Someone's underwater cave. Think there's other things over here? Why is my getting smaller? Bring me back! Bring me back! I feel like when you're this close to the surface, you just go up. Why is he drowning over here? You know? Was that rude of me to ask? Ooh, another sticker? Oh, man, I'm good! Think over here? Take this one? I don't like that! Uh-oh. Gonna die. No, I'll be fine. I don't like that the further you go, your field of vision gets like the border around the screen gets darker. It's kind of scary. Is this such a... Should I stop diving? I need some guidance from the game. Otherwise, I'm gonna be diving here for the rest of the stream. You would think he would tell me that. He'd be like, maybe you should stop diving. I must return to the boat! Fly whenever I want? Oh. I think if I max these out, I'll live? I'm gonna see a mermaid like an hour from now, and I'm gonna outpace her like crazy. She's gonna be really impressed. And she's gonna leave me alone. She'll be like, damn. Didn't know you were chill like that. I guess I won't kill you. What else is around here? Ah! 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 What is that? Get me out of here! Oh, I'm so scared. I guess. That was so scary. What is that? Okay, I'll try swimming to it. I'll see what happens. I think it's over here. Yeah, maybe it's her friend. Maybe she's chill. That scared me. I don't know where it is. I just not the mermaid got me. Just don't know where it is. What if it moved? I'm really scared. Oh yeah, she was over here. I'm really scared. I don't want to see her again. She's really terrifying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Get me to the boat. Okay, maybe if I get really fast, it'll be okay. Okay, now I can outswim her. It'll be fine. Okay, I think she was over here. Oh, I don't want to look at her in the face. She just appeared out of nowhere. It's really terrifying. This way? Oh, I'm scared. Oh, Where'd she go? I don't remember where she is. Maybe she's not over here? Maybe she went home? Maybe she moved. She saw me, so she was really scared, so she left. Do you think I missed out on a secret ending because I didn't want to confront her? You know what's better than I didn't confront her? She really scared me. I'm good. She felt insecure because I screamed. No, good. She's there. I'm so scared. Get me back up there. Shit, maybe yeah, maybe she's this way. No, I'm sure she's over here. Wow. Oh. Someone's dying. 15 hours of diving? No, I'm leveling up my swimming so the next time I see something down here, I won't be scared of it. Nice. I'll be able to return to the boat so fast! Leveling my search will help for when I look for her. It's so dark over here, it's really scary! This is actually terrible. This is my worst nightmare. She was by the hole? You really think so? You really think I won't get sucked into the hole again? And die? I don't remember where the hole is. Eee! Oh, it would be very terrifying if a beautiful woman walked up to me. Oh, that's the hole. You know, I'm sure it's fine. I saw her once. I only saw her 12. See her again? I'm done. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. Thank you. Why can't I click through out? Hello? 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 The curse? Is it because I dove too much? Oh. You managed to get a fair bit of diving in, huh? I bet you feel like you've got a better grasp on things now. For sure, I feel like my diver rank's gone up at least a bit too. So, do you feeling different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuzo I've always been. I guess we were a bit off the mark, huh? So what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Talk about the hole. Azami, I need to talk about the hole. Before we head back, could we talk for a bit? Sure, what's up? Think? I'm still struggling to process what just happened. I've got to tell him. This is Azami Kumule, my best friend. I've known him since we were both kids growing up on Kamishima. When I told him I wanted to become an amma diver, he was quick to offer his full support. So, when I was diving just now, a giant hole in the seabed you'd never heard of before. Yeah, the rocks around it looked like they'd only recently collapsed. So I think it probably opened up within the last few months or so. Now that you mention it, there was a pretty big earthquake around here about 3 months ago. Maybe that had something to do with it. Well, that's right. That would have been before I got back. Anyway, if you saw a giant hole in the seabed, you'd be curious about it, right? I sure would. Curious enough to try to take a look inside? It'd be pretty dangerous, but I guess I might, yeah? Right? So I went closer to try and get a better look. Did you see anything? Well, when I looked down into the hole, a ghost or something that looked just like me suddenly rose up from the depths. A ghost that looked like you? It swam towards me with its hand outstretched. It looked like it was trying to hand something to me, or maybe it was trying to tell me something. Man, what did you do then? Did you take its hand? I did. I felt like I couldn't resist it somehow. I guess even the patron saint of diving does foolish things sometimes. The only thing I was a patron of was carelessness and a lack of proper vigilance. It sounds like there wasn't much you could do about it, though. Hey, Yuza. That thing you ran into. Do you think it could have been a Tomokazuki? Tomokazuki? What is it? Why would something like that be here? Do you think someone's gonna grab us on this boat right now? Whoa, this fishing boat. The Saiyan Maru belongs to Azami's family. I don't have a boat of my own, so Azami was kind enough to bring it out for me. It used to belong to his dad, so it's getting on in years, but he takes good care of it. It seems he's hoping to keep using it for years to come. Kamishima is located in the waters near the entrance to Issei Bay. As such, there are strict regulations on both the times and places amma diving is allowed. This is getting creepy. So did anything happen after you took its hand? I died! Game over. I don't really remember. When I came to, I was back outside the hole. I thought maybe I'd blacked out due to a lack of oxygen and it had been some sort of hallucination. You see, yeah, I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, that means I stopped you just to talk about some hallucination I saw, and that would be super embarrassing. Some people do say the Tomokazuki legends might have come about because of divers seeing things when they ran out of air. But hey, it's no big deal even if it was a hallucination. The most important thing is that you're safe. Is that why I saw the mermaid? Still, I can't help but wonder about a hole suddenly appearing like that. I can. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Huh? You've never heard of it? Well, I guess not even all the folks around here know about it either. It does sound familiar, though. The Tomokazuki is a sort of ghost story around these parts. Ew, ours look like poo water. The story goes that sometimes when diving, an amma diver will come across another version of themselves, an exact copy. That other version of them will be holding out something they want, like an abalone. Something they want? And when the diver reaches for it, the Tomokazuki grabs them and drags them to the bottom of the sea. Whoa, that's scary! But wait, the Tomokazuki I saw wasn't holding anything. It wasn't? Well, that's different. Maybe you forgot it at home or something. At home, huh? The abalone? Yeah, the abalone. Maybe you left it at home. Maybe the Tomokazuki is more careless than the legends let on. You're pretty forgetful though, so maybe it became such a perfect copy that it imitated that aspect of you as well. Oh, that damn Tomokazuki! It knows my every weakness! Now that you mention it though, I think I do remember that story from when I was younger. I guess the fact that I forgot the story really proves how forgetful I am, huh? No worries, it was a while ago, you know. By the way, you know those symbols on your diving gear? Symbols? Yep, Seimon and Domon. The amma divers around here all have them somewhere on their outfits. Oh, this was my mom's gear, so I didn't know. People say those symbols work as a charm to protect divers from the Tomokazuki. Do you think they already body snatched him? No. It can't be. He can't have already stolen us. We just started. But if I ran into a Tomokazuki just now, wouldn't that mean the charm didn't work? Maybe, but it could be thanks to the charm that you made it back safely. The sea is a dangerous place even with the Tomokazuki around. Things could have been even worse without the charm to protect you. I see, so without this charm I really could have been attacked by a shark. Glad I had it then. Seriously, a shark would have been no laughing matter. This is so scary. A long time ago, in a small village on one of the islands in the Issei Sea, there lived a young amma diver known for her exceptional swimming skills. One day, the wind was strong and the waves were higher than usual. Undeterred by the turbulent weather, the young diver dove into the sea, but couldn't find even the smallest shell to bring back, let alone any abalone. Determined to find something, she dove even deeper into the ocean until she paused. Sensing a presence behind her, turning, she felt an undeniable sense that someone was watching her from a shadowy crevice in the rock. Finding this strange, she ventured closer, only to come face to face with a diver who looked exactly like her. As she floated there, stunned, the other diver extended her hand. In it was an abalone, larger than any she had ever seen. The young diver was mesmerized. She had to have that abalone, no matter what. She reached out her hand to take it. Suddenly, when her fingers were mere inches away from the abalone, the other diver's hand shot out and grasped to her arm. Shocked, the young diver frantically struggled to pull away, but it was too late. Slowly, inevitably, she was dragged down to the depths of the ocean. Over time, this being came to be known as Tomokazuki, Together Diver, due to it taking on identical appearances to its victims. Divers are warned never to accept Tomokazuki's offerings in the depths, lest they suffer the same fate. The Tomokazuki is still greatly feared by amma divers in modern times, and the Seimon and Domon symbols inscribed on items they take with them when diving are charms to protect them from it. Protective symbols widely worn by amma divers in Shima and Toba. The star-shaped symbol is known as Seimon, and the lattice-like symbol is known as Domon. The two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn on clothing using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by amma divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that might befall them at sea. These are just stickers. That's just a sticker. Hey, Azami, about the Tomokazuki just now. Yeah? Ah! Oh. Why does this come out? Do you think it has anything to do with what we're looking into? Oh, yeah, I'm recalling. Unlocked past recollection chapter. Something I want to do. Whoa, where did you come from? My apologies for the interruption. I'd like to take this chance to inform you about a unique ability of yours, the recollection feature. But to make things clear, I must tell you about the story chart. From here on, you will return to the screen the story chart at breaks in the story. You see, the story you will witness will not necessarily unfold in chronological order. This screen will allow you to see where each chapter lies in the grand scheme of things, as well as select as where you wish to proceed to next. If the icon for a chapter is not dimmed, that indicates it has not been fully completed. Generally speaking, completing the chapter will lock the chapter immediately after it. However, there will occasionally be times when a recollection button will appear during the story, as you experienced just now. Pressing this button will allow you to delve into a memory evoked by certain words in the text, which will in turn unlock a new chapter, a past recollection chapter for you to experience. A most remarkable ability, is it not? Once you have unlocked such a chapter, it will become available in the story chart for you to pursue as you wish. This ability will be key in unraveling the tale before you, so do be sure to press the recollection button when you see it come up. With that, please enjoy the condition this tale. If so, could your mom have been an amma diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? But she wouldn't have worn something with this charm on it if that were true, right? Good point. Where's my recollection? Just appeared before me. An island on the horizon is Kamishima, where I was born and raised. Oh my god, a sticker! Good eye, user. That's right, I found one stowed away on this very boat! By the way, that's Mockingbird number 8. Tit for tat! He's a long-tailed tit! Apparently you're meant to read the characters behind him as Blizzard. I guess there's more to these Mockingbirds than I thought. Tit for tat! No, there's more. This might be the most important part. I realized there's something I need to do after this, something really important. Hey, so you found a lead down there after all? I'm serious. If I don't pull this off, something terrible is going to happen. What? What is he not telling us? Oh, was this our recollection chapter? Underwater gathering! Was I supposed to do more of this? Why isn't this grayed out? Should I underwater gather? I see. If you say you want to be an amma diver, then of course you've got my full support. But something tells me you're not just doing this for Suyu. Is this his outfit? Looks like... I didn't expect him to be wearing this. People are bound to talk if you become an amma diver here. You must have some other reason, one big enough to risk everyone running their mouths. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Azami. Oh. Why? Because you're in love? Wouldn't take me even 0.2 seconds to see through one of your lies. So what's up? Tell me everything. Why are we talking here? This place looks deserted. These are the ruins of an old wartime building, the Kante Kisho. The building's been abandoned, so hardly anyone ever comes here, which makes it the perfect place for private meetings. The remains of this wartime structure are located atop a hill in eastern Kamishima. It was constructed to observe the impact points of shells fired from a test firing range operated by the former army ministry at Cape Irago on the opposite shore. Similar observation facilities were also built on Sugashima Island and in Ijika, a town on the Shima Peninsula. Having been abandoned after the Second World War, the observation post has since fallen to disrepair, and entry is now forbidden to the general public. I think we're being haunted because we're on abandoned grounds. Oh yes, I would love to meet you on an abandoned building where we can die at any moment. Even though he's got a lot on his plate, Azami agreed to meet up the moment I said something. He's been looking out for me ever since I came back. I couldn't ask for a better friend. What I'm about to say is going to sound pretty crazy. You still want to hear it? Sure, bring it on. Thanks, I'll come right out and say it then. I'm looking for a mermaid, and I need to find one by tomorrow. Hey, I did see one. She was really scary. I do not think I want to see her again. Oh, a mermaid, huh? And by tomorrow, at that. That's gonna be tough. I'm being serious. In fact, I've never been more serious. I really do have to find a mermaid by tomorrow. I can tell you're not joking by the look on your face. You've got some sort of reason for saying this, right? Go on, I'm listening. Thanks, Azami. Is it for his grandma? Is it okay if I talk a little about the disaster 5 years ago? The disaster. If you're okay with it, sure. I was in middle school at the time, and my parents had taken me out into the bay on a little fishing boat. This massive storm came out of nowhere and sank all 3 fishing boats that got caught up in it. I was the only one who survived. Yeah, it was really terrible. A localized storm that broke out in the sea to the south of Kamishima around 5 years ago, resulting in a maritime accident in which a total of 10 people went missing. 10 people? Have we always been the clone? Did we really go missing? Are we really here right now? 3 fishing vessels that had set out to sea from Kamishima were suddenly caught in an unanticipated storm and foundered, leaving all but 1 of the 11 fishermen and amma divers on board missing. When the ships were later dredged up and searched, not a single body was discovered. The sole survivor was Yuza Minakuchi, who was a middle school student at the time. His parents, Tosuke Minakuchi and Mare Minakuchi, as well as Azami Kumoi's father, Kyokichi Kumoi, were among the victims. Locals in the area reportedly heard an eerie rumbling from the sea on the morning of the incident. List of casualties: 1 medium-sized fishing vessel, Daiichi Kyosui Maru, foundered. Captain Kyokichi Kumoi and all 5 crew members reported missing. 2 small-sized fishing vessel, Ome Maru, foundered. Captain Yukiji Nishikawa and 1 passenger, identity unknown, reported missing. It's important? Small-sized fishing vessel, Minakuchi Maru, foundered. Captain Tosuke Minakuchi and 1 other crew member reported missing. 1 passenger recovered with slight injuries. Dissociative amnesia due to psychological trauma. Hey, sounds important. When the boat the Minakuchi family was on was about to sink, Mare and Tosuke Minakuchi put a lifebuoy on their son, Yuza, and helped him escape the boat before the waves engulfed it. Despite the slim chances of survival in such a dire situation, Yuza was miraculously found drifting in the sea the next day, still wearing the lifebuoy, and was successfully rescued. Although he had no external injuries, the shock of the accident had left him in a state of confusion, and he has little memory of what happened at the time. After the accident plunged Kamishima into a state of deep sorrow. Fishermen and amma divers temporarily stopped fishing to mourn, and a memorial was erected to honor the lost. Perhaps due to his memory loss, the sole survivor Yuza appeared relatively composed and contrasted the grief with those around him. Many found this unnerving, and Yuza became increasingly isolated from the rest of the community. Azami Kumoi himself, having lost his father in the accident, tried to support him however he could, reasoning that he was still better off than Yuza, who had lost both his parents before his very eyes. As investigations continued, questions arose about what the Minakuchi family had been doing in the vicinity of the disaster despite not having gone out to fish. Yuza only remembered his parents telling him to come with them, and the purpose of their excursion remains unclear to this day. It was not long before speculation began that Mare Minakuchi had done something to incur the wrath of the god of the sea, and the islanders, already suspicious of her due to her mysterious background, were quick to condemn her, citing the sudden localized nature of the storm. In contrast, only words of sympathy were spoken for her husband Tosuke. As rumors that Mare had brought disaster to Kamishima continued to spread, Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyu Minakuchi, sent him away from the island to board at a high school on the mainland. She had sensed the islanders' resentment beginning to turn toward Yuza and hoped to shield him from becoming an even greater target of their ire. Something is going on here. Something is happening. Even now, 5 years after the accident, feelings of animosity towards Mare Minakuchi remain deeply ingrained in the people of Kamishima. With the truth of the accident still shrouded in mystery, deep scars and suspicions continue to linger in the hearts of many of the islanders. Yeah. So what about the disaster did you want to talk about? Well, I've recently started to remember some things about what happened. For real? I know your memories of the disaster were kind of hazy due to the shock. And it's great that you're starting to remember. Oh, but guess it's not exactly something you'd want to remember, huh? Sorry for getting all fired up. It's okay. It actually hasn't bothered me as much as I thought it would. Thanks for worrying about me, though. Do you guys think they want each other? Were they friends before the accident? Or did he only become friends with him because he felt sorry for him? And he's like, yeah, I only lost one parent, but you lost both of your parents, so life sucks for you way more. And that's how he coped. It's just that the things I remembered are a bit strange, so I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Sorry for keeping quiet up to now. Strange, huh? Well, I can see why you'd want to keep it to yourself, all things considered. Don't sweat it. So about the accident. When we ran into the storm, our boat got caught in a whirlpool and started to sink. My parents gave me a lifebuoy and lowered me into the water. They were frantic, and I was too stunned to do anything but go along with what was happening. I can imagine that must have been really scary. The waves were knocking me around, so it took everything I had just to hold onto the buoy. In the end, I just watched as the boat was swallowed by the water. I couldn't do anything else. Also, he's like 13. There wasn't anything you could have done. It wasn't your fault, Yuza. Right after that, this huge wave came crashing down on me. And I got dragged down to the depths of the sea, lifebuoy and all. Huh? I got pulled under? But I thought... Yeah, up until now, I thought I managed to miraculously stay afloat until I got rescued. But I remember now, I was pulled down underneath the waves. I remember being caught in a current and tossed all about underwater. I couldn't breathe. I was so sure I was going to die there. But then someone grabbed my hand. Oh. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? I was barely conscious by that point, so it's not like I saw them clearly or anything. But I'm certain someone was there with me. Someone who grabbed hold of me and pulled me to safety. And from what I remember... You're saying they were a mermaid? She looks beautiful. Exactly. So you're saved by a mermaid. I'm sure of it. And it looked exactly like what first comes to mind when you hear the word mermaid. A real mermaid, huh? But it was a really extreme situation, so it's entirely possible I was just seeing things. Which would mean I called you out here just to talk to you about some hallucination I had. And if that's the case, I'm going to be super embarrassed. I mean, you're standing here talking to me now, right? So you must have gotten out of that situation somehow. I can't imagine any normal person being able to stay afloat like that, let alone managing to save someone. Same. You'd have to be some sort of superhuman or something. Or not human at all. Who's not human? Man, who would have guessed there were mermaids here in Issei? If I really was saved by a mermaid, I owe them my life. I'd like to thank them in person if possible. Why? I want to find a mermaid so bad so I can thank her for saving my life and then she'd eat me. Makes sense. So that's why you're looking for them, huh? Well, if we manage to find them, I've got to thank them for saving you too. Aww. So I was thinking of heading to where the disaster happened and diving there to see if I could find anything. They were at the disaster site of what? Why did they boat over there? Wait. Are you sure? You almost died there. I'll be fine. In fact, since I've never gone near there since the disaster happened, I was also thinking I'd like to do something to honor my parents and your dad's memory. Yeah, I'd like to at least offer flowers if nothing else. The others here have always kept their distance, but it's not like going there is forbidden or anything. Let's do it! Thanks, Azami. I owe you one. But there's no guarantee the mermaid will still be around there, right? I'm thinking it'd be good to have one more of a lead before we head out there. About that, do you mind if I say something crazy? You remember my mom, right? Of course I remember Mrs. Zamade. Damn. Mom's a hottie. Well, she wasn't originally from Kamishima, but she met my dad when she moved here and ended up marrying him. But even to me, she never seemed to really fit in here. Well, I can't really disagree there. She never spoke to me much either. Some people even outright told me not to talk to her, you know? She said she was suspicious because we didn't know anything about her, stuff like that. I guess that's understandable. She didn't really involve herself in community activities and almost never participated in local events. It felt like she was always keeping her distance from the other islanders. 20 years here and she was still considered an outsider. Yeah, I never knew how to bring it up to you, but I always kind of wondered. Was there some sort of reason for that? Not as far as I know. Dad and Grant never seemed to mind, so I figured that's just how she was. But looking back at things now, it was pretty weird. Age unknown. Having gone missing in Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago, she was declared dead a year later after search parties found no sign of her. No body! No crime! If they didn't find her body, then she's not dead. She's gonna show up because they didn't find her body. More than 20 years ago, Mare Somikawa arrived on Kamishima with no possessions to her name, expressing that she had taken a liking to the local environment and wanted to move there. However, she remained tight-lipped about her background, only revealing that she was from a small town out in the mountains and that she had to leave her home for undisclosed reasons. And although her request to move to Kamishima was accepted, many islanders remained suspicious of her. After sailing on the island, she showed an interest in the amma lifestyle and eventually took it up after displaying a talent for freediving, with Suyu Minakuchi acting as her instructor. During this time, she grew close to Tosuke Minakuchi, Suyu's only son, and eventually married him a few years later. The two would go on to have a son of their own, whom they named Yuza. Despite this, Mare was unable to fully shake the air of mystery that surrounded her, and many islanders continued to question whether her presence on the island might cause trouble down the line. Something of a free spirit, her non-conformist ways and somewhat naive personality meant that she was often absent from local activities, leading to further criticism from a portion of the population. Some also reported frequently spotting her wandering the island after she first moved there, seemingly looking for something, or catching sight of her doing something on the shore in the middle of the night. Fortunately, her mother-in-law, Suyu Minakuchi, was a person of no small influence on Kamishima, and no one dared to openly persecute Mare under Suyu's watchful eye. The 3 generations lived peacefully under the same roof for more than 10 years until the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster tore them apart. Since her disappearance in disaster 5 years prior, a growing number of people have accused her of somehow being responsible, citing her various instances of suspicious behavior as justification. No! It would be too easy to make her the mermaid! It would just be too easy! Well, I guess even I thought she was a bit of an oddball at times. You say that, but I think you're getting to be pretty similar to her. What? Really? Yep. What's that saying? Marching to the beat of your own drum? You're both like that. Really? I never realized. I've been so blind! A blind fool! Yep, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Huh? But why'd you bring up your mom all of a sudden? Well, looking back now, there are a few things that always bothered me. Just like how randomly the music gets really creepy and suspicious. For a start, no one ever told me where my mom was from. She was also a natural at amma diving, but I never saw her eat any seafood. Oh, okay. And sometimes at night, she'd suddenly say she wanted to go look at the sea before going out and not coming back for hours. Huh, I guess that is all pretty weird, yeah? That's not all. When I was sorting through my mom's belongings, I found this. We usually keep it in the family altar, but I brought it along today to show you. What is that, a fish scale? It's huge! It's gotta be at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. I always just figured she'd held onto it because it was a rare find. But once I remembered the mermaid, I began to wonder. What fish could this scale have come from? And why was my mom holding onto it? Yeah, I feel like they're really trying to push the mermaid angle onto his mom. So it can't be. It's way too easy. Well, hold it right there. You're not saying. I am. The mermaid who rescued me back then was myself. It was me. Finding myself in a life or death situation awakened my hidden potential. And the next thing I knew, my legs had become fins, and I could breathe on the water. My transformation to a mermaid was what saved me that fateful day. Whoa, you were a mermaid all along? I kind of went in a different direction than I was expecting. Actually, that wasn't exactly what I wanted to say. Though, it wasn't too far off either. So, what did you really mean to say? What I really meant was... Wait, what's this one? Azami! It was you, wasn't it? No way. How did you figure it out? Huh? Wait, for real? Like hell is for real! Do I look like a mermaid to you? Oh, right, of course you're not a mermaid. I thought it was a bit of a reach myself. So, what did you really mean to say? Oh, well my bad. That looks so silly. I think it was my mom. Imagine you have a conversation, he's trolling around and he's like, yeah, it was my mom. What do you think? I don't know. It's pretty out there. Could that even be possible? So your theory is your mom used to be a mermaid, but she became a human so she could live among us? Among us? Yeah, but she turned back into a mermaid when the disaster happened and wasn't able to come back afterwards. How does that sound? I don't know. But after hearing your story, I can't dismiss it out of hand either. If that's really the case. And my mom really is still out there in the sea somewhere, even if in a different form. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could see her again. Maybe I shouldn't have run away from that mermaid. It might be because we're still treated as missing instead of dead, but... it still hasn't really sunk in that my parents are gone. I know what you mean. Sometimes it feels like my pops is just gonna show up at home again like nothing ever happened. So even if your mom's alive, I guess it'd be hard for her to show up if she's back in her mermaid form now. If my mom really does have some sort of connection to mermaids, then maybe that was the reason she never really fit in here. It might help clear up any mistaken impressions the others have of her anyway. I see. So you think that by trying out amma diving like your mom did, you might be able to find something out? And maybe if you're lucky, you'll run into a mermaid in the process. Yeah. And if I really am descended from a mermaid somehow, it's possible that diving might awaken something in me. Oh right, I hadn't thought of that. I guess if your legs suddenly become fins, we'll know for sure you're a second-generation mermaid. Okay, I think I've gotten the gist of what you want to do now. Thanks for understanding, Azami. I haven't been happy with how people have been treating you ever since the disaster either, and what they say about your mom. What do they say about my mom? If there's anything I can do to help clear the air, I want to help. Thanks, I appreciate it. Though I don't know how people react if you suddenly start talking about mermaids. It might be best to keep quiet about that part for now and just say you're looking into your mom. What do you think? Yeah, I think that would be best. Okay, now we've got that settled, how about we head out tomorrow morning? That sound good to you? Yep, I've been doing some training in secret, so I'm all set. Still, having to find a mermaid by tomorrow is pretty sudden. What's up with the tight deadline? Well... sorry, I can't say right now. If we manage to find one, I'll explain everything, I promise. No! My dialogue! Because I didn't want to walk into the mermaid because they're so scary! Well, as long as you tell me later, it'll be good. Oh, here's an idea. If you're in that much of a rush, how about we talk to Sakasa and Sato? Maybe they'll be able to help out. I wonder, it would be nice to have more help. But would they even believe me? The whole thing is pretty crazy after all. Besides, Sakasa's going back to the mainland soon. I hate to bother her now. True. Still knowing Sakasa, she might be surprisingly on board with the whole thing. See, I knew he'd be here! Whoa, where are these two hotties going? Whoa, where do these two hotties come from? Whoa, speak of the devil! Do you think they're together? When did you two get here? Oh? Talking about something you didn't want to hear, were you? Boys will be boys, I guess. Aww. Two women together? You together? Oh, she's so cute! A bright, friendly nature and inquisitive personality, currently in her second year of high school, she boasts excellent grades and a sharp intuition. She has been staying in a relative's house in Ise City since last year in order to attend an all-girls high school on the mainland, and is currently back on Kamishima for summer break. Despite this, she frequently makes trips back to the island on weekends, and has been trying her hand at underwater gathering since the current diving season began. Having long been interested in the amma lifestyle, her estimated diver rank is 6. However, her teachers have been strongly encouraging her to aim for a national university. Hey! Mine! I'm a higher rank than her! It just took me one moment. Maybe I am a mermaid. She has been friends with Azami Kumoi and Yuza Mizukushi since childhood, with their close rapport making up their difference in academic years, and it was more common to find her playing with 2 boys than with girls her own age up until middle school. However, since leaving the island to attend high school, she has grown more conscious of their age difference and has put some distance between herself and them. She hit it off immediately with Sato Shiranami, a girl who came to Kamishima to lodge with the Wakamuras a few months ago, and was looking forward to showing her around the island and helping her adapt to life there when she returns home. 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awao, moved to Kamishima alone before giving birth to Sakasa shortly afterwards. Sakasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household. Although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father, her questions were always evaded, so she has since stopped inquiring. However, the fact that her mother never seemed to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect he might still be involved in some way. Her dad is a mermaid? Do you think they're mermaids? Hey, you got us all wrong. We weren't talking about anything like that. Like what? Like what? Like what? Yeah, you gotta hear me out, Sakasa. I was powerless to resist. Resist to what? I refused at first, but Azami insisted and... What? What's going on? Oh, tell me more. You might as well admit it, Yuza. And Sato, what's with the sudden keen interest? Enigmatic recollection? Revelation! Roughly 3 months ago, Sato suddenly arrived on Kamishima claiming that she was a child of a relative of the Wakamuras. She showed no sign of attending school or doing any sort of work, instead spending her days holed up in the Wakamura household, leading many islanders to wonder just who she is and what she's doing there. She's a mermaid! She's a mermaid too! Those who know about Wakamura's high interest money lending behind the scenes speculate that she might be the daughter of one of his borrowers sent to work as a domestic servant to pay off a debt. But Sato herself is extremely easygoing and doesn't seem to be bothered by the endless rumors. A huge television fan, she spends much of her spare time glued to the set in the Wakamura household, with her most recent obsessions being soap operas and 2-hour thrillers. She would love TikTok! We gotta get her into 2026 and get her a TikTok! However, she isn't all that fond of period dramas. She is good friends with Sakasa Awao, who is close to her in age, and the two can often be seen enjoying themselves wandering the island together. Yeah, everyone's a mermaid. Let's all calm down, okay? It's not like that. We were having a perfectly normal conversation. Yeah, sure. Anyways. Hey, don't just brush me off! You're getting pretty worked up, Azami. Don't act all innocent. You're the one who caused this mess, you know? Hey, they must have something going on and people easily believe them. What's happening? What's going on between these two men? Sorry to interrupt your fun, but I really did have something to say. Folks are worried you haven't showed up to the association meetings, Azami. You should probably get going. Oh damn, the meeting! It totally slipped my mind! Sorry, Yuza, I gotta go for now, but I'll get in touch later. No problem, thanks for coming even though you're so busy. Some water. Sorry, but we've got some important business of our own to handle. We won't be able to help out with whatever you're up to. So did he hear what we were talking about? Only the part where my name came up. I didn't want to be nosy, though. I see, well, thanks for coming all the way out here to get Azami. I don't know what you guys are up to, but you've piqued my interest. Be sure to tell me all about it later, okay? Anyway, see you later. Come on, Sato. Look, they're so cute! Why are they so cute? Wow, look at the way they're looking at each other. Wow, it's so cutie! Roger. Oh, one more thing. You better not forget it the day after tomorrow. Tell Azami he'd better remember too. Sure, I'll tell him later. Oh, we're playing her POV. Should I go back to the water and find that mermaid? You really wanted to see one. Feel bad. Mom! Are you out there? You really scared me last time, but I'll come find you. Maybe only when I'm running out of breath she appears? I swear it was this way. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! You can't get any closer. Wait, she just disappears! Thank God, I really didn't want to lead her. To the boat! Yeah, Mom! Why was you with us, Mom? I wonder if we can't talk about her because we didn't make eye contact with her. No? Shouldn't be any worse than Subnautica. Subnautica wasn't scary. It was just my happy slice of life underwater. This is so much scarier. I gotta go. Take me to the boat. Yay! My diving rank is so good! I'm the best diver in the entire world! Sato, you got a sec? Now we get to be them! Yay! So, I was hoping to get a bit of advice. Thing is, you're the only one I can really talk to about this. Sure, what's up? Girls in love. If you got a problem, leave it to me. Kamashima's living, walking, talking encyclopedia. Wow, that's a pretty impressive title, Miss Encyclopedia. Although I think walking, talking kind of implies you're living already. Either way, I hope you can help. You know that even if it kills me, I'll squeeze every last brain cell I've got to help you, Sakasa. Cute. Right, but you're supposed to be a living encyclopedia, so please don't go dying on me. Thanks for being there for me, though. Come on, let's go somewhere with no one else around then. Pardon me a moment, young ladies. Yes? You mean us? Yeah, sorry for the trouble, but I was hoping to get some directions. Mermaids! They're mermaids! Oh, are you here sightseeing? Welcome to Kamashima. Why do you look awesome? I'm afraid it's not quite as relaxing as sightseeing. We're looking for the Wakamura residence. Would you happen to know where it is? The Wakamura residence? May I ask who you are? Oh, of course, please pardon my manners. My name is Yumiko Shiki, a housewife from over in Tokyo. Oh, a housewife. And this here is Soto Kiryu. He's something like an assistant to me. My pleasure. God damn. Why are they all aura farming? Age secret. Wow, why is her age a secret? Guess I don't really... wait, her age is unknown. Her age is a secret. I guess the housewife never tells her age. Oh, you must be guests for the old man. The Wakamura home is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? So it was that way. Oh, damn, this music is going off. Thank you, but I believe we can manage from here. Believe it or not, we've been running all around the region. We're quite used to the area now. Oh, we get to play as them. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, are they the cops of this game? Is that Mom? Got it. Take care then. That looked like Mom. I think that was Mom. Ma'am, is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. We'll be on our way then. Sorry for stopping you. Huh. Those two had a really strange vibe. The old man sure gets some unusual guest. Yeah, there was something about them. Don't you think that's the kind of aura that sorcerers would give off? I know what you're getting at. I've heard those rumors too. Everyone's saying that old man Wakamura has been super reliant on some shady sorcerer lately. Shinobu Wakamura. He's 55 years old. The single most influential person on Kamashima, although born to an ordinary fishing family on the island, he entered his 20s during the post-war economic boom, and through tireless work and juggling multiple side jobs, he managed to amass a small fortune over the years. He went on to invest his fortune into the development of Kamashima, not only upgrading his fishing equipment, but also improving the island's infrastructure to entice businesses to set up shop on the island, efforts that have earned him the appreciation of people all over the island. He currently holds many key positions on the island, including serving as head of the Kamashima Fisheries Cooperative Association, and it is said that his appointment as the next mayor of Kamashima is all but confirmed. Although admired for his many contributions to Kamashima's development, his personality leaves much to be desired. With many stories of him using force to get things to go his way, he is often high-handed in his dealings with others, fully aware that his possession makes it difficult to oppose him. He's evil! Having moved his main home and base of operations to the mainland many years prior, there are abundant rumors that he has since added loan sharking and land grabbing to the list of ways he's willing to add to his sizable fortune. It is said that he has recently become an ardent devotee of a certain famous sorcerer in Tokyo and often relies on their guidance when making decisions. He's an evil mermaid! Everyone's a mermaid. They did say they were from Tokyo. Maybe they really are sorcerers. Eh, whatever. Come on, Sato, let's go. Yep. the hell? Okay. Cute! Okay, this spot should work fine. Oh man, now that I'm actually about to talk about it, I'm getting super nervous. She's gonna confess to her! This little bay is quite hard to find, so hardly anyone ever comes here, including tourists, which makes it a great place to talk in secret. It's a much better place than the place the other two are at. The sound of the waves and cicadas surround us. It's a typical summer day. The music is so cute. Totally platonic beach date. Aww, she's gonna get confessed to today. Now that we're here to talk, she suddenly looks like she can't get the words out. Maybe I should be the one to nudge and ask for my side. Alrighty, you said you wanted some advice, so let's hear it. How can I help you, Miss Sakasa? Well, I do want your advice, but I'm not really sure where to start. Well, I guess it really isn't an easy topic for her. In that case, let me start her off with another topic to loosen her up. Talk about TV shows? Oh, Sakasa, that reminds me. Did you catch that 2-hour suspense drama the other day? Alright, you said you were looking forward to it. I didn't see it. Mom was watching a period drama. And that actor you like had a good part. He turned out to be the killer, though. Oh, I wish I could have watched it. You did just kind of spoil it, though. Wish we had a VCR like yours. You can record music shows and watch them over and over, right? That sounds amazing. Not many houses on the island have one, though. Yeah, she literally just spoiled her. Your famous actor, he was the murderer, but it was really awesome. He was really good at acting that part. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a luxury, but being able to record and keep TV programs is the best. You love TV way more than I do. It's great you can enjoy it whenever you like. Why does she keep blushing? You really can't get enough of your TV. Hey, you think I watch too much? How much did you watch this summer? Well, I guess I'm pretty much always watching whenever I'm home. She's so cute! You should thank Old Man Wakamuda for letting you watch as much as you want. We're hardly ever allowed to watch TV at boarding school. Even at home, I'm always fighting over what to watch with Mom. Makes it damn hard for me to keep up with the conversations at school, you know. TV's got just too much influence on everyone. Can't blame him either. It is pretty fun. She actually looks like she's kind of embarrassed. I'm worried for her, but I have to say she also looks kind of cute like this. What's happening? Whoa! That's so cute! Oh my god. Keep talking about TV. Speaking of TV, I saw something on the morning news. Yeah, what happened? They said an amma diver on the mainland went missing at sea. Ah, yeah, I saw that too. I hope they find her safe. Apparently they're still searching, but it goes to show how dangerous being an amma diver is. Yeah, even I've had a couple of moments out there that have been way too close. When the catch is right in front of you, it's easy to think you can go up a little further and end up pushing it just too far. Sounds scary, you be careful out there. Now that I think about it, a little while back, there was a story about old human bones found on the seabed near Toba. Whoa, I never heard about that one. That really happened? Creepy. Maybe it was someone who went missing at sea. I just hope it isn't, like, a curse or anything. Why would you say that? Yeah, the sea can be pretty scary. The old Amma grannies always told us, we islanders live with the sea. Never forget how fearsome it can be. That's why the Amma divers wear charms and mind the proper rites, right? Yeah, gratitude, manners, and restraint toward the sea are never to be forgotten. That's the first thing they teach you when you start diving. Yeah, I should talk about a curse. I love television! You know, Sato, compared to when you first arrived on the island, you really brightened up. Might be thanks to all the TV. Oh, was I really that gloomy before? Yeah, up till about a month ago, it felt like there was a little cloud hanging over you whenever we spoke. It was like you were kind of depressed all the time. Like nothing in the world really mattered to you. Oh, my bad. Oops, so that's how I came off. Sorry for being such a downer. Yeah, you didn't crack jokes like you do now either. But this you, way better. Having fun stuff going on really brought you to life. Makes sense. I'll try to keep up the positivity. You were a freaking downer when you're depressed and sad. I'm glad that you found television. I guess you'll be heading back to the mainland soon now that the Oban holidays are over. Yeah, I headed back to my boarding school in 3 days, so I've only got until the day after tomorrow to take it easy here. Right, time sure flew by. I'm really gonna miss you. Me too. Only 2 days left, huh? 2 days. What am I gonna do? I guess whatever she wants advice on is time sensitive. Oh, then a kiss? So the plans you were talking about for the day after tomorrow. I guess it's a get-together with the others before you head back? Yeah, that's right. Plans with Azami and Yuza. Couldn't give them much time this trip, so I figured they might be feeling a bit left out. Makes sense, you're pretty close friends. Totally. Even grown up, they still do the dumbest stuff, just can't leave them be. Maybe I should leave you all to enjoy it without me then. No way! They're the lucky ones to have someone as cute as you come along with me. Okay, a little small talk and she seems to have calmed down a bit. Man, can't believe my summer breaks are already coming to an end. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Okay, here it is. Here's the advice. Okay, I'm ready. I'll just say it. Go ahead. So the thing is, I think I like someone. Who? All right, go on. We'll hardly get to see each other anymore soon. I want to tell him how I feel while... No! No! Makes sense. I'll help however I can. As Kamashima's living encyclopedia, I've seen this all on TV before. I, probably know a thing or two that can help for sure. Yeah, you don't sound all that confident, which kind of makes me a little nervous, but I can tell you mean it. Thanks. I just don't really know what to do. No! So which of the two is the lucky guy? Huh? What do you mean? No way! Don't tell me you think I like Azami or Yuza. Wait, you mean it's not one of them? Me falling for one of them? Not a chance! They're basically like brothers to me. I could never picture a romantic relationship with them. Oops, sorry. I just assumed. I call myself the living, walking, talking encyclopedia and brag that I've seen it all on TV, but I guess I don't really know anything. Sorry, this is so embarrassing. I'm gonna go die now. Whoa, don't sweat it. Really, no dying. Yeah, it might not be over. Wait, the Yuri might still happen. But then, who is it? She's really cute. I love her face. I like this expression on her, so cute. No point dragging it out, so I'll just tell you. It's Shotaro. Boo! He won't love you like the woman in front of you will! Ah, Mr. Wakamuna's son? I see. He's sincere, smart, and pretty handsome. I can see why you like him. Right? He's back visiting the island at the moment, but he usually goes to university in Tokyo. I've secretly admired him for ages, but I always thought he just saw me as a kid. I figured he'd never be interested. But now I go to school on the mainland by myself, and I'm even working as an amma diver. I think he might see me more as an adult now. More than before anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So you want to let him know how you feel while he's still on the island. Maybe it's all just one side on my end, but I can't keep these feelings bottled up. I hope he rejects her, and then she cries to Sato, and then Sato's like, don't worry, I'll take care of you, and then they... Then tell him, I'm with you. 21?! That's the girl in front of you! Yole-sana Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamashima magnate. Due to his father's influence, he was pampered by those around him from an early age, but he grew up to be a pleasant and sincere young man despite this attention. He is well regarded by those who know him, often being told that he has been blessed with a sharp intellect, good looks, and a variety of talents. He's currently attending a university in Tokyo and is back on Kamishima for summer break. Although his father Shinobu wants Shotaro to inherit the influence and wealth he has spent much of his life building up, Shotaro himself has no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he is skeptical of the old-fashioned insular ways of island society and regards his father as the very embodiment of those outdated mores, viewing him with utter disgust for his overbearing, vulgar tendencies and superstitious beliefs. Whoa. Hey, he might be a decent guy. You don't need him! He's gonna find someone in Tokyo! Move on! Yeah, damn it! He's not evil! Mermaid! He's the mermaid! He's the mermaid! I want to tell Shotaro how I feel by the day after tomorrow. What do you think I should do? You're staying with the Wakamunas right now, yeah? Know anything about him that might help? Oh, I'm afraid Miss Encyclopedia might not have that kind of info. You don't have much info at all, do you? I mean, he's honestly not home most of the time, so there's a lot I don't know about him. Feels like he's always got something to do, checking in on folks all over the island. Like, I don't suppose you know if he has a girlfriend in Tokyo or anything. Maybe! I can't possibly say no. I would be lying to you if I said no, but I don't know. I'm just not sure. He might. I'm afraid I'm not so sure. Tokyo's packed with beautiful girls, right? A guy like him won't be left alone for long. Well, from what I've seen, I haven't noticed him keeping in touch with anyone. Then what about what he likes? Something he'd be happy to get? Let me think. Sorry, nothing's come to mind at all. I really may as well just go die somewhere. Come on, don't say that. Thinking it through with me is more than enough. You've got to stop joking about dying like that. My bad. Oh, Sakasa, how about this? I'm pretty sure I can ask Shotaro to meet us somewhere. I'll organize that for now, and we can plan from there. How does that sound? Ooh, sounds good. Thanks so much, Sato. They're so cute! So, we kicked around ideas the whole way back, but in the end, writing a love letter and handing it to him is the best call. That's the plan, yeah? Yep, since way back when, the tried and true way has always been a love letter. A classic method. I like it. You're heading out to dive tomorrow morning, right? Yeah, weather's looking good. Alrighty, then I'll ask him to come to the bay a little afternoon. That work for you? Yeah, I just need to have the letter ready by tomorrow. Hey, can you look it over before I give it to him? Of course, I'll fix it up even if it kills me. Thanks, I'll write it even if it kills me too. I'm already so nervous. Hey, you two over there! Oh, is that who I think it is? How does he look like that? Ah, it is! It's Shotaro! Oh wow, speak of the devil. Hey, sorry to interrupt. The popped collar is crazy! Oh, he's totally glowing as usual. Is something wrong? Have you seen Azami? He didn't show up today's association meeting. Oh, I see. I haven't seen him today. I think I know where he is. I'll go get him. Oh, you do? Knew I could count on you, Sakasa. I'll let you handle it then. Sure, no problem. Hey, she's drooling. Oh man, he called me by my name. I am so fired up right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's. First off, let's find those two. Bet they're up at the Kanteikisho ruins. Let's go, Sato. Right behind you. Yeah, he's a mermaid. They're all mermaids. I gotta find out what this is. Whoa, doesn't that look like the mom? Me when the mom's hair is just regular, long, black straight hair. Mrs. Shiki, there you are. Sorry for calling you all the way out here. Not at all. Thank you for bringing the case to our attention. I hear you've got an unusual corpse on your hands? Well, forensics aren't here yet, so I honestly don't know whether it can even be called a corpse or not. But I do know that it'll cause a stir if anyone catches sight of it, so right now we're just trying to keep the busybodies away. I sure am glad it happened while you were still here, though. What with you being from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and all. Where is our cadaver, then? Still in the water over there where it was found. Feel free to go ahead and examine it. Over there? I see. Ah! Vision ability on? The hell is this? Hey, what is this? Well, she does have powers. This is Futami Gaura, the coastline just northeast of Issei City. It's a pretty popular location for tourists, and there are several beaches nearby as well, so a bunch of people are milling around. It certainly is an impressive sight. It's too bad we couldn't come here as a simple tourist. Ooh, bunch of new ones. Futamigaura is the name of the stretch of coastline along Futami Town, so named during the events of this story, it has since been merged with Ise City. In the Watarai district of Mie Prefecture, as part of the Ise-shima National Park, it has been designated as a place of scenic beauty and considered one of the most scenic spots in Japan. The name Futamigaura is said to originate from a visit to the area by Yamato Hime no Mikoto. According to legend, the area's beauty caused her to turn to look back upon it, leading to Futami look twice, becoming part of its name. I thought we already read this. If we haven't, the northern part of the city is on a plain directly facing Ise Bay, while the southern part is on more mountainous land surrounded by hills. Having long flourished as a town leading up to the Torii Gate of Ise Shrine, it stands out as a particularly popular tourist destination even among the many attractions in the Ise-shima area. The city is sometimes referred to as Shinto, meaning the city of the gods. Although best known for Ise Shrine, many other temples and shrines can also be found within the city. The land overlooking Ise Bay is blessed with an abundance of beautiful scenery, including Mount Asama, which was included on the list of 100 famous Japanese scenic spots during the Showa area. Get over here. Now that's that. Okay. The sound of the waves and the buzz from the onlookers fills the air around us. I suppose it's inevitable that the police being around would draw people's attention. I just hope it doesn't cause a commotion. Okay. The local police have the area closed off to make sure bystanders can't get too close. Guess we gotta look at this body. This is Sato Kiryu. He's worked with me as my assistant for a long time now, although he usually makes his living as a psychic detective. They're all psychics?! He's not officially with the police, but with my assignments being what they are, he has a special permission to accompany me on investigations. An independent psychic who makes his living as Japan's only psychic detective. The only one? Then what do I have? Why do I have future sight? Sato has no permanent residence, instead traveling throughout the country for training and resolving any metaphysical incidents he comes across, something which eventually led to him gaining his current moniker within the industry. Although he has a calm and taciturn personality and is possessed of a sharp mind, he is surprisingly sensitive by nature. However, this trait does not extend to mercy towards spirits and other phenomena, which he often ends up subduing by force. Primary spiritual abilities. Curses. The ability to use particular curses to inflict harm or otherwise negative effects on others. Effects range from forcibly binding a target in place to dealing fatal wounds. The stronger the curse's effect, the greater the burden on the user. Shagon. The ability to see the face of a deceased individual from the remains, allowing for recreation of their features via a portrait sketch. Only a small piece of the deceased remains is necessary to reduce his ability. However, enough of the thoughts and desires of the dead individual must remain for it to be effective. Oh! Is it we're gonna use the mermaid on? To use this on the mermaid? The Feast of Shadows, the ability to create a domain in which the potency and range of certain types of spiritual abilities are increased. Jujutsu Kaisen! Only effective at night, Sato himself is able to create a domain up to 1 kilometer in range. Jujutsu Kaisen! Soto's family runs a small shrine dedicated to a certain onmyoji from the Sengoku period. This onmyoji is said to be an ancestor of the Kiryu family, which may explain why their bloodline has produced many individuals with a strong spirit sense over the years. Soto was born with an exceptionally potent spirit sense even within this lineage, leading to his abilities catching the attention of a legendary psychic, Itensai Shiki, when he was 8 years old. Itensai subsequently took him under his wing as his protege, and Soto underwent rigorous training under his watchful eye. Even now, he is always quick to respond when summoned by his mentor's wife, Yumeko Shiki, and often supports her during her work. He also has a keen interest in swords and is extremely knowledgeable about blades from all countries and eras. Keen interest in swords? Oh. So we're the wife of his mentor. He's had his gaze fixed on a corpse ever since we got here. I suppose he's curious to know what led to its current state. Is there anything that stands out to you so far, Sato? Got a tattoo of you and Callie, one on each wrist? Eating a gram and Callie's yelling at you to drop it? That sounds so cute! How would I eat a gram? Yum, 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 yum. I'd like to get a better grasp on the details before saying anything, I think. Okay. This is Masaru Ide, a detective from the local police. He's acting as my point of contact while I'm over here, as well as providing any support I need. I don't doubt it's quite a troublesome assignment. There are a lot of things that need to be kept secret for one, but he's been very good at not prying into the particulars while doing what he needs to be done, occasional grumbling notwithstanding. Given what this case has ended up involving, though, those particulars may not end up remaining undisclosed for much longer. Whoa. An assistant inspector in the 1st Investigative Division of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Mie Prefectural Police. He often finds himself saddled with whatever troublesome task comes to the department's way. Something he makes sure to grumble about each time, but is proficient detective in his own right, being diligent in his duties and having passed his promotion exam without difficulty. Although often said to have a somewhat unreadable expression, he is quite sociable and makes a point to attend all the department drinking parties. Born and raised in Mie, Masaru never ventured beyond bicycle commuting distance of his hometown, Sioux City, until the time came from him to attend university. With no particular plans for his future in mind, he took the employment exam for police officer, figuring that a local government job would at least be stable. He had no admiration for the police or any strong sense of duty or justice. No justice! But found the strict discipline of the police force to his personality. He quietly married a fellow classmate from the police academy soon after graduating, and at home he takes on the role of a doting father to 2 sons and a daughter. If pressed to discuss his hobbies, they would include walking and combination puzzles. Strangely enough, he often happens to be walking nearby whenever incidents occur, leading to him being first on the scene even when off duty, something his colleagues frequently tease him about. I like it, just like, oh yeah, he's quietly married. He has a wife and 3 kids. He gets around. At first glance, he seems the sort to find hard work troublesome, but he's proven himself to be quite the thoughtful individual. If that attitude of his is a deliberate ploy to get those he's dealing with to lower their guard, he's certainly not one to be underestimated. Do we know what the situation was when the corpse was found? I just got here as well, so I'm not clear on the details myself. But from the sounds of it, a local civilian happened across it about an hour ago as they were passing by. They got us on the scene immediately, so no one else should have seen it. That's a relief. We don't want people working themselves into a frenzy over this. Where's that local now? We've got someone taking their statement in a nearby police box. I'll let you know when we get more info there. Please do. Okay! Whoa! I see. So this is the corpse in question, is it? Is it Mom? Look! Looks just like her! Does it not look just like Mom? That's Mom! Unusual is certainly one word for it. It's all dried up now, almost like it's been mummified. But apart from that, it's pretty safe to say this is a mermaid, right? Let's take a closer look at it. The body's lower half is identical to a fish's tail. If this was a fish, it'd be a pretty huge one. It would seem like the fish half of the body begins from the shoulder downward. All mermaids I've ever heard of had the fish half start from the waist down. If it is a fake, maybe whoever made it didn't do their research? Really? Several of the mermaids described in old Japanese legends had their faces as the only human part, though. Seriously? Guess that makes me the one who didn't do their research then. Ooh, scary. If this really is a corpse, I wonder when they died. I doubt their body would have ended up this desiccated if it had been in the sea this whole time. I think there's a possibility that they died shriveled up into a mummy-like state, then their body fell into the sea and got washed up here? It makes for quite the enigma, that's for sure. There's no sign of any external wounds. I can't see anything that could have caused her death, at least. As you can see, there's no doubt it has a human head. That's the main reason we went ahead with treating it as a corpse. That makes sense. I can't imagine anyone would have seen a creature like this before, after all. If it really is a mermaid, wouldn't this be a pretty huge discovery? It's not the sort of thing we'll be able to make public, that's for sure. I don't suppose we have any way of confirming their identity. Given the state of the body, it'd probably be difficult to confirm based on facial features, but we might have a chance of using dental records. Though that would depend on if they've ever had a dental exam. I see, that makes sense. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being a fake of some kind. What do you think? It's true that many of the mermaid mummies discovered were ultimately found to have been man-made in origin. Ew. Relics believed to be either the embalmed or mummified remains of mermaids are preserved in temples throughout Japan. Among them, several are said to bestow blessings such as eternal youth and longevity or sound health, and are treated as objects of worship. In the 1970s, some garnered so much attention after being featured on TV that people traveled en masse to see them, prompting some temples and shrines to discontinue public viewings. Mermaid mummies have also been documented in other countries. In the 1800s, the exhibition of mermaid mummies as exotic curios became a widespread phenomenon across Europe and the United States. Although these mummies were originally believed to be genuine, subsequent analysis has revealed fibers from materials such as wood and paper in their composition, exposing them to be man-made in origin. The quality of some mermaid mummies crafted in Japan during the Edo period were particularly high, with several being widely circulated, especially in Europe. However, the revelation that many of these mermaids were man-made does not disprove the existence of mermaids, and debate on the topic continues even today. Revelation! you won't find me complaining if it is. No need to investigate a fake corpse after all. Maybe that's being too optimistic, though. We'll just have to see about that, won't we? When I first saw this expression, I thought they must have died in unbelievable agony. At the same time, I can't help but feel like they look almost satisfied. Could just be my imagination, though. Satisfied? Why? Kinda spooky. Anything else to look at? Can I not use it to look at this? Show me what this looks like! Okay, tell me what she looks like. Okay, sure. If we really do have a mermaid on our hands, do you think all those stories about becoming immortal from eating mermaid flesh are true? Oh, so you're curious about that too, detective? Well, I don't know if I'd actually want to eat it, though. Living forever doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy, you know? Besides, I can't say I find the thought of eating meat from this thing all that appealing. You see, I suppose that's a natural response. But there are plenty of people who would be interested in getting their hands on this corpse for that exact reason. I can see that. We might even have people fighting over it if it gets out. All the more reason to try and keep it hidden. Sure is a troublesome thing we got on our hands here. What's your opinion, Sato? First of all, based on the state of the corpse, I think it's safe to say this is another case of the curse of the forsaken fish. Some of the residual curse energy is still lingering around the body. Just as expected, then. I suppose that's no surprise. Curse of the Forsaken Fish? Who named it that? What was that just now? We'll try to explain our understanding of the case so far, Detective. I realize some of it might sound absurd, but please bear with us. This corpse is neither a fake, nor could it be called a mermaid. It is the remains of a human, one transformed into a fish as the result of a curse. What? A former human? And a curse too? It's pretty hard to know what to say to that. One thing's for sure, that's not going to fly in the case report by itself. Mind explaining a bit more for me? Of course, let's start with an explanation of our circumstances then. What the hell? I'll let you handle the explanations, ma'am. Of course, leave it to me. In return, I'll be counting on you to handle the report. Ah, confound it. Why did he make that face? He's like, no! Writing! My greatest weakness. First, I suppose I should start with a brief explanation of the department I work for. Wait, aren't you part of some secret department and security division over in Tokyo? Are you sure you should be telling me something like that? I'm not going to get caught up in any troublesome business if you do, am I? No need to worry, I doubt it will come to that. Probably. Our work is mostly kept a secret because it's something of a pain to find people who will accept, let alone understand the circumstances each time. But you've been very supportive so far, so I can't imagine that will be a problem. Well, if you really insist, go ahead, I guess. As you say, my department is indeed part of the security division. Its proper name is the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is most commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. I get why. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, this unit specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of such happenings is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. As there are currently only 5 members in the unit, including the chief, they utilize a network of psychic contacts across the country to assist with their cases. The current chief of paranormal affairs is a man named Koiru Nakagoshi, although said to have been born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations. Koiru is an elusive figure, very few have met him in person, and he is rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he has oft been the target of curses, however some theorize that it is in fact because Koiru is not actually a flesh and blood human, with some going so far as to question whether he really exists. His seat in this office is usually occupied by his familiar, a Nui, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nui resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Koiru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. So, If there really are cases of spiritual phenomena causing harm around the place, I guess it's not that hard to believe there'd be some sort of organization to deal with them within the police. Precisely, I'm glad you're so quick on the uptake. Well, after seeing that corpse over there, there's not much else I can do but believe it, you know? Oh, does that mean you have a spirit sense? Or some other sort of psychic powers? Not to any notable degree. I'm afraid, as I mentioned, I'm primarily a housewife. If you ask me, I would rather sort this all out and get back home to my husband as soon as possible. Right. Soda here was my husband's protege when he used to work as a psychic, though. He helps me out on any work I'm assigned to. I'm responsible for handling any spiritual work that comes up, yes? Spiritual work, huh? Hearing you say that like it's just another job really makes me feel like we're talking about another industry entirely. But if you really are just a housewife, Mrs. Shiki, why are you working for a special unit like that? I know it's none of my business, but if your husband is a psychic, wouldn't all this be more in his line of work? True. Personally, I'd also rather our roles were reversed. But there are several reasons why that unfortunately can't be the case. I see. I don't really know your circumstances, but it sounds pretty tough. Either way, I should be good to put this down as a paranormal affairs case, right? That should be fine, yes. You can leave the rest of the investigations to us. We'll also handle the report. More specifically, Soto will. He's like, no! Not me! Really? Thanks. That's a great help. Not again. Oh. Got updated. Balances her work as a housewife with her position as a full-time employee at the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Although the very image of her fine lady in appearance, she has a surprisingly free-spirited personality and tends to find anything she has no interest in too bothersome to take seriously. Things that do catch her attention, on the other hand, often command all of it, and she will actively involve herself in looking into them. She utterly adores her husband, swooning in admiration whenever the topic turns to him, and she is also viewed with affection by her coworkers who call her ma'am. Out of the 5 current full-time members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be a part of the Bureau's elite unit for very particular reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, veteran police detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi, and the two occasionally worked on investigations together. When dispatched on assignments now, she always pairs up with freelance psychic detective Soto Kiryu, leaving all paranormal-related procedures and often her much-despised paperwork to him. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic with the name of Itensai Shiki, and Shoto is his cherished protege. Spirit sense! Oh my god. All these words that we need to know. The various abnormal occurrences attributed to the spirits of the dead are collectively referred to as spiritual phenomena. These can range from small peculiarities such as being able to see things that shouldn't be there, hearing strange sounds, or feeling a sudden unnatural chill to larger scale phenomena powerful enough to defy the laws of physics, potentially even triggering natural disasters. Harmful spiritual phenomena that cause unwanted effects by interfering with nature or tampering with the human body or mind are called curses. Curses can themselves be divided into 2 categories: those that occur naturally, often arising from negative emotions such as deep resentment for the dead, and those that are intentionally created by someone with spiritual abilities using an existing spirit or grudge. However, creating a curse is quite difficult, and there's a risk of the curse rebounding and causing harm to the creator instead. The more powerful the curse, the more stringent the conditions that are required to use it. The ability to sense the emergent energy of spirits and spiritual phenomena is known as spirit sense. The strength of this ability varies person to person, and while it can be increased to a certain extent through training, it only comes down to the individual's innate talent. According to those who have it, spirit sense is similar to a sense of smell. The lingering spiritual energy in an area can be detected by what feels like specialized sense organs, conveying information such as the relative strength of the phenomenon and whether it is benevolent or malevolent in nature. Those with a particularly potent spirit sense are also able to glean specific details from the energy and even track it down to identify its origin. However, as spiritual energy is unaffected by air movement, it is not possible to use wind to drive it away. The ability to see spiritual phenomena is considered a psychic ability. Spiritual phenomena occur regardless of one's ability to perceive them, so many people that lack spirit sense are affected by such phenomena without any awareness of the cause. As spirit sense is impossible to quantify, comparing its strength between individuals is difficult. However, as tolerance to forcible exposure to spiritual phenomena is comparable to a tolerance to alcohol, there are those who use this comparison when explaining to others. Psychic ability is the special power to interact with our influenced spirits. It covers a wide range of abilities from simply being able to see spirits to being able to directly control or exercise them. It also includes the ability to intentionally induce spiritual phenomena in order to use specific skills such as peering into the future, capturing images with psychic photography, or searching for objects using dowsing. Individuals who possess such abilities are known as psychics. People who possess spirit sense but lack psychic ability are particularly susceptible to the influence of spiritual phenomena, whether they are aware of it or not, and as such often fall victim to supernatural disasters or disturbances. Okay. Whoa! Does that mean you came all the way to Mie because you knew something like this was going to happen? Oh, that's awfully perceptive of you, detective. I suppose you could say that, yes. At the very least, this situation hasn't come as a huge surprise. Ah, if that's the case... Whoa. Was the body from the other day... Whoa, what? Unidentified skeletons! It was indeed yes. What did you say to me? Body from the other day, one of those cases too, then? Seriously, that does sound like a pain to deal with. I bet our chief knew all about this when he assigned me to the case. If it lessened the burden, you've been a great help to us so far, detective. I don't mind occult stuff, so I've been asking all these questions out of curiosity. But it's probably best I don't get too involved in all this paranormal business, right? You must have had a good reason for keeping it under wraps after all. I think that would be wise, yes. I guess it's like out of sight, out of mind. If I don't know curses exist, then I can't be cursed, right? Right? Still, I never would have thought that there was a curse out there that can turn people into fish. And it only half worked, so the victim ended up looking like a mermaid. That's bound to cause misunderstandings. The curses are originally meant to turn a person's whole body into that of a fish, you see. But the victim died before the transformation was complete, so it stopped before it could reach that point. The vast majority of the mermaids discovered over the years are either man-made fakes or victims of the same curse. I see. To be honest, part of me was kind of excited when I first saw what it looked like. I thought that it might mean there are really mermaids out there, you know? Exactly like the ones you hear about in stories. I'm afraid we can neither confirm or deny things there. Oh, I get why you were asking about the corpse's identity now. It's because you realized it used to be a human, right? Very recently too, the transformation likely happened yesterday or even earlier today. What? That recently? Someone could really end up in a state like this just after a day? These curses sure are scary! I'll get forensic to take a look when they get here then. Please do, the investigator in question has worked on paranormal affairs cases before, so they shouldn't need any explanation. Alright, the case from yesterday, great. That should save us some effort then. Cursed one day, a mummified corpse the next. Sure is a scary world we live in. You know, I sometimes find myself wondering if I have a bit of spirit sense as well. There's been times I've caught sight of strange things when walking down a road at night. And when I looked into it later, I found that the place I'd walked by had been the site of an accident or the like. Oh, that might be the real deal then. It's definitely a possibility. I would advise not going too close to anything you see of that nature. It becomes easier for them to target you if they realize you're aware of them, you see. Geez, what would happen then? I guess I'd end up possessed or something? There is that danger, yes. In the event you are possessed, you may find yourself afflicted by headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Memory problems and impaired thinking are also not unheard of. Memory problems? Like someone with amnesia? Do you think he's possessed? Headaches and muscle stiffness definitely ring a bell. I sure hope it isn't the work of some spirit. Do people have their personalities taken over when possessed too? It may be possible with spirits who had a very close relationship to their target, such as if they were siblings or were parent and child. What does that mean? Why did they bring this up? But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. The negative effects I just mentioned are primarily caused by the two parties not being in sync. That's good to know, I think. Even if a spirit were able to successfully possess someone, it would only be able to pressure them to behave in ways that wouldn't be unusual for the individual in question. Like looking for a mermaid? I see, but in that case, there's no way of knowing whether you're behaving that way of your own will or not, right? Exactly, hence the prevalence of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. So that's how things work there. As far as I know, I haven't been having any problems like that though, so I think I should be fine. Having spirit sense seems like it's more trouble than it's worth somehow. Oops. Now what? What am I looking for? Should I think? Thinking really hard. We originally came to Mie from Tokyo to investigate another case, but with so many other incidents occurring, I can't help but get the sinking feeling something troublesome is about to happen. Detective Ide has been a huge help to us so far. We might be able to reveal some of our circumstances to him. Ma'am? What is it? Perhaps I could use my Shagan ability and see if it produces any results? That's an excellent idea! I almost forgot we had such a handy trick up our sleeves. What does that do? Patience, detective! You'll see soon enough! Right. There, it's done. Also went well? Did it? Well done. What's all this? What's all this about? Shoto can see the face that is seized from a piece of their remains. However small, he can then sketch their features based on what he saw. Also, that's how you got a sketch of the victim in that other case. An ability like that would be priceless if we could use it on the Force, you know. Well, I hear it doesn't always work, so it's unfortunately not foolproof. So, what did our victim look like? Hey! About that, I think it might be faster to see for yourself. Hey! 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 Mom? This face, it's Somikawa. Wait, Somikawa? You can't mean... Oh, even further back. Hey. Her name's not Somikawa. Who the hell's Somikawa? Wait, no, yeah, it is. I was looking at this. That's her maiden name! How do they know her by her maiden name? She's been here for more than 20 years ago? They knew her 20 years ago? Or do they just know her by her maiden name? Why do they know her by her maiden name? Known mermaid? I know this mermaid. Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there's no doubt signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood. Where's the body? I want to see it! This is the town of Ichikan City. The area is a historic place known for its amma divers. Though I know it well, it's also famous as the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokusatsu films are the best. You should watch them for yourself, Soto. As you wish, I'll look into it. Ichikan Town is a fishing settlement located within Towa City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. The area takes its name from Ichikajima, an island offshore of the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflected as to resemble a mirror leading to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, giving it its current name, which is written with the characters for stone and mirror. The Reyes coastline is a particularly beautiful sight and is well known as a spot to watch the sun rise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry in one of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. Then Towa City. City located on the northeastern tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable area coasts, and is renowned not only for its marine industries but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town of the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active amma divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by amma divers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. A diligent and earnest young man, his mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so. They're buds. To begin, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. Why, thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long rod-like object. Fishing rod. It resembled a human bone, so we notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So we fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains and a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remain, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed, I'll report my discovery shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please go ahead. I wonder if the skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it. Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed 5 bodies in total, but they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Meaning they didn't all die at the same time? Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, and another 10, another 10, and so on. So roughly 1 body every 10 years? Indeed, I imagine that any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades. Is someone a serial killer? Why? But why? It's surrounded by rock, and with minimal currents in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had that bone not been fished up by chance, we'd have never known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. The Bay Harbor Butcher? So this was no accident, someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting after all. Efficient as always. Wee-oo! 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 Wee! I'd already planned to come here to Toba and me and Prefecture together with Soda on another case, but the news of skeletal remains being found in the area caught my eye, so I sent him ahead to investigate. As expected, it turned out to be the result of a curse, likely troublesome one at that. You hiding anything from me? Fine. There is one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed. Severed? You're saying that they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensic noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that would certainly explain it. But warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time till we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. Curse echo in armor? Whoa. Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Heike. Right, the Heike. You are familiar with the Heike, I assume. Well, I'm not too sure. Heike were a branch of Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From their base in Ise province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. Under their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Ah, yes, of course! I knew that! The tale of the Heike preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. Their resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem. Whoa, yeah, I knew that. Prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935, and the suppression at the hands of Taira no Sadamori, the latter's son Korehira moved to Ise province where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would be known as the Ise Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korehira, Taira no Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Ise. His successor Tadamori was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. Distinguished military experts of Tadamori's son, Taira no Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank. In 1167, in 1180, Kiyomori's daughter Noriko married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one of the members of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were to be considered people in no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the strings of rebellion soon came to a head. Rebellion! With several prominent figures joining forces in bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March 1181 despite losing one of their key members. The Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan no Ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. Lost beneath the waves?! You think they're mermaids? It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to sea that day. I think lost to sea? Do you think it's a mermaid? Do you think the sword's a mermaid? After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of the Taira clan's survivors persist in various regions across Japan. What's more, the katana that Curse Echo carried, I believe it may have been the famed blade Nukemaru. Nukemaru? Yes, the blade passed down through the Heike once wielded by Taira no Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proved rather useful here. Yeah, we got the sword otaku on our side! I have the power of God and sword otaku on my side! So what you're saying is that these skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse? I can't say it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the body's being dumped every decade, surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. Well, this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. Because the guy? The guy wants total power over this region? The guy who has lots of money? My theory is that someone is using a curse stone, they're killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A curse stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. Yeah, the mayor to be! Or is that too easy? Is it too easy for the mayor to be? They're created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually, didn't you hear? Oh, now that you mention it, that somewhat rings a bell. Hey, don't you remember? Files updated. The court records has been updated. Curse stones. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as one that defeats the shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. This is in the first game. So in short, whoever's behind this possesses a stone imbued with the Heike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. Thank you for the summary! Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your Shagan, Soto? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though, the one from 6 years ago. By viewing part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch of how he looked like when he was alive. Here's a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. And so, none of these methods would hold up as admissible evidence in court. But as the lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago, but no matches were found. Darn, would have made things so much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. A case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies had been disposed of there. Victims' identities unclear. All victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed, and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely that bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally. Someone has been discarding them there. Each skeleton shows signs of clean, precise cuts inflicted by sharp blade, killed by a curse. Okay, everything we know. Yeah, what's the fissure? But they said that the hole was recently found 3 days ago. Maybe that's why they found them? Because the hole opened up? Say, Soda, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Good point. Someone might recognize him if they were around here 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we can't just leave things be now that we know there's a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, yes, we all know how much you love your home. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Slittle? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the Curse of the Raging Waters. I can sense it even from this distance, that's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to the sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal has broken, there's no doubt about it. So it's already broken? That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, so there's a silver lining at least. It seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Isn't this a day ago? Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. Has it been a day? A curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to south of Kamishima, after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Who? Who is it? I hope we can do something with the curse of the Raging Waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is either. I apologize on behalf of my family. It's okay. Man, behind you! Behind me? I mean, it can't be scary because he looks really calm. Look, like, he would protect me if it was someone that was gonna kill me. Hey! Mom? Who's that? Just someone from town passing by? Mom? She bolted. Sato, after her! On it! Hey, stop! Let me go, I didn't do nothing wrong! Hey. I've apprehended the suspect. We just sent him chasing after her? This poor woman. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? Cool. What are you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one. Sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks will be wary with shady types like you wandering through town? I see. Sorry we gave you a scare. We're the police. Nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize his face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? Nope, don't know him. What does she have amnesia? Do you think she has amnesia? Then could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I've got nothing to do with this. Don't know a thing. Sorry for holding you up. Hey, hey! Mom? Does that look like her? Or just because every long hair, medium length hair, black haired woman looks the same? You have the same eye color. Long eye hair color. Mom? Mom? What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course. Several hours later. Ma'am, I've learned a few things. I showed this sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it seemed that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from the area to begin with. Guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective Ide then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near-perfect match. You're right. I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you. I also asked about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Apparently she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box which she was clutching as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box? Supposedly she used to work as an amma diver. Around when she first moved here, she'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days she keeps to herself and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Mom? Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent, and she's never caused any problems either. Though it seems odd she'd get so worked up about strangers coming to town, doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right. I mean, the most recent body's from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. We'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently her last name is Somikawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Mom! Somikawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past long ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. Mom! Age unknown because we're not supposed to know. Hey. Two different mermaids. They're mermaid twins. So this means that woman might have been marking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even a moment's lapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot, thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is the best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think that the same goes for Somikawa woman for earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agree on that end too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called curse of the raging waves, without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I mean, suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try to find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. What about that wooden box that she has in her hands? Indeed, it is said that item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. And at the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, hopefully someone of influence there will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Something wrong? No, it's just that one of the islanders I spoke with seemed to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Why? Who's hobbling over here? Ma'am? What was it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Earlier this morning down by the shore, they apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid. Wait. Earlier this morning. But we just ran into the woman a couple hours ago. How could she have died so quickly? The same person reported it to local authority and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police. You're kidding me. That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved a mermaid corpse. Are we in different sequences? Well, we just spoke to the woman and we're still in the same piece of fragment of time. Because I haven't jumped timelines yet. Unless this is still the same bubble of time. They were uneasy with the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do? Several hours fast? You think she died in several hours? But they said this morning. Did they describe what the mermaid looked like? Yes, they said from the head to the shoulders it was human, but below that entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem. Only the head was human, They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. Twins. But they thought it resembled a local amma diver named Tamiko Suma. What? Apparently she went out diving alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witnesses the most. That is troubling. Damn it, just when we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. Now we're done. Oh my god. Oh, I guess we haven't... This is still not... So these are blocked out, which means we found everything here. But this isn't blocked out. Why? Why is this not completely like it's finished? What does that mean? Thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Security Division, was it? Ha, and here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that get-up? Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakurano, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? Occupation tycoon. Owned multiple companies and swaths of land. Unmarried. Whoa. Does he have children? Who is gonna be his successor? His family first came to business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus, reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family, business, and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Hey, he made an asshole! Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to as Unkakurono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control. Okay. All in an effort to garner even more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, concerning anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. That's one way to say that this old man gets around. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. He's gonna eat a mermaid! Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality. And so what if I am? Well now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police anyway? It seems on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with police, unfortunately. You don't say. Wow. You have a beautiful, Oh my god! Bird! The splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. I suppose he has an image to maintain. Damn. She's... Some shots fired. You guys got anything in here? One of these days, something is really gonna be here and it'll be really scary. After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him and his moniker, Unka Kurono. I had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him, although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon. But we have to watch our step when dealing with him. People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Sato with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. I already got the bird! The bird was already yoinked. She's checkmarked. Right there. All thanks to Detective Ide. Okay. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning. What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody. No idea what you're talking about. Of course you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram. Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality. Huh? Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be aware of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other, Mr. Unkakuno? What's this deal? Whoa. A lot of things to get to know each other with. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless, a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there spreading around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches. My, what a scathing review. Would a resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Doesn't look like that. Please don't call me that. What? He's so pathetic! Like, he looks so stoic and serious and cool, and he's so moe! I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, That might have been true when I started my research. Oh, I take it that isn't the case now? I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. Is it that guy? The guy with the puffed up collar? Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality then. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement, you understand? Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You'd be sure to let your friends at the police know, too. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. Oh, for a likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes? Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Look at the way he's clutching his head! Phony? Me? I know it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. Occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the spirit of supernatural aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, perception. The list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in the Loch Ness sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon, the urban legends of the Kuchisaki Onna and Hanako-san, television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to craze in sight. That Wakamuda over on Kamishima is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Wakamuda? Can't say I care about much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you? Calm down, he can think what he wants. You're like, I'm gonna curse this old man! Ah! There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I want to say was that it's just a legend. It has no basis in reality at all. How can you be so sure? Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living in hiding? The legend of Yao Bikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it. So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please! If even just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. I see, you really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily. You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose. Yeah, when he has that much money, he can do whatever he wants. He's tax evading like crazy. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. Oh, he has more to say later. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize this person in the sketch. It seems he lived in the Iseshima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. Who might this Wakamuda be? He's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. I used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something the sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima. I see, so even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult. And you do? I figure someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right? You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Hell, if I remember, why didn't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself? I mean, we will, thank you for the information. Anything can tell us what the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is devoted to? Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself. Of course, we'll be sure to do so. Mermaids? If you agree to give it the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the cult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. What are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. Because I'm a mermaid! I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say, Anne? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha! I knew it! More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. So they have a lifespan of 800 years? That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse memories placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness, not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes him an outcast from society. Mom? Mom? Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whoever you love and are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years, unable to die with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did. What do they do? Do they kill him? I suppose that makes sense. Still, there will always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, and what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being. Whoa. But she said eating is not the same. Ingest part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there. The removed parts subsequently vanishing, this even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaids responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. Oh, okay. Waiting for your liver to grow back? I'm waiting for way more than my liver! But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Bullshit! Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid! What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaid who wields this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had dissected it and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? So many curses in the world! Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us? The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that. Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum-pokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then. They said it was likely a fake, but I asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but, It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we can always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse. Alright, have it your way! He's like, ooh, now that I know that it's not an immortality, I don't want to go to jail over this. I'm so glad you come around. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then? I suppose you could call it the Eternal World. The Eternal World? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is the Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu, and how do you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Ha! You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum. That said, the interested Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. The place we were at! The circle! There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima, or the like. What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Caught your interest, have I? Looks like the story has some merit to it after all. I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. An island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and its remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. It's just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids. I see, sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual. Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids. Every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I consider it then. It's clear that you're no ordinary housewife after all. What? Nihon no game? Yes! Hi. Nihon game. Folklore. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. Oh. Going into the city? Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown of our findings as soon as possible. Poster? What do we have here? Oh, this is a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about catch your eye? No, I was just thinking surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Good point. Maybe they have some posters left over. Yeah, let's just flame them. Nice place. Great tourist spot too. I recommend it. Person running. One of the Ise City's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot the air around it seems to be shimmering. That's just a police box I was waiting at. Something you're wondering about it? Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all. Would you rather talk inside? Though there's no air conditioner, it's probably cooler out here. It's quite alright, talking out here should be fine. Where's the guy that was running at us? Hey, where are these people disappearing? People are walking by, they're so scary! Sure. Looks unruffled as ever. Hope he isn't pretending to be alright. Wondering what my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable. My bad, I was just looking. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really, that's great! Still, why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know. Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second. Does it relate to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off knowing, not knowing. Man, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. He's so cute! I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? Why does he always look like this? He always looks like a sopping wet cat. I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim. That's great news! The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. In her 20s? Apparently the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago he was 19, no? From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of, left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. I see, that would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Kippei Ikoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he puts as his address anymore. That's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking to Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always a possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Okay, need to update it. Okay, that's the update. The woman we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate, no doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. He's like smug, smiling. Yep! My drawing skills are that good! Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how did he even make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right, guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. Oh yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Sumikawa. Oh yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Sumikawa in the civil registry either. I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from, sorry to disappoint. I see, is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently, it was really common during the post-war growth period. It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about. Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. I have, yes. One of the victims of the disaster was an amma diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Sumikawa. Who knew that? Us! Gramps knew that! So our mystery woman shares a surname with the maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. And I was already looking into the Yamashina disaster because of skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence if anything. So you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it was just me. Anyways, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mada Minakuchi could have survived disaster 5 years ago. Do you think she then moved to Ichika and started going by her old name of Samakawa again? That's right, what do you think? Seems like a long shot, but maybe? But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ichika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in a disaster? Right, if she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is different to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran to anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. Speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mada Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met the Samakawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. This is interesting! What do you think, Soto? If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somakawa. My thoughts exactly. Do you agree it's a pretty solid theory? Certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mada Minakuchi, there's something that really concerns me. Something else? This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamashima think this Mada Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is a sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good as a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyways. If she really is related to Storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Miss Somakawa to you two then? We'll handle that, yes. Where is she? She's dead! So people believe this Mada Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here of all places. Wait. That's it, I remember now! The sole survivor of Taishima, her surname was Somakawa. There was something else about Somakawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Well, that's all about I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into Kippei Koma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somakawa again and hear what he has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamashima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems... You had business on Kamashima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. She just loves her husband so much. She's a husband guy. I hope that her husband is also a wife guy. Very much, though I do worry as he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do, though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. You're the husband? Hey, hey! If you're the husband, then I'm the husband! Back off! I saw her first! Why are you looking like that? Bad news, ma'am. It seems we're up too late. What do you mean? Seems someone came and took that Somakawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to port with Miss Somakawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get on a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... What's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming. Oh my god, what's going on? Ugh, my body won't move, what's going on? Whoa! Fire Emblem Fates. The girl over there, is she doing this? You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. What the hell? Grant me the wisdom of the numinous. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. Damn. It seems like they saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems, let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Oh yeah, are we going to battle? What's happening? Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somakawa? So you know who Miss Somakawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that should apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she waves, I'll signal for you to use a curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the use curse button to signal. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Whoa, what the hell? Compliment? You look so good! You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might be even too much for us. What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. Oh, give up. Alright. We'll back off and leave you be. How does that sound? You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Not happening. Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening. You're just gonna use the curse the moment I drop my focus. Can we assume the foreign man who took Mrs. Somakawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them? What she did do. Wow. My bad. Threaten. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties! Wait, you're with the police? Yeah, we are! What do you want, Miss Somakawa? I could say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What? You know about the relic? What relic? Compliment! You certainly have remarkable strength. Why? It's so awesome! Sorry, but don't work with me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see. If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away. In a way, I'm the one holding you here. You know, despite appearance, yes, defying us can net you quite the heavy punishment. I see, you must be from Paranormal Affairs. But I definitely can't do what you say. What? You have quite some nerve standing up to us, despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Joining me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? It's an emergency, it's an emergency! It's an emergency, it's an emergency! This is the trouble with the secret department. It's not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, but you look so good. Well, back up and leave you be. How does that sound? Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? Yeah. Alright, we'll back off and leave you be. I like how she's like, even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? So cute. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk perhaps. There's some way we can help. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. Oh, wow. Well, you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already? Yeah. Sato, you can stop now. Ma'am? Really? Thanks. Get her! Get her ass! You grown-ups and your dirty tricks! You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here? Well, I suppose I slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me! What, she broke the binding? Bye-bye. Confound it! Stop right there! Looks like she's giving us a slip. I thought we'd be able to catch her now. Still, I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. That was crazy. That was so silly. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed with the lead with them? Yes, it seems her name is Saoirse Lunarlight. Cute! Why does she have such a cute name? She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family, I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're an extinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of paranormal affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even paranormal affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They've asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us, then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somakawa, too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. Hey, a girl is dying out at sea! There's a girl out there dying in sea. What is this? Oh. Is this what happens if I don't get dragged down? Wait, no. What's this? You weren't kidding when you said you had a good feeling about this. Maybe I really am the patron saint of diving. Feel any weird? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's gonna change. Okay, okay. Something is interesting here. Let's just dive. Let's just get in the water. Yeah, I guess we can just head back. Oh, cute! Hey, Yuza, I took your catch to the market while you were changing. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. It was a great haul. You wouldn't think it was your first dive. You made a pretty hefty sum from it all. If you keep this up, it won't be long before you can buy your own boat. Boy, I made that much? There you are, Azami. Don't tell me you went out fishing today. Oh, Chie, how's your back doing? Not getting any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking their boats out right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear. Yeah, but it was more of a warning than a rule, and the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay. You should know better than that, Azami. You young'uns never listen, do you? De facto leader of the Amma divers. She married into a family in Kamishima shortly after the end of the Second World War at the age of 20 and has been working as an Amma diver for close to 40 years, really missing the opening day of each diving season. She's displayed a natural talent for diving ever since her days as an apprentice, coming to be known as she is a mermaid for the deft ease in which she moves through the water. In her heyday, she earned more money than her husband, enough to send all three of her sons to university, an achievement that she takes great pride in and also earned her considerable authority in her household. She is a mermaid! I think she's a mermaid, everyone! Now grandmother to 7. 7? A back injury has led to her being less active than she used to be, but she is still considered one of the most experienced divers on the island. Her graceful swimming shows no signs of decline, continuing to inspire others even now. Her estimated diver rank is 67. 6'7"?! Her estimated diver rank is 6'7"?! Why? And going out with the Minakuchi boy, of all people. Actually, Azami only took his boat out because I asked him to help out with my work. Wait a dang second, don't tell me you went out to dive. Yeah, I did. I did. I was thinking I could follow in Grand's footsteps and become an Amma diver. Absolutely not! I won't allow it! What? Why? Yuz is a member of the association, same as everyone else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine, right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become Amma divers, but it's not like it's forbidden or anything. That ain't what I'm talking about! I'm saying he shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Everyone agreed to put up with him being on the island for Suyu's sake. But now he gets it in his head to go diving, of all things? Have you no sense, boy? Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Suyu. You not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble. Oh. Okay, so we hate him. Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You'd better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving, you hear? Hey now. You don't think that's going a bit too far? There's no need to lay to use it like that. They're kind of mean. Azami, what? You really don't think anything of all this after what his mother did? Nope, not at all. Yuza hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of disaster too, maybe more than anyone else. Recently, there's been this strange rumbling coming from the sea. The same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They're bracing themselves for another big disaster. Oh, is that what you meant by the storm? The weather forecast said things are going to stay calm for a bit, though. The hell with the weather forecast! It didn't save us 5 years ago. Anyhow, you see why we've got to stay in the sea's good graces. No doing anything to upset them, got it? Don't let it get you down, Yuza. She isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folks here are all pretty firm in their beliefs, I guess. Yeah, it's only natural. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Still, I didn't think she'd get that mad. Guess they have a bigger chip on their shoulders about all this than I thought. It seems like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. Yeah. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things there was one of my reasons for becoming an amma diver. Yeah, everyone's been avoiding the topic until now, but that can go on forever. Hey, you two! Oh, it's Kikuko. Yeah, you two over there! Could I get some help with these boxes here? I need to get them to the warehouse. Local amma diver. Who do you think's gonna die? I feel like someone has to die. A woman born and raised on Kamishima. Unmarried, she is known for her friendly, sociable nature and almost sisterly tendency to look after others, both of which make her a familiar face to many on the island. Ever since her school days, Kikuko harbored a strong desire to leave Kamishima and make a life for herself elsewhere. While most of her classmates began working as amma divers following graduation from middle school, she decided to enroll in a boarding school as a first step towards fulfilling the goal, going on to graduate from a junior college in Aichi Prefecture and then finding a job in general administration at a company in Ise City. However, because her assigned work consisted only of unfulfilling menial tasks like pouring tea and answering calls, she left after only 1 year. She changed jobs repeatedly over the following years but found no further luck in subsequent workplaces. Eventually recognizing that success as an amma diver is determined solely by the extent of one's physical prowess and ingenuity, she came to find the idea of such work appealing and moved back to Kamishima 4 years ago. Despite her late start as an amma diver compared to her peers, she leveraged her high athletic ability, a talent which even saw her star in the National Athletic Meet during her school days, and her innate knack for an analytical thinking and research to consistently turn out good results. And she has since earned the respect of even the veteran amma divers of the island. Her estimated diver rank is 41. Oh, well, we're ranked 9, I think. Kikuko has had scant luck with men, having been introduced to several potential partners only to be turned down by all of them. Her parents, anxious for her future, worried that the large birthmark on her face is to blame. But Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing her lack of interest in marriage as a primary cause, something which has caused them no end of concern. Although she endeavored to hide her birthmark with makeup while at school and during her time as an office worker, she has since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. Hey, I'll take her! Phew, thanks! I knew I could rely on youngins to help out. Youngins? You're a youngin too, Kikuko. Aw, how kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones who say that, though. I was told out of nowhere to make sure anything valuable was stowed away just in case a storm hits. What a pain. So you're getting ready for the storm too? Yep, pretty silly when the weather's this good, huh? It's not like I can say no, though. Speaking of pains, I overheard Chie giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an amma diver, Yuza? Well, that was the plan, but it's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even begin. Why now? Didn't you come back here to look after Suyu? Yes, but I sought the work and I've always been interested in amma diving. Ran was also pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought it might cheer her up a bit. Ah, so you want to follow in Suyu's footsteps. Still, you must have noticed that everyone was on edge just at the thought of you coming back here. If they hear you went diving, there'll likely be a bit of an uproar. Are they really that set against Yuza going in the sea? I've never heard anyone say anything like that. Well, they don't say it where you can hear it. Everyone loves you here and they know you're close with Yuza. They probably feel they can't be that tough on him with you around. What was that? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Hey! What does that mean? Why is everyone on this island saying this? Everyone on the island is saying stuff like this. Huh? Huh? What are they talking about? I can't deny there's been this creepy rumbling coming from the sea recently, though it's no wonder everyone's unnerved. If some sort of disaster does end up happening again and Yuza gets caught doing something he wasn't meant to, that'll probably be it for him. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Do people seriously believe Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's so stupid! Hey, I honestly think it's stupid too. But the truth is, there are a bunch of people who believe it, so making a fuss about it isn't going to get you anywhere, alright? Besides, even if this storm doesn't come in the end, a different kind of storm may already be brewing. A different kind of storm? Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told, and no one will get on your case, yeah? Give me a break. Why's he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Yamashina just like everyone else. Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? Maybe, but I can't just ask my grand to move somewhere else at her age. Then you'll just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Did his mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seems like he knows more than he lets on, though. Now that I think about it, why don't you just ask Suyu what she knows? I've already asked Gran about countless times. She said she doesn't know anything. And you don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it'd be her, right? You might be right. She is pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. Anyway, I do feel bad for you, but you've got to grin and bear it for everyone's sake. Thanks for the help, you two. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? Kikuko really seemed like she didn't know anything, huh? The folks are way more on edge than I thought. Yeah, I've gotten the sense I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. I didn't think trying to make a living here would lead to that much backlash. I didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much, or they were so suspicious of her. It seemed like the timing wasn't great either. Everyone's wound up at these ill omens that are happening right now. Still, I'm sure now that my mom must have had some sort of secret, and I'm almost certain it had to do with what we're looking into. If everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. True. If there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Suyu have to say about all this too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. There we go! Whoa! Whoa! Hey, it's crazy branching! We're branching, alright! 2 timelines? One if we found the hole and one if we don't find the hole? Just moved over here. Also, our body is found way later. I want to know about this. Hey, Azami, use it over here! Good timing, I just got back too. Well, Sakasa, how'd it go? Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out, 2 whole scallops! Seriously, Sakasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. Sure I do, that was hard work. You should be praising me. Say, Yuza, how many scallops did you get on your first dive again? 38, I think. No way, are you kidding me? Guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving. Oh, dang it, now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Sakasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be amma divers. You ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True. You always know the best things to say, Sato. But for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast. So what's the plan for today? Remember, Sakasa, it's up to you. Right, we promised we'd do whatever we wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen. That's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea. Sounds great! Can't even remember the last time we did something like that. Just for fun. Hey! One of us really scary to see. Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even bought a new swimsuit for this. You got one picked out too, right, Sato? Sure do. Then after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks! And then let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today. Double date. Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Then let's do this! This is the timeline where we found the hole. Why is this timeline so... This beach episode so bubbly? There's a shark! It's coming this way! Better watch out, Azami. That was a close one. What the heck? I'm a good swimmer. There's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark. Aww. It's okay. I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you always. Sorry, Yuza. I don't really dig shark fins that much. My heart! Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds falling on the surface. It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty. Oh, that shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. It's having such a blast. I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. Cute! Aww. The summer before everyone started dying. One grilled squid coming right up. Don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Let's see how you like it. Catch. Ow, it's hot! You did that to yourself. Hey, check out this huge sea snail, Sakasa. It's massive. That's right, I may still be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow that lighter? Sure. Want some squid too? Oh, so I can just grill it directly? Yeah, that's Yamashima's specialty. Fireworks style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? The juice is going everywhere, it burns! Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show. Yeah. This is the precursor to something bad. Why is it so peaceful? Oh. Okay. Sure. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this too. Filler beach episode! Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. Grandma! Welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Azami's here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Grand about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an amma diver, but I found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, she and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? You're sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say. Grandma! Grandma, 63 years old. Former amma diver, born in the Taisho period, she has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best amma divers on Kamishima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minakuchi was 3 years old. I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive in the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I can think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of things there if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't... And I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying. It does seem pretty weird that people could be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I can think of. The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom. But I'm not a child anymore! Isn't it about time you told me the truth? Alright, I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human. Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait, don't tell me you believe that? Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding! Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Wait, you were joking? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you, but you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that, I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza. Oh, and here I fall for the hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. She's dead on giving us a slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information. Underwater gathering tips. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even a small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result. I see, that'll be great help! Whoa, she just gave me diving tips. Aim for a large haul. Whoa, 10 or more, 1.5? 15 will 1.8 times? Well now, bold and brass aren't we, but I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I'll call them bountiful zones. Areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean, with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones. The more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there will be. Got it. A whopper of a catch should still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep your eyes on your surroundings. Whoa, there's even more things. Sorry to leave early today to go diving, Grams. I mean, okay, how are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. Again, Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew she was coming over every so often. Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner, remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. Oh, I had no idea. Why? Because she's a mermaid? I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. Always happy to help, you know. There's no need to depend on others so much. I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know. True. And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do. See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the things I get. How did your dive out in the bay go? The dive went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson, Yuza. But in truth, I'm a living legend, Kamashima's patron saint of diving. Well now, that does sound impressive. Well now, it does look like you polished your skills a fair bit. I expect nothing less from a living legend. How you can tell all that with a single glance? You'd best not underestimate the abilities of a veteran amma diver like your gran. I can also tell you still have room to improve, though. Work hard and I'm sure you'll go far. Will do. I'll be a true legend before you know it. But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an amma diver will have to wait. No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, eh? Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn. Has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Doesn't make you any less charming. Why do they keep flirting with each other in front of me? We're going out for a bit, Gran. Got it, you two take care, okay? They're doing this for me specifically! You two again, what are you doing here? Chi is here too. We're chatting about something important right now. Scram! Guess we got no choice but come back later, huh? Hey, she's kind of an asshole. Bit of a commotion. Maybe they know something with the rumors. I'm gonna go ask. That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you've heard, but... Blah, 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 blah. Welcome back. Man, once they get started, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things? You want the normal news first or the worrying news? Normal news! How about the normal news? So we've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now as usual. But what's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Hey, I know those foreigners. Oh, really? I hear the Issei Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they've come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we were looking into them too. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Mare Minakuchi, too. What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. Seems like his mom really gets around. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still in Kamishima at least, so the question is where. Well, I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are. Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay then. There are reports that 2 amma divers have gone missing. Apparently, both cases were around Ichika town on the mainland. Oh, were they diving accidents or something? I'd guess so. It seems it's still under investigation, though. The sea hasn't been that rough lately, but I guess it is a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Amma divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ichika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're going to get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. They're so cute! I love just seeing them stand around. Oh my god, that guy. Well, 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 if it isn't Shotaro. Hey there, you two. Just the men I want to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Nope, haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show? Did something happen? Oh! Wasn't she supposed to give her weren't they supposed to give the love letter today? So if you don't find the hole, does she find the hole? Because you found the hole, you had that beach episode. Oh, I'm sure it was just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me, it's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I hear you've become an Amma diver. Ah, yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse. Why do they keep saying that? Saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such? Everyone's making your mom jokes to him. His mom's dead. Wow, that's exactly it. Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Oh yes, what was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer. The what? Raging Waves? The Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means. And the curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. Ah, but I should really get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. They haven't made it back from her Amma dive. What's going on? I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? People really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamuto what he knows. It's worth a shot at least. Let's keep moving. Oh, they're there. They're fine. Huh? Ah. Wah! Well, I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Sakasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here. Wah! Oh, did she get rejected? Did she just get rejected? Hey! What was all that about? Something was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Sakasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato says she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True, we shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Wah! Old man Wakamuto, you mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today. What now? Azami and the Nikuchi boy? I heard from Shia you two went out to the bay to do some diving earlier. Snitch! Freaking narc! Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Ah, okay. So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an Amma diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into Madame Nikuchi. What's the meaning of this? That's not what you think. No, it's not like that. I really do just want to become an Amma diver. Ah, likely story. I'll bet you're looking to clear your mom's name just to get everyone off your back. Am I wrong? Maybe. Anyway, my point is, no more sticking your nose where it don't belong. Got it? And most of all, no becoming an Amma diver. Okay, asshole. So, if I give up on becoming an Amma diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about all this business, not me. She's got to know more than I do. Oh? So Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Gran says she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Huh, so even she said that to you? What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. So Yu's always been tight-lipped about Mare Minakuchi, where she came from, what her deal was? So you've been saying Yu's mom was to blame for that massive storm even though you don't know for sure? So you ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. What is the Raging Waves curse bearer? What? Where did you hear about that? Your son? It's gotta be Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. We heard of some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? It does. The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? And your mother, Mare Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to that bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. What? My mom would never have done something like that. Just because you don't remember don't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say, but it don't make a difference either way. I don't get how you can say Miss Mare was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof? I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break! Woo-woo wizard? Is it the Old Man Yaoi game? Boy, Calliope it is! But it's the first game! This is the second! Don't worry, the story has nothing to do with each other. And the first game is this one's Yaoi too, but this is an Old Man Yaoi. We should play the first one! I'm gonna make her play it! I'm gonna make more Calliope play the first game so she can see Old Man Yaoi. More Calliope, more Calliope, more Calliope! If you say your name 3 times, she appears behind you in the mirror. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. Let's do it! Yay! Old Man Yaoi! It's a lot of reading though. Don't worry, we can split up the reading between the 2 of us. Let's get reading! I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming and that the storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellas who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must notice that rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof of the curse of the Raging Waves is getting stronger. So that's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for the storm. Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's because of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go on the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep out to sea forever. You're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this will change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called. Taishima? This is the first I've heard of it. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. The truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentment gave rise to the curse of the Raging Waves. And a resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still rolling about in the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm could be barreling down on Kamishima next. A push? Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as someone with ties to those raiders, say, a descendant of theirs drawn near to where Taishima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima? Sure am, and as her son you share her blood. But how could that? Only natural everyone would see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Are you saying the reason the curse of the Raging Waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact you're a bad omen, though. 6-7. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight and stay home, and out of my way! And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? And that's all I'm going to say on that matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put! Seems like that's all we're going to get out of him. He keeps folding, he keeps hitting the emote. But maybe we could ask Suyu what about we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. Okay. By the way, Gran, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura and there's something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing has been a bit off recently, you see. Please don't say that. A lot of amma divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So? Did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Wow, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. Why is he getting bullied? So you have heard of it before. Oh, Drat, me and my big mouth. He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the southern bay later, once the sun's gone down. Gran, no! What if you die? Tell us now! Can't tell us about it now? I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown, but if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? No need to rush now. I'll tell you everything later. You'll want to prepare yourself for this one. Okay! What the hell? Oh, looks like Kiko's back. Want to try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shitty rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun? Got any ideas? Well, how about this? Something fun? So about the people who are missing and presumed dead. What about some underwater gathering tips? Do you have any tips that might help with diving? Hey now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful. Basics? How about this then? Your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. Being too focused on your catch can get you in trouble. That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? Whoa, your foot can get caught in something? That's scary. Is that gonna happen to me later? Boxes. About those boxes we helped you with just now. Was that the delivery everyone was expecting? Yep, the latest Yamashina merch. Hot off the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? You want to know? I'll bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima. Sure seem to love that shirt too. You wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this! What is that? A hand mirror? Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with Kamishimi Maru design on the back. So what do you think? It looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. It comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to amma divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang onto it for good luck. Oh, so everyone has one? That's kind of nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an amma diver now too, right? Yuza, why don't you take one? But I... Alright, I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver given what happened earlier. Like, it really matters. We got plenty, so you should take one too. Thanks, sorry for the trouble. Ooh, this sounds important for later. My good luck charm for later. Azami's getting one as well. Here you go. I'm always down for more Kamishima Maru merch. Keep it safe inside of your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Even your grandma seems to like it. I'm really glad to hear it. Did you go diving today as well, Kiko? Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show for it. The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Why do you ask? No particular reason, just taking notes for later. I see you're really serious about becoming an amma diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now. It's okay. Sorry, I'll help later. How much practice did you manage to get in today? I think I managed to make good progress, but there are definitely things I can improve on. Pretty impressive you managed to improve that much in one day. It might not be long before you catch up to me. I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize! What? 2,000 points? What was your highest score today again? Let's see. I think it was 635. Oof, I'm afraid you weren't quite up to snuff. Too bad. I brought shame to my name as the patron saint of diving. Whoa! Seems like I actually do have to get back in the waters. By the way, have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec, foreign tourists? Here? Today? No way, what do they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure, we don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Why is she blushing? Hey now, you two better not be thinking of following them around to Gop. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Were you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? Okay, we will. Hey man, I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave. She's not even trying to hide what she really thinks anymore. Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kameshimaru, Kiko? Nope, can't take credit for that one. Oh right, I forgot you didn't know Yuza. So what? At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with a souvenir idea for tourists. Sakasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan Games. Oh, I see. So Sakasa drew this? I only heard about it after the fact, too. I didn't know she was so good at drawing. And it's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Azami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Sakasa's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth. How interesting. I'm glad I asked. Files updated. Aww. Can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise. Tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle character's peculiar, sleepy expression, enough so that its merchandise is often in short supply. There's a bunch of Kameshimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want it, just let me know. Okay, time to talk about fun stuff. Nope, never heard of it. What is that? Well, we went to talk to Mr. Wakamuda just now. Wait, so you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's he on about, trying to pass things off as some occult tribe? Don't tell me to believe that rubbish. Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh please, he's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently. A sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently. Do you think he's possessed? Even Shotaro thinks so? Then that's gotta be it. So it's just a hoax? You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Maybe. Have you heard about the 2 amma divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's going to happen. Well, you should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people get suspicious. That's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think they're probably just unfortunate accidents. I hope they're both safe and sound. That's enough. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Oh my god, cute! Aww! All the merch is around here. Where do I go now? How do I move with Grandma? Mima! Do I just leave? Oh. Ah, cheer. You two again? Still wandering around poking your nose into business you shouldn't be? How's about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your own sake as much as anyone else's, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh? For my sake? You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Someone called it a miracle, even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier. Ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie. Hey! This would be more believable if you called me by his name. Your name. Is this about how Yusa's mom calls that curse? The curse of the raging waves or whatever? So you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager. You believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie? Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Madame Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then a disaster struck. Might be I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. I said it before, I'll say it again. No diving! My stand stare hasn't changed a bit, hear me? Damn, guess that's that. By the way, where'd you go diving today? You know... Yusa wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island. Say what? What were you thinking diving in the southern sea of all places? You've got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago. Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. But that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright? Alright. Ain't getting nothing from you there. I almost forgot to ask, had the 2 foreign tourists come by here today at all? Sure did, saw them just now actually. What? Do you know where they went? Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell. A lighthouse, huh? Gotcha. The narrow passage between Cape Irago and Kamishima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night, so much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait in sailor songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction in the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel them. Don't go following them around just because we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear? Che, we heard that the 2 amma divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Do you think that's a bad omen as well? I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another, that tell me there's something off with the sea itself. We all done here? You two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Lighthouse time! We get to see what the old man looks like. The old foreigner man, hopefully. Oh, there they are. Oh, I thought he was gonna be blonde. Looks like we found them. Oh, looks like them, alright. Excuse me? You rang? She's so cute! Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here to talk to us? Welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse! Like we don't live here? There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us. Why is he the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk? Wait! Before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume, you know, we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I've got it! We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off-limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. The bitter taste of failure. And thus does my stint as aspiring detective end in ignominy. I'd say that the whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least. He was really shook about that. Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time. I see, he must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you. Ah yes, my name is Arnev Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Okay then, Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Cersei Lunarlight here is a distant relative of mine. Yes, Miss Cersei Lunarlight would be me. Nice to meet you. She's so cute! I'm Yuza Mitakuchi, a resident of Yamashina, and this is Azami Kamoi. Nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, the pleasure's mine. Wait, Mitakuchi. Oh, so we piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic from Bonnie, England to vast America. Not that any of his books sell at all. That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, the fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that may as well be my main job now? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax! I see you. In any case, I'm just your average tree spirit, footloose, fancy-free and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax! It's like they wanted their own Sholmes. He's really giving Herlock Sholmes right now. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say, stick up! I'm good, actually, thanks. Impressive as it is. I could see doing this pose 3 times would have been a bit much, yes. This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Cersei here happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Your guide? Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and cult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well. Isashima is a deeply spiritual region full of sacred places I'd always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. Oh, do we get to play as her too? Arnev Barnum. Unlock once all conditions are met. In fact, I think it did a bit. You must have been really excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places? Of course! It wasn't called the land whither repair the ways from the eternal world for nothing, you know! Okay. The land whither what? What's this? You never heard it called that? It said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the Empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise. Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down there a bit. What does that mean exactly? We learned about it in our local history class, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember, sorta. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right? Exactly. It has such an enchanting vibe, just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long. Why did you keep talking about nose bleeding? But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our nose kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, though. You seem to really like Isashima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Unmarried, come to Japan in search of mermaids, harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Will you be staying in Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places. Oh, we've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this. Well, I guess you don't have much time left in that, huh? So what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, young Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, were there? So you really are looking for mermaids. Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much at least. Then may I be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject? Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origin in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Hey, her nipples right here. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too, a typical mermaid, right? Ah, but the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? Isn't to say there is a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creatures that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there were also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as occult malarkey. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Abby. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids! Bum bum bum! This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Because of those sound effects? Yeah. There's sound effects in this game, but he makes his own. Unfortunately, I've never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we've received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem my investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as deaf ears. Well, it's probably not just because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very local, vocal minority, yeah? If you're not interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question! I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists. Taishima? Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago. 3 of them? And you even know their names? We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seemed the deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence. It would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Issei Bay? What, really? That's right! Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Issei City, both of which border Issei Bay. Whoa, I had no idea. They're really open to discussing this. I feel like everyone else has been so tight-lipped about mermaids, but then they're like, we love mermaids! I jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested. They're just handing over the information so freely. The Mermaids of Betsuho. According to Kokon Chomonju, collection of notable tales of old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuho and Ise province. Modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawagi Tansu City. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient annals of Horyuji Temple covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nambokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise province, modern-day Futami town in Ise city, in the 2nd year of the Enbun era. The mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with long life. Ano town's Yao Bikuni. Although the exact time period isn't clear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano town of Age district who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yao Bikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. Does it hurt for the mermaid if you eat them? Does that hurt for the mermaid? While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Abi's research, 3 mermaids, Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase, purportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Why does the mermaid just let people eat them? Sure, it's fine. You think it's okay? I think this is all very interesting. You think the mermaid just like cut a piece of it off and was like, here, I care about you so much, please eat a piece of me. So which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids? But the mermaids sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well. If I was a mermaid, you would do that? Like if you fell in love with someone, you would force feed them your flesh so they could live 800 years? By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids, or that's what I call them anyway. I see. I don't know if that makes sense. That makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. Does it need difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids? What they are! They're eating human mermaids! But I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? Just so! It could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale. Well, I was right. More folklore. Long ago, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to the Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with a beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to the elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamatebako. Mysterious box! A box! But warned him never to open it. Thinking this strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamatebako and set out back towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he had lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamatebako he had been gifted in a final grasp of hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant, the hundreds of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. The Ryu dragon surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would be then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. No idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestess who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Well, yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume, hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half fish, half human woman in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids! Oh. Well, what's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is the Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then, take it away, Cersei! Alright, as a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier. Whoa, really? In other words, the sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the tamatebako. Ah! If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think? I see, so that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh. You see, intriguing, is it not? But how would you even get to Ryugu? What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? Turtle! This place is based off a turtle! What is the name of the island we're staying at? Turtle! Turtle Island! And there you have the reason for our visit. So you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kamishima. Could Kamishima really have some sort of link to Ryugu? Whoa. Tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exist in every area of Japan, posited by some theories to be the eternal world of a legend. It is said to be a perpetual paradise connected to the world via the sea, but it bestows everlasting youth and a natural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu with the underworld, the place where the dead journey after death. The tale of Urashima Taro about a youth who was invited to the seafloor palace of Ryugu has thanks for rescuing turtle led to Ryugu's name becoming widely known throughout the country. In the story, a princess called Otohime served as ruler of Ryugu Palace, but Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving the god of the sea, who resided over Ryugu. Still got some mysteries. Oh, I feel like we filled out a lot of this. By the way, Yuza. Yes? You said your name was Yuza Mikuchi, right? Yes, that's correct. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Madame Mikuchi? Huh? She was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago. Imagine you find these foreigners and they're like, where's your dead mother? I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago. You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mom, would you? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Would she have had some sort of connection to mermaids? Well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure. Please tell me! I'm also looking for mermaids! I don't know anything I have to know! Well, now, you're certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Madame Mikuchi. What? A rumor from where? You want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taishima a home. What? So someone survived a disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around today? Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual is also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima. I see. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience. Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza. Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. I see. So you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother? Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from you wanting her to be alive. Oh no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting. Why? There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on a human form several decades ago, and has lived among humans ever since. What? No way! That would fit perfectly with our theory. Telling me as well. This is my surprise face, by the way. I can't see it. But it could be very interesting if that was the case. Sorry, Abby, I think I'm at my limit. Oh my, that is it? Something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today. Now that you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we found. If you could stay just a bit longer. Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but the little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to get another nosebleed. If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching. Calamity? You can't mean... Oh, I forgot to mention, young Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Yeah, he's spinning his finger around his head, being like, yeah, she's a little crazy! Blah! She's a little sensitive about those stuff. As reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Do some. Eric, I'm sorry, excuse me. You rang? If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please? Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well, if I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps? Thank you! Man, this sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. We managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today would be a bit tough. I really need information by tomorrow, though. Why by tomorrow? Where are we going? I feel like we have learned so much. Is something else we're missing? Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamuda is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes in it, though. Kikugo and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah? We also managed to speak with those 2 foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises, and there's also that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and that one of them assumed a human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of the 3 living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about calamity approaching is bothering me too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right? Do you think that means the curse is real after all? Oh! Azami just realized something. If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? You think that curse bearer is 800 years old? Oh damn, you're right! But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamuda seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. Okay. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight? Yeah? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Let's go! Grandma! Why? Grandma! Grandma, no! My information! Grandma! What happened? What's wrong? Sakasa, what's going on? I don't... We were just within... Sato, no! Use a look over there! What? Oh. Sato, no! Oh my gosh, she's cut! Wait, she has a cut right there! Sato, there's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead. Sato just suddenly, but then she got cut down. Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening? Whoa! Oh god. Her wound is... Ew! The wound is gone? She's immortal! She's 100 years old! Ah, Sato. Are you okay, Sato? What was that? Yao Bikuni? Oh, Sato! Oh. Actually, she's got rid of the O in her name. Hey. She looks awesome. Several hours later. Oh, wordplay. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. It's nearly time to meet up with Suyu, yeah? Let's head that way. What about Sato? Why does it look like they're holding hands? You mean when their hands aren't holding, they're not holding hands? The whole island was in an uproar after what happened. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened. Yeah, apparently she shut herself up in her room at the Wakamuda's and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that, though? And how'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss saying that Sato wasn't human, that she's something evil that should be chased off the island. But everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamuda stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island's probably heard about it by now, and will all be anyone can talk about for a while yet. Did you go back home afterwards, Yuza? No, I stayed out to do some digging. Gran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried. Yeah. You think our promise to meet with her at the bay is still on? Let's go and see. Oh my god, this looks terrifying. Oh good, she's here. Gran, is your leg okay? Oh my god, is Grandma okay? Why is it zooming out? Gran, it's me! Oh, what the hell? Okay. Jeez, Gran, don't scare me like that! Oh, you two came after all. The waves are so loud I couldn't hear you for a second. What are you doing over there, Gran? This is where it's hidden. Well, then what is? What, Mare? Your mother left us. My mom? Yes, so Yuza. Have you heard of an island called Taishima? Taishima? Oh my god, Grandma, no. Huh? Gran? Gran! Oh. See, what's wrong? She's hurt bad. We have to stop the bleeding. Ah! What are you two doing over there? Kikuo, this is what she just suddenly... Let's see you. No, you couldn't have. Ah! Hey! Why would we do that? Shit, she's totally got the wrong idea. It's too late, Gran. She's got no pulse. The wound's too deep. It's almost cut her clean in half. She never stood a chance. I'll go get someone. You stay with here with Suyu. Use that. No, it's alright. I'll come with you. Oh my god. Someone help! Get the clinic doctor! Ah! Oh, is every this is old lady Nakamura? What the hell's happening? There's people from down there too! Come on, let's go. Whoa! Why are they killing everyone? Ah! No way, even Chie? Someone help, 2 more people collapse over there! What's happening? Help me, I don't want to die! Damn it, there are too many victims. We aren't going to have enough people to help at this rate. There are more over here too. Oh, what the hell is happening? Hey! Oh no! Is that Kikuko? It got her too? Someone tell me what's going on. What's with these gashes appearing out of nowhere? This isn't right. There's no way this is normal. Is it a virus? Or is it really a curse? Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. The strange calamity had suddenly descended on Kamishima, plunged down into panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing that could be done to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. The survivors were seized with fear. Some ran to escape, some simply broke down, some flew into wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. A short while later. At least we were able to meet up with Sakasa. But what the hell's going on? The whole island's in an uproar. Everyone's so panicked we couldn't find anyone who could talk straight. Who could blame them? No one knows who'll be affected next. It's probably best to hide here until things settle down. You okay, Sakasa? No, I have no idea whether my mom's safe or not. I wasn't able to find Sato either. I'm so worried about her. Old man Wakamura said he'd handle things, so I hope she managed to make it back home at least. Hey, do you think Sato's wound healing up like that has anything to do with what just happened now? We've held off prying into Sato's past up to now, but maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think, didn't this whole curse of the raging waves mess up when Sato came to Kamishima? Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault, she's just a normal girl! I won't let anyone say anything bad about her, not even you, Azami. Sorry, Sakasa, I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight. I mean, I never thought something like this was really possible either. Something like what? You have some idea what could have caused this? Well, a little while ago, when we were at Old Man Wakamura's place, some guy phoned and threatened to kill all the women on Kamishima with a curse. Another curse? Who was it? What did they want? I don't really know. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy. Is she next? What the hell? All those people had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Not the woman! Leave the woman out of this! Old man Wakamura said he'd do something to stop the raging waves curse, but things just got worse instead. Azami, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me. You're right. Sorry, Sakasa. I guess I got a bit heated. Even so, that means those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse, right? So they're the one responsible for all this. Right. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, someone made it happen. About that, something's been bugging me about the whole thing. What do you mean? It didn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random somehow. They were all women for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together. That's our Sakasa sharp as ever, so what were you thinking? But they had been targeted because they were amma divers? Now that you mention it, weren't all the victims we saw on the way here amma divers? Though I guess most of the women on Kamishima have at least some amma diving experience. But they went after Sato first, right? That wouldn't fit. Oh, you're right. Sato isn't an amma diver. I was pretty worried Yuza and I might be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now. We still don't know what the conditions are, though. None of us are out of the woods yet. Wait, the victims were only women? Could the killer have been using this to find their targets? But that would mean the culprit is... What's up, Yuza? You figure something out? Wah! Ah! Yeah! No! He got decapitated! No! Yuza, your head, it's... No. Hey, is he immortal? Is he gonna stand up? Hey, he might be immortal. His head he might regrow his head. Well done in your efforts thus far. I regret to say that it seems a mysterious attack that befell Kamishima has resulted in Yuza Minakuchi quite literally losing his head. There's nothing more we can do here, so let us bring this chapter to a close. For now, we will return to the story chart, where you may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. No, our Yaoi's fine! Damn. Guess maybe... Refer to the chart. We have to go back to the chart. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Ise Bay. Oh, I'm glad everything is normal now. Nice. Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawage Town, which means it's the Sea of Ise, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing! Indeed it is. Come, Cersei. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Ise Bay. How amazing! I just can't stop saying it. Without further ado, my name is Arnif Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? Oh well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the going-ons of this locale. Sure, I've got you covered. While this area is now called Nakabeppo, long ago it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuo. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coastal back in the Heian period. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids! They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys, and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could these be the fish and mermaids you mentioned before, Abby? Indubitably, yes! This must be the place I'm getting goosebumps! Right, I feel the same way. This is so exciting! Now known as Nakabeppo, Kawage Town in the Age district, so named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture, said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomuri's father, Taira no Taramori. The area has a deep connection to the Ise Heike. It is also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net, presented to Taira no Taramori during the Heian period. Oh. The endless expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lay just beyond this horizon. After all, Ise promised the land whither repaired the waves from the eternal world. The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Can't turn all the way around. I've come all this way to distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reason for trying to look at the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about lore and legends. But it occurs to me that I've never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid research to the girl. The matter is nothing of consequence, really. I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Notable works include The Fiend of Ringgit and The Solar Crow, Hermit's Travel, and Bon Appetit the Phantom Gourmand series. Although a grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort himself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware to this. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map which, taken apart, a discovery captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. His great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate after discovering this through independent research into his lineage. Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. We're talking about this mummy with a map. Looked in one of these logs, I think. One of these logs has them talking about the mermaid mummy having a map in it. I don't remember which one though. Just don't know which one. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunar Light family. The Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Cersei has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Cersei has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She's apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan, possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she shows naivety appropriate to her age, around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Cersei is the third daughter of Ciara Lunarlight. Ciara? The current head of the matrilineal Lunarlight family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts and curses what she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Primary spiritual abilities: guardian spirits, the ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and evoke their powers to exercise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Cersei who cast a spell on the paper. Dowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Although she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, during her time in Japan, Cersei has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere as such. She's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Cersei is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. Hey, isn't this... This is in, the first game. Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture, modern capital Sioux City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Heike Clan. If you're going to talk about Ise province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike. I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part of the Genpei War, correct? That's right, that was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Who's locking horns with each other? Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Taramori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing. So Taramori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? That's history for you, I'm afraid. You just have to memorize them. She's so cute! Hold on, hang my hair up real quick. Kinda warm. Yeah, two men locking horns? In battle? Apparently, Taramori was born in Sioux City in a place called Yamashina. So that's why they called this area the birthplace of the Heike. Previously known as Anotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heike. The Yamashina area in its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Taramori, was born. We're really filling these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We're missing 18. This is the metropolitan center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. I guess it makes it a perfect place to start a new journey. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets? At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Taramori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Taramori. Oh, Lord Taramori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Whoa, you find 2 mermaids and you put them in boxes? Actually, Taramori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them. God, what a waste! However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself. Why would you do that? You find something that you've never seen before with a human head and you eat it? I don't think that's the first thing you want to do, so what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Well now, tasty is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? That's all I could find in the existing records. Then, the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say? Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them. Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind. I put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei clan and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo no Ma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties in an era where the warrior class was still considered of a low status. The samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces. With the vast wealth it had gained through trade with the long dynasty of China solidifying its foundation, this significant influence was later inherited by his son Kiyomori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukemaru, Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath, and it reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The Mermaid of Betsuo. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuo in Issei province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth of bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets, dubbing these creatures ningyo. The original Japanese word for mermaids. The fishermen put 2 of them in boxes that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. Okay, that's what we just read. That's what we just heard! There's one thing I should warn you about, though. This group sometimes gets referred to as Issei Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as Heike. Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Issei Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Issei. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time, plus it has a nice ring to it. Either way works for me, so do as you like. The tale of Heike, also used Heike. They're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated. I believe I noticed one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. It pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end, more's the pity. That's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. Now we reach a particular field of expertise. Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, the resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges? Much of the Issei province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether. That's somewhat troubling to hear. Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike. Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all. Let's get to it. Let's get to it! Oh, we're moving. Any birds around here? Where are they hiding the birds? Whoop. Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Cersei? This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it. I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. Wait, really? Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing. Besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this. I guess that's true. Okay, I understand. I'll be counting on your explanations. since merged with Tsushima Prefecture, located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak. The land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of sumoji, delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Any birds? The fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming. Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement. I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Any birds? Where are they hiding these birds at? Oh my god. What'd I get? Bird! Bird! 5 birds! I got an achievement. Oh. Mockingbird relationship chart? They have a relationship chart? In love? What's down there? Some sort of shrine? This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. Anything else? As far as the girl's concerned, I suppose I can be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me! The legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. 17 years old? Oh, Sato! At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. Can be found. I'll share a fundamental and a girl who ate mermaid flesh. Once upon a time, beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. The legend of Yao Bikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 100 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu Prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated. Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there? Obviously, not all of the legends can be true, but I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? By all means. Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly, and that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the lands as a form of aesthetic training. And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Oh my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country are for the exact same individual. While it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same, there may have been a few different people, but it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think the Yao Bikuni of Wakasa province is the more likely origin of the legend. I wonder, don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that the particular location as her place of final rest? That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places want to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die at around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely. Then you believe some of the tales are embellished somewhat? That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy.
Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was a term for an immortal. But then a nun, for all we know, she could said, "I'ma be none of that," and become an amma diver. Why is he making puns? Why is he making puns all of a sudden? This guy just be saying shit. Oh, but dumb cheese! That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings. Now, wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient part of discussion. Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. Can Kusawa's legend of Yao Bikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories are from each area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations? Exactly, but then again, the immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Is she 15? Where's she getting these words from? I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. That something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then get mixed up with various legends of Yao Bikuni from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. Studying for the SATs? Hey, I feel like she's skipping all her classes. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development? Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that. That's right, you're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action. Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yao Bikini remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did we come all this way for nothing? Well, it might not have been a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise, have you heard it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the Tale of the Genji and the Tale of Heike. Is it anything like those? Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though. Harumph. Well, they sound similar enough. Anyway. Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. She loves books! She loves reading! The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's easy enough to remember, no? Tales of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check! One more thing, the title might be the Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believe the title comes from the fact that Passage 69 is set in Ise province. Nice. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files. Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. Okay, I'll read through them right now. A collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man believed to have been compiled in the Heian period. It's greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works as The Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period. The prose passages serving as a biography for the character, both the author and the exact date of publication are unknown. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Why is it particularly about him with a woman? Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe and scribes a waka poem on and sends it to them. Both of them? Greedy. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. What? He stole her away and then she got eaten? Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Suruga Province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi Province, he spots an familiar bird on the shores of the Sumida River. Recalls his wife at hometown, recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. This is nice. This is not a bad story. Close friends of childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed, but when the man prepares to travel far away Kawachi Province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. His other lover? Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can, but when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. Oh. Okay. Episode 69. Having been sent to Ise Province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as priestess at Ise Shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separates the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the moon removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. Okay. There's one other thing we can learn from the tales of Ise. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Tales of Abyss. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next! No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth! Sure. We're just moving blazes. Damn, they're really walking far in one day. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear? This is Futamigara. The coastline that lies beside Futami town is just over from Ise City. Hey, this is where the dead body was found. Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was a prefectural capital from that fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh? Oh well, I can understand how you'd arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces, Ise, Shima, Ida, and Ki. Is that so? But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location. Very interesting, but the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. Futamigaura Sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity. It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite a striking image. To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Ise Bay. It makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in. It really does, being surrounded by the bay like this. It's such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view. Where are we gonna meet the woman now? So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, eh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Ise Province on April 3rd during the 2nd year of Enbun era, which would be 1357. So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous! The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Ise Province came Enmeiji, delivering perpetuity. So what exactly does that mean? My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami, and it was named Enmeiji, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity. Aha, it granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff! Yes, there's another account relating mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time. Indeed, and now we have a name. So what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it? No clue. Again with the vague records! These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on the answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat. Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty, nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. I don't know. It seems kind of evil to eat something with a human head. Like you can eat a fish. The fish, while the fish is staring at you, you're eating the fish on your table, but if that fish had a human head, would you be able to eat it? So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there. Speak for myself? Are you eating them? Are you eating the mermaids? What if the mermaid had fish head and human legs? I don't know. Would you eat the human legs of it? This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remember it? I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie, and the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or a nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety. You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more fish mermaids. It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids. Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word! Would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh, but I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. Agreed. Yeah, I would love to speak to a mermaid, especially if she's topless. Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? But our conversation was just getting good. Pretend all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed something adorning the entrance to everyone's house. What was that? Oh, right. Those are Somin Shodai talismans. Somin Shorais? Somin Shorais? Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. For me later? How about right now? A type of talisman described as the character Somin Shodai Shison, meaning descendant of Somin Shodai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds or shimanawa. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise-shima place Somin Shodai talismans at the entrances to their home, usually in the form of paper slips or shimanawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimanawa up during the New Year, in Ise-shima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The word Somin Shodai originate from the name of a central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale is generally told in Ise-shima is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno set out to court the Princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found out that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him. And so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shodai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shodai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somin Shodai from a plague that ravaged the area the next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somin Shodai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illness. The tradition has survived to present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. Never be evil! That's what Beauty and the Beast teaches everyone. It's in every single folklore. If someone knocks on your door and asks to be let in, you let them in. Because you never know if they're going to set off a plague. What is it now? You're making me antsy. Come on, Cersei. You realized something about Somin Shodai, didn't you? You must share! No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the internal world. Is it? What does that mean? You'd already know this from the files but regarding Somin Shodai. Its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozu Tenno, who was courting the Princess of Ryugu. I did read that just now. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja Temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend, the Tale of Heike. So it is. What was that again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? It sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though. Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Pretty careless lesson? No, no! Always let strangers into your home! They might give you something good. Like your crops grow more in the coming summer.
Fine. So what you're saying is, Ise-shime is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and Heike. And that is exactly why the Somen Shodai tradition is so well established here. Ah, that reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well. She certainly is mysterious, That reminds me about Futami Gaura.
Hey, when did it suddenly become nighttime?
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away, sorry.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view to see at night, I'll not complain.
You're right, just look at all those stars.
Ah. Hey, kinda scary. Why so dark? You're not gonna jump scare me, are you? Ooh. Yeah!
But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Cersei? Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent, do tell! She dabbles in everything! Child prodigy!
Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten. Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness.
Scary? Frightening? Scary and frightening?
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, eh? Then I presume it is made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see? How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find a star low in the sky and point to it.
Summer Triangle. Deneb, Vega, Orihime, Altair, Hikoboshi.
Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the Summer Triangle is formed by connecting Vega,
Deneb, and Altair.
Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imagination since time immemorial. The Summer Triangle is visible in the sky almost directly overhead around August. Start by facing southwest and looking low.
Okay. If I look, will I get jump scared? You think it's this one?
Wait, I do believe I found it! The star just there with the reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes? Correct, that is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
I found it all myself! Why, I'd make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in a summer triangle, so please try again.
Egads, that's right!
Why not try looking straight up for an Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the sky's zenith. Give it a shot.
Okay. This one?
There, that must be it! Bingo. That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival. Then that must mean Hikoboshi would be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is?
Okay. I think it's this one. Eureka! I've spotted it!
Ooh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
I managed to spot both of them.
It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together in my own hand. How overjoyed they must be!
Yeah, nice work.
I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the summer triangle to be found. It might be hard to see because of the angle.
Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. I found it. In my eyes, it's as discerning as I believe it to be. That's the one!
Nice find. That's the Neb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. The Neb lies within the Milky Way, which earns its nickname the Milky Way Star. It does appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream.
Oh my god, he scared me. There, I've located all 3 stars in the summer triangle. How do you like that? How you like that? Da 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 da.
You've mastered the summer sky. Should I start addressing you as Professor? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. Alright then. Tell me, what is another name for the star Hikoboshi? Which one of these is it? Pop quiz! Where's the constellations? It's this one. That's right. Well done, Professor. Phew, I mean nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to hear in Fita Migaura. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Cersei? What? We haven't even visited Ise Shrine yet. If you ask me, we barely scratched the surface. You got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. Well, I guess we aren't getting jump scared today. Damn. We're high up. Wow, talk about a gorgeous view. She's gorgeous. It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Ise City on the other. So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it? Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is... Toba Castle! Built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo, Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet. Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of amma divers in Japan. I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. It straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City, and is also known by a special name of Asamagatake. Part of the Ise-shima National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make a journey to Kongo Shoji. The observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Apparently, Mount Asama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the top of Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we take the mountain path. All I can say is this place takes my breath away. Is there any birds? No? None? Where are they hiding the birds? Over there, you can see the city of Toba spread out along the coast. By the way, they tend to call this the Ise-shima region. But most of the time, that term includes Toba as well, something to keep in mind. So when I hear Ise-shima, I should also think of Toba, eh? Good to know. I like how we're relying on this 15-year-old for all of our knowledge, and then our excuse is like, yeah, we're from another country. She's not born here either. She's on here for summer vacation. She knows way too much. Doesn't really have anything interesting in this. First off, you should know that the naval troops in Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, eh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, armed them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle. So that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirates' bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi eventually rising to the position of daimyo Shima province. That's why they called him the pirate daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was a demon king of the sixth heaven, no? True, but that's the title he gave himself. Still a pirate and daimyo, what an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh? For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline. Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Oh, do tell. She should become a history professor or something. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune Miku? I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. But, Hatsune Miku? You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times only to be brought home. I knew it! Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days. Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. Miku Hatsune! May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again! Such was the curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. Oh. Okay. And so ends the legend. Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it. Well, what's your take on the story then? When authority figures try to force other people's hands to bring these things upon themselves, it's just asking to get cursed. Fair enough, I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like the part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end. Oh, if you're right, that would change the story completely. But there's something else that interested me more. Sumitaka became head of Kuki clan in 5060, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days. But consider this, when Sumitaka died 24 years later in 5084, he would have been 32 years old. Yes? Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter? And a gate Magatama was unearthed at the palace where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale. Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere. True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? Well said! A certain occult researcher taught me that one. You don't say. Oh. Princess Hatsune Miku. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Kuki clan was just one of the many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed with Kuki Yoshitaka. Quickly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga, and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era, rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy. He became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. So much mystery. I feel like we're being lore dumped of history. I think it has to do with the history of the mystery, but it has nothing to do with the main mystery. Just some yummy, delicious side information of why things are the way they are. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew, Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as a part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Kuki, Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as a part of political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as a part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumaka's age at the time. It would be really fun if this became folklore, because they're like, oh my god, after she's died, I have not seen a beautiful woman ever! It has to be because of this! I hate all these women that have been being born recently! It must be because she has died!
She was the most beautiful I've ever seen.
Oh, I just realized something. Kugisamaka died, or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
Messed up, actually. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. You're like, oh, there just hasn't been a beautiful woman since the princess.
Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that it still endures for 400 years. Of course, intra-year mortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cut-off point. So there's a chance something happens after 400 years? Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here. It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Amma divers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amma diver. In fact, there's a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kozaki that is considered a sacred place to Amma divers of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have truly been legendary! Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Amma diving in Shima province. Amma divers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they're a popular theme. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. There's another point worth noting. Amma divers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace.
All Amma divers are mermaids! That's why we have to kill every single Amma diver!
Could even argue that the Amma diver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends. Yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of the Issei Bay were simply Amma divers. It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend. Perhaps I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it. Alright. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amma divers of the Tomashima region, regarding something called the Tomokazuki. The Tomokazuki? It is believed that an Amma diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Cersei, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere!
That's why the Amma divers in this area wear their Seiman and Doman symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. On another note, the Amma divers of the Tomashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji area. Well, it sounds like they were true diving professionals. Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated at Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves... Oh, we're back to the Heike already. I wasn't aware there was a connection. Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Amma divers? Aha, so their lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh? And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits who drowned the Heike.
Cersei, please, you're going to give me nightmares.
At least that's what depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled, "In the Western Sea, the diving woman encountered the Heike in the depths of the water."
Oh.
That's a very literal title. Such a deep connection. To think the Heike were even once depicted with Amma divers, they truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region. Yes, but the setting for the ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Amma divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Amma divers are always going to be key players. Actually, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei,
I'd say it's high time we turn to our primary topic of interest here.
Mermaids!
Oh, what would that be?
Mermaids!
Personally, now that we visited Issei Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut tut!
Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we? Aw, and here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right. Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Whoa, whoa.
Wow. I think this timeline, remember? This is the timeline where we didn't talk about the hole. So I'm assuming we didn't find the hole. But this is the timeline where we found the hole. So this is the bad timeline because we didn't meet our clone down there. Hey, what happened to the mermaids? Ah, something treasure hunts. Oh.
This is way before. Something here. Oh, Mr. Wakamuda, good morning. Oh, Sato, you're back. Where have you been? Oh, I've been helping out at Suyu's place. And that thing you got there, did Suyu give you that? Oh, this hand mirror? I just ran to Kikuko down the road. She gave it to me. Fine, no matter. You got a moment? I got something important to discuss. Oh, alright. Mr. Wakamuda, the head of the family, and his son Shotaro are the only two actually living in this house right now. Oh, and me, I suppose. I'm just freeloading here. The family's main home has already moved over to the mainland, so everyone else lives over there. This house is only used when they're staying on the island. Mr. Wakamuda only comes a few days a week, and Shotaro usually lives alone in Tokyo, so honestly, I've been here alone more often than not. Do they have any birds in here? You guys keep any birds in this house? A bird! This is where Mr. Wakamuda grew up. Apparently, it's been kept much as it was, no major reservations. For someone in such a high position, the place really isn't all that fancy. It's not so different from any other homes on the island. People like that about him. It makes him feel more approachable. A telephone with a handmade cover. I can't imagine Mr. Wakamuda or Shotaro made it, so someone else on the island must have. It's cute, kinda looks like it's wearing clothes. Anything else that we're missing around here? It's a flag featuring the island's mascot, Kameshimaru. These were made as original souvenirs for tourists to Kamishima. Seems that triangle pendant flags like this one are a classic souvenir at tourist spots all over the country. This one was apparently put up by Kikuko, who just wouldn't take no for an answer. Despite the house often being empty, the household shrine is always kept neat and tidy. This is Shinobu Wakamuda. He was kind enough to take me in when I was found here. He holds a bunch of posts both on and off the island, and from what I hear, has a lot of influence. At first glance, he can look a bit intimidating, and I've also heard him shouting at subordinates over the phone, so well, I guess he can actually be rather intimidating too. But with me, he's never been harsh. He's always very generous and patient. Why is he nice to her? Is it because he knows that she's immortal? Satos, it's been what, about 3 months since you arrived? Yes, that sounds about right. You've gotten used to life here by now, I expect. Thank you for the gifted Grandburst! Your stomach is so full! I don't suppose you remember anything yet? No, nothing yet. Still aren't sure who you are, then. Let's think back a bit. About 3 months ago, the night of the earthquake. Oh, she was found naked? Whoa! I happened to pass by the bay, where I found you washed up on the shore. Right, I still can't remember how that came to be. It scared me good, I'll tell you that. I grabbed the blanket and carried back here right away. But even after you woke up, you didn't remember anything about your name. Whoa, you're a mermaid? She a mermaid or something? You didn't have any belongings either. It was like you had run from somewhere with nothing at all, not even clothes. I'm so sorry you have to find me like that. Not to mention that you didn't seem to know a thing about everyday life. Maybe you grew up way out in the hills or were overly sheltered. But you couldn't even put clothes on properly. You didn't know how to turn the lights on. What was as if you didn't know the first damn thing. Yes, but since I've watched loads of TV, I've learned so much. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed at how fast I managed to pick everything up. Either way, I figured you were a special case, that there had to be some sort of special circumstance. So I decided to say you're a relative of mine and keep you here until you remember something. Yet you still haven't remembered anything. That's right, I'm sorry for all the trouble. I was really hoping you'd have remembered something by now. But I'm running out of time, we need to move on. I'm running out of time? Sorry, Sato. There's something I need you to do. Me? But I can hardly do anything right. Yes, you. Let's stop dancing around it. I had a reason for taking you in. To put it plainly, Sato. You aren't human, are you? Huh? What? Where did that come from? What's that supposed to mean? Whether you truly can't remember or you're just plain dumb, enough is enough. I haven't told a soul on this island, not even Shotaro. Told them what? That night when I found you washed up in the bay, you were already dead. What? I've seen my share of drowned bodies before. You had no pulse, you weren't breathing. You were without a doubt nothing but a corpse. Nothing could have saved you. I figured that was that. Turned around to call the police. But then right before my eyes, your body mended itself and you started breathing again. The rest is as I told you before. When I said you scared me good, that was because you suddenly came back to life. I only took you in because I realized there was no way you could be a regular human. I don't know what to say. Are you saying I came back to life? I can come back to life if I die? Do you really not know what you are? Maybe it's like in that movie. The one with the zombies. Maybe I'm one of those. You don't look rotten enough to be a zombie to me, but honestly you can call it whatever you want. I did wonder why you took me in and treated me so well. I guess if you knew I'd die and come back, then the reason you were being so kind was... Well, yes. I want to know your secret. If I could figure out how you came back, it would be worth a fortune! Alright, makes sense. Doesn't mean I want to be rough with you. The plan was to let you settle in, and once you remembered, we'd talk. Well, that was very gentlemanly of you. Thank you. Well, I did wonder whether that was a one-off thing or was something you could do again and again. I even thought about taking a blade to you to test it. But if it really was a one-off thing, that would have been too risky, so I decided to wait and see. Right, maybe not quite as gentlemanly as I thought. Anyway, things have changed now. There's no time to be kind anymore. Takes out my knife. I'm out of options. This is an emergency! But I don't want this to get ugly. First, I just want you to hear me out, okay? Alright. Ever since I was a youngin', I've had a support from a certain benefactor. Getting this far in one lifetime, all my money, connection, success, it was all thanks to his backing and advice. Why bring this up now? Be quiet and listen. Those who owe him call him Unka Kudono, a title given to those elevated above the clouds. That's how highly we regard him. Elevated above the clouds? Sounds pretty important. Sure is. He's from an old noble family, a real big shot with land and businesses all across the prefecture. Anyway, I read with him yesterday, and I ended up telling him about you. About me? I figured nobody would believe me even if I told them about a girl who could resurrect herself from the dead. I just mentioned it in passing, expecting him to laugh it off and move on. But to my surprise, Unka Kudono was real interested, asking all kinds of things. I don't like where this is going. I haven't even said anything bad yet. Maybe, but it sounds like you're going to say he wants you to hand me over to him or something like that. Well, you're not wrong. Unka Kudono demanded I give you to him. Knew it. He wouldn't take no for an answer, even putting a deal on the table that was hard to refuse. But you still told him no, right? I know you're strong enough to tell him no. Okay, your silence is scaring me now. What's that face supposed to mean? It would seem that Unka Kudono has quietly been researching immortality for years. Huh? Immortality? He's pretty serious about it too, says even the smallest rumors are worth looking into. Last year, when all that right to resurrection nonsense was going on in Tokyo, he used the opportunity to gather information. I've never even heard of that. Was it that big a thing? If I'd known he was so interested, I would never have brought you up. So you're saying you couldn't refuse him? Anyway, let's just say I'm in a bit of a situation with no easy way out now. It would be better if there was a way not to have to take the deal, so I pleaded with him to give me more time. Oh, I knew you'd come through, thank you. Which brings me to what I need to ask you, Sato. If you stop hiding things and tell me everything you know, I won't make this harder than it has to be. Well... Tell me. Have you heard people on the island talk about the curse of the raging waters? The raging waves? That doesn't sound like a very nice curse. Let me explain! Wait, so the disaster 5 years ago, that was all because of this curse? And it was created from the lingering resentment of all the people who died in Taishima 400 years ago? If that's true, it must be a very powerful curse. No doubt about that. No doubt. Uh-oh. That's where you come in, Sato. I believe you're the one calling the curse down upon us. You're the Raging Waves curse bearer. Huh? Come on, you can't be serious. Timing fits perfectly. Things started taking a turn for the worse right after you arrived. And more than anything, I know you're not human. Just admit it, you're the one bringing this goddamn curse to the island! Hey, she's just a beautiful girl who washed up on shore. Absolutely not. I don't know anything about it. I swear you got the wrong person. I was willing to wait until I understood how you came back to life, but now I'm out of time. Whether you don't know or you're just playing dumb, I don't care anymore. I just need to get rid of the goddamn curse. If you do, I'll never mention any of this again. You can keep living here, watching as much TV as you like. I'll cover for you as long as you need. But I can't. I didn't even know the curse, let alone how to get rid of it. I'd love to take you up on the offer, but I just don't know how. So even the one who brought this curse upon us doesn't know how to lay it to rest. I suppose I have no choice but to take Unka Kudono's deal and hand you over. You see... Wow, why is the music all scary all of a sudden? Unka Kudono claims he already knows how to break the curse of the raging waves. Oh, why would you know that? I've warned him about the curse many times. I suppose he must have dug into it. I suppose you'll have to be an offering to Ukakudono. One necessary to save Kamishima. And an offering? You mean like a sacrifice? In this day and age? Surely there's a way to save Kamishima that doesn't involve killing anyone. We can find a more humane route. You really think he'd just hand over that information while you got leverage? Use your head! You can't help that refusing his method of lifting the curses on the table anymore. That means there has to be a price. That's just how deals work in the business world. I don't care about the business world. Come now. You think you have a choice? Yes, I don't want to give up my body to someone researching immortality. He could kill me! But that's the thing. There's no need for you to worry about that. You won't stay dead. You'll live through whatever happens, won't you?
Uh-oh. Hey, this is evil.
I refuse! I have a promise I have to keep, no matter what. You? All you do is eat, sleep, and watch TV all day. What promise could you possibly have to keep? Well, I can't say. Not right now. What nonsense. You're just saying whatever to save yourself. You realize you're choosing to stand against protecting everyone on this island from disaster. Do you really want to cover this on your conscience? She needs to help her bestie confess to a man! Not to mention, you're the cause of this mess to begin with. It's time to take responsibility. No, that's not true. You're blaming the wrong person. You live here and eat at our expense for months and then refuse one request? Unbelievable. Sorry, I don't know what else to say. And the handover is tomorrow night, the 8th. A transport boat will slip out of the port. Until then, do as you like. And don't bother trying to escape the island. I've told the ferry not to let you board. There's nowhere on this island my eyes don't reach. If I'd done this 5 years ago, maybe I could have stopped it. I won't make the same mistake.
Okay.
Oh no, this is awful. Is he serious? He wants to use me as a sacrifice? I mean, it's true I'm in no position to refuse, but no, there's no way. What do I do? What can I do? I'm going out for a bit. Fine. Talk to whoever you want. It won't change a thing. No one here will defy my decision.
Okay. Scary. Whoa, is she gonna find a box over here? Where are we going to the southern coast?
I panicked and came all the way out here, but what the hell am I supposed to do? Whatever happens, I still have to keep the promise I made to Sakasa yesterday.
Hey, Sato! He looks so... like his top half looks like it doesn't match the bottom half of his body.
Shotaro? Good timing. I have something I want to ask you, too.
Oh, go ahead. Are you think there's a bird here?
This wide beach lies on the southeastern side of the island. It's blanketed by the sound of waves.
Got any birds?
Oops. I believe that big rock on the coast is called Senjo Iwa. It means something like thousand-fold rock, and is a bit of a local landmark. Shotaro came back from Tokyo about 2 weeks ago to visit his family here. I was already staying at the Wakamoto residence, so that's when we first met. Ever since then, he's been checking in on me a lot, like he's really concerned about me. He's not a bad person at all, and I can see why so many people like him, but for some reason it feels like we come from completely different worlds, like we see things in a completely different light. To be honest, I feel like there's a kind of distance between us as people.
Damn. Look at that watch. My topic, your topic, your topic. Hot topic.
Oh right, so I wanted to let you know. Sorry, I overheard your conversation with my old man earlier. What, you did? How much did you hear? Pretty much the whole thing, I think. That house really has paper-thin walls. I heard about the curse, the sacrifice, and you coming back to life. Oh, then yeah, you pretty much heard everything. Honestly, it caught me completely off guard. Can't believe my old man's going on about that. It's also ridiculous, I mean, who actually buys into that kind of superstition? But don't worry, Sato, I won't let him do this. I'm on your side. There's no place for something as ridiculous as sacrifices in this day and age.
Okay.
There. Oh, okay. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You had something you want to talk about, too.
Yeah, it's my topic. Hot topic.
I know this is a bit sudden, but I was wondering if you had time later this afternoon.
What for? Are you inviting me to something?
Not exactly, just something a little complicated I want to talk about. Can't we talk about it here right now? No, I mean, I still need some time to prepare.
I think I see how it is.
You sure this isn't time for that, though? Don't you have bigger things to worry about? Well, yes, but... Even so, I really want you to be there. It's important. Alright, I'll be there. Just tell me when and where. No! It's not. No! It's for my friend! It's not me, it's for my friend! Thank you. How about 1 p.m. down by the bay? Got it, I'll be there. No! Anyway, you don't need to worry. I'll be your knight in shining armor. You're not going to be sacrificed for anything. That's very reassuring. Thank you. Honestly, in a world with science as advanced as ours, talk of curses, sacrifice, and immortality, it's just nonsense. I think my old man has finally lost it. Pretty sure it's all the influence of that so-called sorcerer from Tokyo. Honestly, it's disgraceful. Yeah, it's a bit out of hand. Just so you know, after hearing all that, I confronted him. Gave him a pretty firm piece of my mind. Wait, you did? You spoke to Mr. Wakamura? Sure did. I told him flat out that you weren't going to be sacrificed for anything. Things got pretty heated after that. Oh no, I'm so sorry. You didn't have to go that far for me. Well, you see, I actually have my own reason for not wanting to lose you to some silly sacrifice. What? What? Sato. Yes? I'll be direct. No! Once this whole mess is over, would you consider dating me with marriage in mind? Wait! My best friend has feelings for you! Huh? Wait, you and me? I, didn't see that one coming. You carry yourself so much more calmly than other girls. There's something elegant, almost regal about you. It's such a pleasure to see. I feel like I'd do anything if it was for you. You're the first woman that's ever made me feel this way. I think us meeting here had to be fate. We were destined to find each other. No! No! Wow. You don't believe in curses, but you believe in fate? Touché, but this time I feel like I have no choice but to believe. So listen. I'm heading back to Tokyo next week. I was hoping you'd come with me. Wow. Tokyo. Just think it over, okay? I think it'll be a great chance for you. Sorry. Damn, this is not fair. Dropping that on me right after saying he'd help save me? I'm really not interested. I should nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem down the line. I'm sorry. What? What did you say? Uh-oh. Wait, what? Sakasa? Why does he look so scared? Why is this suddenly a horror thriller? Oh, didn't know you were there, Sakasa. Have you been eavesdropping on our secret conversation? That's not very polite. Secret conversation? So that's really how it is? Sato, I'm sorry, I had no idea. No, wait, Sakasa, that's what you think. Wait, I really am the worst. I'm sorry, I'm so clueless. Sakasa, wait. What the hell is that? I'm sorry, I have to go. Oh, why is it so scary? Why is this got so scary? Damn, what happened to this timeline? Why did this get shifted all the way over here? Are we missing a lot of things over here? Well, I can't do this, it's not fair! Hey, Sakasa, listen, you're okay, there's still a chance! No, there isn't! Sakasa, Sato, what's going on? Well, I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Sakasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here. What? They have got to stop meeting in this place. Feeling a little better now? Yeah, sorry. None of this is your fault, Sato, I know that. And now we've missed the meeting time, too. Shotaro's probably out there looking for us. Yeah, well, we'll find him later and we'll apologize. These are the ruins of an old building called the Kantekisho Ruins. People hardly ever come here anymore. Do you think there's a bird in here? You guys hurting a bird? No birds? It's just fine. You don't want one anyways. So you're saying that today was the first time you ever said anything like that to you? Yep, I had no idea he would be confessing out of the blue like that. I mean, I get it now. I know you aren't interested in him, but... I guess I really am still just a kid. I don't have the confidence to confess stuff like that. Getting married, going to Tokyo together? That's way too much for me to even begin to think about. Yeah, he just skipped several steps ahead. I guess guys from the city are just like that. Still, you handled it so calmly. I was seriously impressed. If you say so. You were so calm and collected, I swear I can hardly believe you're the same age as me. I wish I could stay that calm. Why'd she pause like that? No, it's okay, she loves you! Although you seem a little bit different too, did something happen? I only really caught the tail end of our conversation back there. Oh, well... I guess honestly it's been quite a day. But I was planning to tell you everything! Tell me what? You're kinda scaring me with that serious look. Well, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound completely insane for all sorts of reasons. But every word of it is true, and you just believe me, okay? Okay, scary. So this morning, Mr. Wakamura came to me. What? I don't even... You can't be serious. You're going to be offered up as sacrifice tomorrow? And what? Some cursed storm is coming to the island, and you died and came back? Are you actually being serious? Yep, or at least Mr. Wakamura is completely convinced that's the case. Shotaro said it was all nonsense. He didn't believe a word of it. Nuh-uh, this is not okay. This is all seriously messed up. You said before you didn't really remember much about your past, right? But claiming that you died? That has to be bullshit. Sato, why aren't you saying anything? Oh, what do we know? Sakasa was in pieces earlier, but at least she seems to have calmed down a bit now. I mean, after something like that, of course she was upset. Hello, Sato, you okay? Well, I don't know. Okay. So things have gotten a bit messed up now. But I still think you need to tell Shotaro how you feel. You really think so? But he's clearly into you, not me. I mean, I don't think his feelings are just gonna flip once you tell him. In fact, I'd even be more worried if he changed his mind that easily. I guess that's true. That said, letting him know your feelings is the best way to have him realize you're an option for him. I'm pretty sure up until now, he just hasn't been paying attention. He hasn't noticed all the great stuff about you. Realize I'm an option? I'm not so sure that's the problem. You never know. Even if he doesn't respond to you right away, his feelings could always change over time. Just look at you. You're cute, you're smart, and you're a great person. You've got every reason to be confident. Oh, no! You're making me blush. It does sound convincing coming from you. I mean, I was totally ready to just throw it out there to see what would happen and all. But now you're starting to make me think I might actually have a shot. Exactly. No need to rush. Just take your time and let both of your feelings develop. Thanks, Sato. You're right. I can't just give up. I'm gonna go ahead and tell him. But you really are good at this, Sato. You must be super experienced with all this. Of course I am. They don't call me a living encyclopedia for nothing. Oh yes, Miss Encyclopedia. I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot too. No! So, did you finish writing the love letter? Well, I did finish it, but I ripped it up and threw it away. Oh, damn. Don't worry. I'll write another one today. It's probably a good thing I get a redo. The first one was all me anyway. Yeah, that's the spirit. I suppose I'll need one more thing, Sato. You'll need to invite Shotaro over for me again. Yep, that I can do. I'll get him to come even if it kills me. Oh, she did die. Thanks, but I'd rather you didn't get killed over this. Alright, time to rewrite that love letter. Hello, Sato, you okay? Well, I don't know. Are we reflecting? Are we thinking inwards? I don't think I can keep hiding the truth about myself much longer. Yeah, she deserves to know. I should tell her. About me. About my past. Whoa! All that said, I feel like whatever's going on with you is way more serious. Yeah, about that. You think we can talk for a bit? I have something important to share. Whoa, that serious face again. You're kind of scaring me. So, the truth is, some of my memories have started coming back. Just a few. Wait, really? That's great! So, what did you remember? Well, I want to keep this just between us for now. That okay? Yeah, of course, totally. Earlier, when you said you couldn't believe we were the same age. We're not. You were right. The truth is, although I might look quite young, I've actually been around for a very long time. Oh, so that's what you've been hiding? I knew something was up. I knew it! So how old are you? Already 20? No. A little older than that. Well, I need to guess even higher? Alright, then let's take a big jump. 23! I guess I lied. It's actually a lot older than that, I think, at least.
A lot older? Now I'm not sure where to guess.
Wait, you're not gonna tell me you're secretly some ancient grandma, are you? Yep, that's about right.
Huh?
Also, that part about me dying coming back, there might be some truth to that, too.
Huh?
Yeah, so in other words, I'm actually an immortal girl with an immortal body. Nice to meet you.
Well, there's no way! Wow, she was so nonchalant about that.
Oh, yeah, blah. Wait, are you actually being serious here? Yep, completely serious. I mean, I always thought you said some pretty weird things. But this one takes the cake. I guess you did always have some kind of strange vibe about you. Hearing this does sort of make sense. But like, how did that even happen? Well, it's so long ago I barely remember. But long ago, for some reason I can't remember, I ended up eating the flesh of a mermaid. The flesh of a mermaid? Oh, I've actually heard stories about that. Eating mermaid flesh is supposed to make you immortal, right? Exactly, that's the stuff. No way, so the stories are real. So you have an immortal body, and you've been alive for who knows how long? Yep, that sums it up. So how old are you really? Well, I'm actually not too sure. I'm not really the forgetful type, but I think there was just a human limit to how much I could ever remember. Even when living normally, you wind up forgetting stuff from a long time ago, right? I guess, maybe? I've only been alive 17 years, so I wouldn't really know. Oh yeah. The oldest memory I can still remember probably goes back several centuries at least. Damn, so you really are an ancient grandma. No, I was only 17 when I ate the mermaid flesh, you know? So I wasn't exactly lying about my age. In terms of looks, I'm still a spry young 17-year-old. Well, sure, I can argue that. But you're saying you're actually immortal? I think that tops my surprises for the day. You believe me? Of course, you joke around a lot, but I trust you when you say it's serious. Thank you.
Whoa! Doomed Yuri! Where one's immortal and the other one lives a human life and then she dies.
So if you really did become immortal from eating the flesh of a mermaid, then I guess handing you over to some bigwig like this Unkakuro no actually starts to make sense. Yep, if I get handed over to him, I'm pretty sure he'd figure it out. Who knows what could happen? Right, that'd be bad news. No telling what he'd do after that. And if that's the truth, I guess there's no point in making excuses either. Exactly. What about the curse of the raging waves? Is that true too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's real too. I think I'm somewhat connected to that place called Taishima that came up in the curse story. Oh, you are? But even so, I don't think I caused the curse. At least, I hope not. So you're saying you're on Taishima like 400 years ago? Yes, I think so. I don't really remember what kind of person I was back then, though. Even so, I can't believe the old man just straight out said he was going to hand you over tomorrow. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that. Well, I'm gonna help you, obviously. How about you really do just run away to Tokyo with Shotaro then? I'd rather not. There has to be a better way. Yeah, even as I said it, I realized I hadn't really thought it through very much. Let's take this one step at a time.
Together! They're together!
Besides, I don't think the curse will just disappear if I leave the island. Yeah, even if you're the cause, that would mean they could have just kicked you off the island, right? It kind of feels like the old man's just trying to pin everything on you. Yeah, there has to be some reason behind it. Either way, if we could somehow stop this curse of the raging waves or whatever, it'd probably solve all my problems. Probably, yeah. But how are we supposed to stop a curse when we don't even know what it is? I always thought all this curse stuff was just occult nonsense. I never thought it could be real. Well, they are. Spirits and curses really do exist, no doubt about it. It was totally normal to live with them way back when, so it surprised me that these days everyone just acts like they're not real. No way, this is all so surreal. Well, I suppose you being here is already past surreal and into mythical. Guess I gotta rethink what's normal. I guess that means our best chance in the moment probably lies in your memory somewhere. Do you really not remember anything about what you were doing before you washed up on the island? No, now I remember that I was on Taishima 400 years ago. Everything between then and waking up here is completely blank. I'm guessing I might have been asleep somewhere for the last 400 years or something like that. Damn, how something like that even happen? You think it's connected to whatever happened to Taishima? Yeah, probably. Still sleeping for 100 years? That's just unreal. Feels like something out of a story. I mean, you fit into our society so naturally. It's hard to believe you're not from the same era. I was quite lost at first, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried really hard to fit in. Everything had changed so much, there were surprises around every corner. It was pretty overwhelming at first. I can imagine. It's like that old tale of Urashima Taro. You came back and centuries had gone by. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it's quite similar. I'm amazed the tale of Urashima Taro is still being told even now. But you know what amazed me the most? TV! It was incredible how much you can learn from it. It's like when you bring a Victorian orphan and you show him TikTok. Aha! So that's why you were always glued to the TV. Still, that's amazing. I can't believe you managed to blend in so naturally just from watching TV. Yep, it was actually easier than I expected. Felt more like visiting a country with a different culture than jumping through time. And I guess since I barely remembered anything from my past, there wasn't much to get in the way of learning new stuff. Right, guess that's why you seemed a bit distant when you first arrived on the island. Oh yeah, sorry it was such a pain. You were just scared, right? You had no memories and were thrown into a completely different era. I was lucky though. Everyone on the island was so kind, that helped a lot. Still, I still can't believe the old man was to offer you a sacrifice. That's so messed up. When did they kiss? I wish you could remember a bit more about yourself though. Aren't you even a little curious about who you were? Doesn't it worry you? Honestly, not really. I mean, I was probably just another person. Doubt I was anyone special. Mermaid! Don't say that. You never know. Well, either way, we'll just have to make a bunch of good memories for the new you. That sounds good. Even these last few months have been filled with great memories for me. Hang on, I just realized. If you really are immortal, Sato, every time you said even it kills me, you kind of left out the part where that's not actually possible. Damn, you're right. That does sound kind of bad now. Oh wait, no, it's the opposite. It means I'm so determined that I'd risk dying despite my immortality. Aha, so coming from you, it actually carries even more weight. Got it. Phew, I think I spelled that one pretty well. You know I can hear you, right? You know what? I actually feel kind of relieved. Even after learning all this about me, you aren't treating me any different. Well, yeah, you're still you. Nothing's really changed for me. Thank you. I'm glad I could tell you the truth. Usually when people find out, they freak out and quickly pull away. I was worried you did the same. Yeah, I mean, I could see why some people might distance themselves if they found out. Yuzu's mom was totally shunned when people started blaming her. Anyway, don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Your secret's safe with me. Why would she go, what? Hey, you said Yuza's mom was shunned for something? All you ever told me was that she passed away in the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago. Alright, you wouldn't know about it. I mean, I guess it's not exactly something you'd share with a guest to the island. Truth is, they pinned the blame for that whole disaster on her, said it was Mare's fault. What, seriously? But why? No idea. People just started saying she was some kind of bad omen or something. Sure, she never really fit on the island, but there's no reason to treat her like that. That's probably why things felt so tense when Yuza came back to the island a few months back. I figured folks were just joking around, so I didn't really think too much of it. That's so cruel even after she's gone. But you know, it's quite similar to what's happening to you right now. The old man called you the same thing they called her. What was it? The Raging Waves Curse Bearer? Wait, so they said Mare was the source of the curse too? That is weird, but what does it mean? Could it be Yuza's mom was actually like you? Like she was also immortal? Huh? And maybe she didn't really go missing, but was actually sacrificed to this Kakudono? But Mr. Wakamura said he won't make the same mistake from 5 years ago, so I don't think that's it. Right, yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I wonder if Yuza or Suyu knew anything about this curse of the Raging Waves. Yeah, it's not exactly an easy topic to bring up, but we don't really have any other leads. Let's go talk to Suyu. We can ask her about Mare and the curse. But wait, if Yuza's mom really was the curse bearer or whatever, that means she dragged not only herself and her family, but the whole island to the storm. That's kind of a scary thing to think about. Yeah, I can't imagine she did it on purpose. Maybe at the very least she didn't know about it, but even then? It's still awful. Either way, the outcome was such a terrible one. Nope, this curse bearer stuff has to be total bull. I'm not buying it. Yep, I couldn't agree more. But then where did all these curse bearer rumors come from in the first place? There's gotta be a way to prove they're unfounded. Bet you anything it was that so-called sorcerer the old man's been talking to. Has to be. Maybe we could go shake it out of him until they admit it was all made up. It's a bit extreme, but if we could pull it off, it would clear things up. Although even if we prove you're not the curse bearer, they're still gonna come after you for being immortal. I guess so, yeah. They want me because I'm immortal, not just because of the curse. Man, I really just want to believe all this curse bearer stuff is just nonsense. There's gotta be something else we can do. The only other people I really trust around here are Azami and Yuza. If we asked them, I bet they'd help. 6-7. Would you rather I didn't tell them? I mean, I'm pretty sure they keep it a secret, but... yeah, I'd rather avoid telling anyone else. Gotcha, well then. Maybe we could just hide out somewhere until tomorrow, buy a little time. But where could we hide? Oh! But I'm not sure if that's the right choice here. Not even sure if I should mention it. What is it? Whatever, you trust me with your secret, so I guess it's only fair I share one too. Oh, you have a secret too? Keep the secret between us, okay? It's about my pa, actually. Wait, your dad? But I thought you grew up with just your mom. I did. That's why I got curious about who my pa was and started digging on my own. Didn't have much to go on, but I managed to piece it together. Maybe I've got a knack for detective work. Well, that's incredible. A detective just like you on TV. Anyway, turns out he's a very rich guy from Ise. Apparently way back, my mom used to work as a maid at his estate. What does that mean? You guessed it. I'm his illegitimate child. Oof, that's a tough one. I mean, I kind of suspected it already, so it wasn't a huge shock or anything. Besides, he's been sending child support this whole time, so I'm grateful, honestly. Wow, your life really is like a TV show. Anyway, I've actually stuck off to meet him a few times. You met your dad all on your own? And that wasn't a problem? Surprisingly, yeah, he was happy to see me. He even said he'd wanted me to meet me too. He took me out for dinner a couple times and all. Oh, nice, but you're smart and so cute, I can see why he'd be proud. I've got no complaints with the life I have now with Ma. I'm not out to shake him down for cash or stir up any trouble or anything. That said, I've never told Ma that I met with him. There's still bad blood there, apparently. Oh, that's not good. Nobody on the island knows about this. You're the first person I've ever told. Whoa, this turned into a full-on secret swap. Anyway, worst case scenario. I thought we could ask my pa for help. No! No! He's pretty rich, so he could probably arrange a place for you to hide for a while. Might help us buy some time to look into this curse. That's quite a connection to have. Thanks for sharing with me. Having a place to lay low would be great, but won't he be suspicious if we don't explain things? Honestly, I'm not sure. We either lie to him or risk telling the truth. And personally, I'd rather not lie to him. You think it's better to keep your secret even from my pa? Yeah, sorry, I'd really rather no one knew. I get it. If word gets out, it'd probably stir up a whole new mess. Let's keep that as our last resort then. It's a great idea though, thanks! Hey, Sakasa, I just had a thought. Yeah, what is it? This Unkakuro no guy, he says he has a way to break the curse of the raging waves, right? Yeah, sounds like it. That's what he's offering in exchange for you, right? Then what if we somehow stole that from him? Oh, bold idea. You mean we fake the train and swipe it instead? No, I mean, what if I just snuck into Unkakurono's place and took it? So we've had our detective arc and now we're going undercover? Are we spies now? Yeah, okay, that's probably not very realistic. I do think it's a bit of a stretch. We don't exactly have the skills or intel for a spy mission. Still, if there were some way to break the curse of the raging waves, that'd solve everything. Exactly. If we want to stop the curse of the raging waves, maybe those two we met yesterday can help, although they didn't seem to have a plan, so maybe that's not a great idea. People also used to call Mare the curse bearer of the raging waves, so maybe Suyu will know something that can help. I don't really want to worry her, but we don't really have any other ideas. Let's go talk to her.
She's like, they're both kind of stupid. I don't think I should go talk to them.
Come on, let's go talk to Suyu. Yeah, and we should also apologize to Shotaro too.
Alright. Both of them are kind of dumb. The main two guys.
Hello, anybody home? Doesn't look like anyone's here. Guess we'll have to wait to talk to Suyu. Let's come back later.
Where is everyone? No one's here right now. Oh my god. Eek!
Oh, it's just a phone. That scared me.
I'll pick up. Yeah, don't worry. I'll pick up. I'll get it.
Hello? Wakamuda residence?
You one of the Wakamudas?
Actually, no. No one from the Wakamuda family is home right now. Would you mind calling back later?
Wait, really? Then that means you must be that immortal girl.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. This is a prank call. I'm hanging up. Something about this tone really irks me.
Aha! So this is where you've been hiding. Took me forever to find you. Who is this? Haha, my dear Sato, it's been a while. Oh, he knows you? Wrong number? Looks like you got the wrong number. Please double check the number and call again. Whoa, hold it! Don't you hang up on me, little shit. I know exactly who I'm talking to.
It sounds like he actually knows who you are, Sato. I think this might be our chance to get some new info.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. So, my dear little Osato, I hear Unkakurono's got his eye on you now. You're awfully well informed, my telling me who you are. But of all the people out there, it was Unkakurono who found out. Damn, that gear's gonna hunt you to the ends of hell. Answer me!
Who the hell are you? Tell me! Yeah, maybe this is a friend. Hang on, wait, you're fucking serious? You don't remember me? For real? That's real harsh. After everything we had, all that passionate talk about our future together? Wait, what? Come on, just because I don't remember you doesn't mean you get to start spouting nonsense. Hey, you'll know if it's nonsense soon enough. And listen, I'm actually the one trying to help you here, you know? Might want to hear me out. What do you mean? So this Unkakudono, he's a psycho old man, funneling cash into researching immortality. If he gets his hands on you, you'll be strapped to a table in his lab while he cuts you open alive. He'll sit there watching as you die and regenerate, all as a part of his fucked up experiments. And once you're all healed up, slice and dice again, rinse and repeat over and over. Sounds fun, huh? Because that's straight up torture. Even if your body's immortal, the pain is all real. Becoming his sacrificial guinea pig would be nothing but hell on earth. You sure know a lot about this. Well, yeah, that's why you should come to me instead. Doesn't sound so bad now, does it, Osato? Huh? I'll take you into my protection before you're handed over to Unkakudono. All you need to do is shut up and do as you're damn told, woman. Whoa! Don't have to talk to her like that. Oh, hell no! If you think I'd ever growl to some nameless creep like you, you've got another thing coming. I refuse. Remember me when we meet, I promise. So here's the deal. Get on today's last ferry to Toba Port. Come alone. Got it? I understand. What? Sato? I don't know who you are, but I understand that you're rude, selfish, and absolutely not worth listening to. So do us both a favor, and never contact me again. Aw, come on, is that really how you're gonna play it? Listen, if you don't show up when I say, I'll tear through every last dumbass on this island. Slice them all to fucking pieces. Sound good to you? That's what happens when people defy me. No mercy, just punishment. What? So I'll say it once more, my dear Osato. If you don't want this island to be a bloodbath, get on the last ferry, come to Toba Port, alone. This is your last chance to get that, right? When you say no mercy, just punishment, what exactly are we talking about here? Oh, you know. I have this little curse power, and let's just say it can be pretty fucking potent. Another curse? I guess I could show it off by cursing every woman on the island, killing them all off one by one. How's that sound? That way, everyone else on the island will see the one girl who doesn't die and, well, guess your secret's out. No. So yeah, better just do as I say, no point fighting it. I've already got an assassin mixed in with the locals, everything's set. An assassin?! An assassin mixed in with the locals? Yep, and they're fucking nuts. Gave them a curse and they were way too thrilled to use it. Dead serious too, eyes like a psycho killer. You get those sometimes, natural killers. Pretty sure they've already made their move, and unless I call them off, they sure ain't stopping. Is he being serious? I'll check with you again after the first body drops, but I really recommend you make this my choice before that. Anywho, ferry's leaving soon, so tick-tock, my dear Osato, don't keep me waiting. What the hell? This is bad, you heard all that, right? Yeah, killing people with curses? No way, right? Whoa. No, I had a bad feeling about that phone call. Came back here thinking Shotaro might be around, but now that I think about it, there's a good chance I could run into Mr. Wakamura too. It could get awkward. Crazy. This is escalating like crazy. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Kameshimaru, help us out here. Please help us, Turtle! Turtle of kindness! Anything else? Oh. The last ferry leaves in what? Less than an hour now? And if I don't get on it, the whole island is in trouble. All that talk about curses and killing people, and we still have no idea who that even was. Feel like he knew something about your past, too. Yeah, but as far as I can remember, I honestly have no idea who he is. They knew about Unkakudono and his research, so they're definitely involved in some way or another. And maybe it's someone who doesn't get along with Unkakudono and wants to steal you away from him? Makes sense. Trying to help me is probably just a front, so his real goal has got to be something like that. So maybe he just acted like he knew you to put you to ease. Could be, but if he really wanted to put me at ease, I don't think he had the right tone. Yeah, that attitude was anything but reassuring. Like, was he actually serious thinking you'd go along with all that just because he barked it at you? Not to mention threatening to curse the people on the isle to death. It's hard to tell how serious he was. Well, one thing's clear, he's bad news. Oh wait, someone's come home. Well, you came back, huh, Sato? Sorry, I brought my beautiful hot friend with me too. I'm really glad Sakasa's here with me. I don't think I could have handled all this if I were alone. Maybe you'd best tell the old man about the phone call. Okay. What's wrong, girl? You look like you've seen a ghost. Well, we just got a strange, threatening phone call. Oh? Tell me more. So some nobody who don't even know wants you, we don't even know wants you sent off on the last ferry today? Yes, they said if I don't go, the island will be stuck with no mercy, just punishment. Bah, he's just trying to snatch you out from under Unka Kurono's nose. Always some fools trying to play smart. Pulling something like that wouldn't just get you on Unka Kurono's bad side. It'd be a hell of a lot worse than that. Ignore that fool's call. You're going to Unka Kurono tomorrow like we planned. Okay. Oh yeah, I totally should have said something earlier, but I'm totally against this whole sacrifice nonsense. Hey old man, if we can let that curse of the raging waves before tomorrow, then Sato doesn't have to be offered a sacrifice, right? Well yeah, that was possible. That curse stumped even the finest sorcerer I know. You need more solid proof it's been broken. That's fine. Wait, what else did he say? Something about an assassin? Yes, they said something... Someone wielding a cursed power has mixed in with the locals and is already proceeding with their plans. Think it could be true? Most likely bluffing, but I'll have folks look into it just in case. Either way, if we nab the assassin first, there ain't nothing to worry about. This is my Kaneshima! I don't like hearing we have unknowns mixed with my people. Seeing as we're being threatened by a curse, couldn't you ask that sorcery trust to help us deal with it? Not happen in too short notice. Even just one consultation takes a whole month of back and forth with their manager for an appointment. Not to mention you can't even imagine how much it costs. You don't trouble someone like that over some damn fool's prank call when it's probably just a bluff. Seriously, they're that big of a deal? I guess neither of the two were bumped into yesterday was a sorcerer then. Who are you talking about? Yesterday we spoke to a man and a woman in traditional clothes, who asked where this place was. They didn't stop by? Oh right, yeah, some shady looking folks came around. They said something about a great storm curse drawing near and told me I should warn everyone to prepare for evacuation. Wait, so even people from the outside island know about this curse of the raging waves? But then who exactly were they? Beats me. Claimed they were with the police or some such, but something smelled fishy to me. They were rambling on about mummies and whatnot. Didn't make a lick of sense. Ain't got time to mess with folks like that. Told them I already knew and had them get lost. Anyone with even the slightest spirit sense can tell the island's affected by a curse right now. They were just scam artists using that to spout nonsense to squeeze out donations. Bunch of crooked psychics, that's all. Got no time to be dealing with folks like that. That really all it was? Something about it is nagging at me. Is this curse of the raging waves definitely real? I already told you it's as real as they get. So what are you gonna do now, old man? First off, Sato ain't going anywhere. Stay put till the last ferry docks back on the mainland. You sure that's safe? Curses or not, there's no way anyone is going to just go around killing off a bunch of people. That just ain't practical. That said, someone sneaking in as an assassin, that could happen. Now that's real! Ooh, curses, mummies, immortal people? None of that shit. But an assassin sneaking in? You just never know. Even if their curse was just a bluff, they're clearly planning something. Ain't no way I'll let that slide. Threaten not just me, but Unka Kurono? They'll regret messing with us. I'll smoke them out myself and have them confess all their bullshit. Yikes, he's pissed. You two stay right here, got it? He's gone. Sped out like a bullet. So what now? He told us to wait here, but... Well, we don't need to catch the ferry anymore. Still, feels like a waste of time just sitting here. Let's go see if we can find Suyu. Sounds good. If we can find a way to stop the curse of the raging waves, there'd be no reason to sacrifice you. Let's go. About an hour and a half later? Oh, is this when everyone starts dying? Well, we definitely learned a lot more after speaking with Suyu. No! You would keep me from information? Huh? Sakasa? Damn it. Listen, there's no way I'm letting them sacrifice you. Not for anything. Thanks, Sakasa. Sorry I got so worked up. Don't worry about it. That's just who you are. I guess the last ferry should have reached the mainland by now. Yeah, I think the old man managed to find an assassin. Let's go see what's going on outside. Not like we have much else to do now. Yeah, this is when she gets cut down. Still, I can't get over what Suyu told us earlier. With a shock, I can't imagine how much you've been through, Sato. Yeah, my memories also came rushing back so suddenly. I wasn't really sure what to do. What? What memories? What? Which where?
And this is where she gets killed. Hey, you two, perfect timing. My old man's been stopping around with this wild look on his face, asking if they've seen anyone suspicious. You two know anything about this? Actually, yeah, we do. So I guess he's trying to track down an assassin who's blending in on the island somewhere. Wow, so people really announce threats like that over the phone. So I'm glad the old man didn't take the bait. That was probably the right call. But if it's not just Unkakuno's people after you, then we've got a new problem on our hands. Yep. The sun's starting to go down. Maybe that's part of it, but something feels off. Do you think there's any birds here before they start killing me? A bird! Yay! Hey, bird. We really should apologize for missing the meeting earlier. Yeah, don't think that's our biggest concern. If this so-called assassin really has slipped in among the others, running around blindly like my old man won't get us anywhere. We don't have enough to go on yet, so it's hard to say anything for sure. But at the very least, I'd be looking for people with regular contact with those off the island. The meeting they're talking about is that they're gonna meet with this guy so that Sakasa could give him a love letter. But they bailed. Right, anyone who rarely leaves the island isn't really a likely suspect. So that means that people like Shotaro and me who live off the island most of the time are the most suspicious? Given the situation, yeah. You know, it's also possible that the caller and the assassin are both working for Unkakudono. Wait, why would you think that? It's possible that he either never had the means to lift the curse of the raging waves like he promised, or never intended to hand it over in the first place. Oh, I get it. That way he could just get Sato without keeping his end of the bargain. Plus, he could also then turn around and pin everything on your old man. Exactly. Sharp as ever, Sakasa. Thanks! Either way, if someone like that really is out there, we need to stay on guard. Definitely. Sorry about missing our meeting today. I was the one who asked and ended up standing you up. Something urgent came up and I couldn't make it. Ah, right, that. Well, stuff happens. I'm not mad or anything, but I do wish you'd brought it up a little sooner. Alright, sorry. Mind telling me what exactly had happened? Well, something unexpected came up and kind of threw off my whole schedule. So you can't say any more than that? You're not even going to tell me what you wanted to talk about? Yeah, I can't tell you that either. Sorry. Right. Well, whatever, let's just say you owe me one. Owe you one? Yeah, sometime when I need it, you'll have to do something for me. Why is she blushing? Wait, that's not fair! Hmm? It's not her fault. I'm the one who caused all the problems today. You see, I was actually the one who... Sakasa, stop. This isn't the time for that. But if I don't tell, you'll... Whoa, why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one who didn't show up. No, you're not the bad guy. It really is my fault. I'm sorry. No, it's on me. Sato didn't do anything wrong. Okay, relax. Ladies! For the sake of your friendship, I'll let it slide. Let's just reschedule for another time. Right, thank you. So about getting you out of the whole sacrifice mess. Ah, yes, about that. I've been thinking, and maybe it's best that we leave for Tokyo together first thing tomorrow. Lay low for a while. Yeah, I know, it looks like I'm just using this chaos as an excuse, but... At this point, I don't think I can offer any other options. What do you think? Well, first off, thanks for thinking over it for me. But, would it be okay if I give it a little more thought? Sure, but if you take the ferry, my old man will catch on. If you want to go, it'll have to be on a small boat quietly, just after dawn. I'll need time to set things up, so I need your answer by tonight. Okay, I'll think it through. Looks like you got something caught in your bangs. Oh no, how embarrassing. You always seem so calm and collected, but I guess everyone has their moments. Where? You want me to take a look? What, is she... Oh, this is where she died or something? Oh no, it's okay. I've still got the hand mirror on me. Uh-oh. Oh, is this... They sneak these on you and then they kill you? Oh, there's it. When did I get there? Ah! Oh, she's gonna die. Oh! Wait, what was that? Got it, that looks better. What the? Oh. The hell is that? Something wrong, Sato? There's something behind me. There's something behind me, isn't there? What's that I should check? Ah! Do we have to check? Okay, there's nothing behind you. Oh! Sato, what's wrong? Hey, I think there's something behind me. I should check behind me. Well, if I gotta. I'll just look at her. If I look, it's gonna kill me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should check behind me. Oh, there, it's right behind me, isn't me? Oh, okay. Oh, God. I should check behind me. Look at her chest. This will bring me great comfort. Ah! I should check behind me. Is this not behind me? Ah, I'm scared! I'm totally... Ah! What's behind me? I should check... What? Is that... What? What do you mean? What do you mean I should check behind me? I just went all the way around. I did a freaking 360. Ah! Ah! Why am I looking? Ah! Ah! Where's it? Bird. Where's it? Ah! I'm looking behind me. Ah! 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 What is it? What is it? Oh. Ah! Where is it? Where's the guy? I should check behind me. Where is it? Where are they hiding him? Clockwise, maybe? Okay, okay. Ah! Where is he? I should check behind me. No, there's no way to use this mirror. Ah! Should check behind her. Ah! Hey, where's he? I should check behind me. Guys, what's behind me? What's behind me? I could have sworn it was right around here. There's nothing there. Maybe I imagined it. Ah! Oh, okay. It's just him. It's just him. Ah, shit! That hurts. Alright, I should check behind me. Damn it! It hurts. It cut straight through me. My insides are on fire. This is it, isn't it? I just died. But how? What happened? Sakasa, I'm sorry, they got me. So this is the power of the curse then, it's real. I saw something for a split second and then it cut me down? Okay, just relax, breathe, nice and slow. This is bad, people are coming over. It's turning into a scene.
Oh no, not here, everyone will see. Damn it. Everyone will know I can heal. What do I do? They're all panicking. No choice. Just act dazed, clueless. Then run away while I can.
No! Stay with your friend! Whoa! New? I feel like we should play these before we get over here. Ah! Whoa! So interesting! Alright. A big skip. Oh. Hey, everyone loves her. But she's in love with this one. Tit for tat! Wait. Why does she have so many lovers? This one's in love, but she's in mutual love with this one, and she loves this one, and she also loves this one? Hey, this bird's in love with everyone. Okay. I think this is where we stop for today. We made good progress. Now we're finally at the mystery, but I feel like when I play tomorrow, I'm gonna have to do these parts to ramp us into this mystery. Yeah, good session. I'm really eepy. I think it's getting close to my bed. I'm so eepy. But I'm excited to see the mystery. Good session today. Thanks everyone! Thanks for joining me. I will try and read 2 parts tomorrow! Since it is the same game. Yeah. So Trippy, you love it? Yeah, I love Paranormasight! I still think the first one is really, really good. Like, the atmosphere in the first one is unmatched. I recommend the first one greatly. I really, really like the first Paranormasight. Goodbye! Thanks for hanging out with me while I was reading. Listening to me read the entire time. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time. Hopefully, me reading the entire time has made me tired enough to just pass out. Maybe. And wake up at a normal time. Yay! Let's save this. There we go. Goodbye, everyone! See you later!